So, how hard is it to actually beat this dungeon? That's what we're about to find out as I try to become one of the few to complete
S.W.Frost 1 is now live.
Give it a like and
Streaming
subscribe.
games plus
Also, this
demos,
includes our brief
nope.
Bloodborne revisit, so
Encoder
let me know in
just
the
looks
comments
like
what
garbo.
games or challenges you'd like to see next. Anyways, on with the run. And search by Chalice Glyph, and this is where I need the internet's help. Like most people, I can remember the first couple letters of it. That was close. I thought for sure that guy was going to nail us. Alright, how do you get that item? Yeah, you can see with procedurally generated dungeons, there's going to be some glitches. Oh, wait. Just, there it is. This dude's kind of broken, isn't he? Alright, let's see if we can just sneak on through. Alright. Oh! It's worth it. Let's see if we can get him chopped. See ya! Okay, that's one. Again, this is just exploration. Oh! Oh no, don't frame catch us. Yep, there we go. Alright, let's run and pick that up, because I'm so curious to see what it actually is. Jump. Yep. Alright, so those runes are gone, that's fine. Well, I mean, hey, consider that area explored, right? Oh, I thought, nah. I can't trade. Should we trigger the trap just for fun? Let's see if we can actually get away with this first. Trap. Oh, it's not a trap. That was a relatively easy run to the first boss. Oh, there's another side area. We've got to. Fair enough. Oh, I thought I was further away! Fear Woman. I wonder who the boss is gonna be. I guess, oh, it's a hunter. This is gonna be terrible. Let's see if I can stagger her. There we go. Alright, that's one. Let's see if we can get some cheap shots in.
Restreambot. Welcome to my channel.
Fair. No! Nope. Alright, 16 bullets left. Oh, God. See, we can't even trade on those. Alright, we can, this is doable. There we go. Alright, now we can get probably 4 or 5 shots in. 2, 3, 4, 5. That range is quite deceiving. There we go. She almost got us there. Alright, let's get our 5 hits in. No! How did she get that off? I thought that was safe. Ooh, okay. There we go. Let's get our 4 in, and 3. 3 that time. Alright, halfway there. Okay. So she does have a little bit of a phase 2. Ooh! Did not see that coming, if I'm being honest. Come on, that's gotta stagger. Oh my gosh. See, we got her. It's just so hard to get there. There we go. just have to play it so safe when there's no trading. Alright. That's not what I meant to do. Nice. Alright, we will... Oof. No! Why did it get out that fast? Oh man, we were so... I can't remember if Evelyn or if the Hunter pistol is gonna do more. Let's try Evelyn. Not ideal. That was the one that she got us on. Alright, here we go. We're in business now.
So to say. This man.
Maybe I need to be earlier. Maybe I'm too late. I didn't even consider that. Alright. We'll take that.
Goodbye for now.
01 Ella. Welcome to my channel. Drapsnat. Welcome to my channel. Kata.
Companies are
Welcome to my
giving up
channel.
on short-form content. Last month, Meta announced that they will stop offering bonuses to short-form creators. Why, you ask? Well, it turns out that pushing short-form content actually loses Meta money. Here's the thing. While Instagram Reels have exploded in popularity, they're not exactly stealing market share away from TikTok. Rather,
because people do both. Like most people that have TikTok probably have Instagram too.
it's stealing market share away from themselves. Instead of scrolling through pictures or the newsfeed on Instagram, people are now scrolling through Reels. This doesn't sound like a big deal until you consider that Reels are substantially less profitable than Instagram's other products. In fact, according to Zuckerberg himself, people switching to Reels is costing the company $500 million every single quarter, or $2 billion every year. And the most
Well, fuck. You gotta turn that off.
ironic part is that this entire time, Meta had been paying creators to make Reels. So really, they were paying to lose revenue. No wonder they stopped.
Yeah,
But
smart.
it's not just Meta who's pivoting away from short-form content either. TikTok themselves are very much trying to move away. In fact, they've been aggressively increasing their max video length.
That's one thing I noticed. Remember that one fucking angry middle-aged guy about politics that yells all the time? I was watching one of his TikTok videos, and it was like, man, this is going on for way more than like a minute. This dude is just going off. No, it wasn't Destiny or Hassan. It was another guy. Yeah.
Started at 15 seconds.
So it
grew
seems
to
like they're
6
having
seconds
longer
to
video
3
too.
minutes, now 10 minutes. TikTok has even been experimenting with landscape
Alacidra.
Android. So
Welcome to
TikTok
my
is very
channel.
much headed towards the direction of becoming the YouTube where people don't search. Also, it's not like people search all that much on YouTube anyway.
Well, it also makes it way easier for people because a lot of people don't know what they want to see. And it sounds really stupid, but it's true. Most people are so dumb, so indecisive, so scatterbrained, so distracted that like they don't want to think about what they want to see. They just want somebody to give it to them. That's it.
Most of the time, you just use the homepage to find videos. But what happened? Why are all these companies pivoting away from shorts? Wasn't shorts the new medium due to ever-decreasing attention spans and the need for constant stimulation? Well, it turns out that the answer is no. While short-form content is great at garnering a lot of attention in the short term, it's not exactly the best model for companies or audiences long-term.
I think that's definitely true. I don't know how many times I see people who are really popular on TikTok, and then outside of TikTok, literally nobody cares about them. But they can have like 7 million followers on TikTok.
Instagram and YouTube are starting to realize that they invested way too much money on a low ROI fad. And TikTok is fighting hard to not become the next Vine. So here's why companies
love
got
Vine.
short-form content wrong, and why they're already backing off.
Unloyal creators. Uh-oh.
All successful creator-driven platforms need a strong base of creators. This is why platforms like YouTube and Spotify have even turned to offering exclusivity deals like it's NFL football or something.
That's crazy. They gave Joe Rogan over $200 million. If I ever see him, because he's in Austin, I'm going to ask him to buy me something.
So, it would be quite an issue if these platforms were struggling to grow a creator base, and that's very much the case with short-form content. This isn't to say that TikTok and Reels aren't able to garner a bunch of creators, because there's no shortage of that. But what there is a shortage of is loyal short-form creators. Here's the thing, 9 times out of 10, people don't start posting short-form content because that's what they truly want to do. Rather, creators start posting short-form content because they see opportunity. They see
I see a lot of people that do this, where like they don't even like making TikToks or anything like that, but they do it because they think they have to. Where like this is the real solution, okay? Is like if you go on TikTok and you search Asmongold, there's a lot of people on TikTok that are making videos of me, and some of them have like millions of views. So I don't need to make content for TikTok. Somebody else can make the content. They can fucking make money off of it. Who gives a shit? And then they just cut it down and make it accessible for a TikTok audience. It's that simple.
gold rush. Most creators never find gold, but even those who do don't want to reinvest the profits into mining for more. It's simply too risky. Rather, what they want to do is sell the gold and start a stable business. In other words, they want to switch to long-form content. Much of this attitude can actually be explained by the algorithms used to promote short-form content. Your follower count on short-form content really means nothing. This is why it's such a gold rush. If you start posting today, you have as good of a chance of posting a viral video as someone with 10 million followers.
Sure.
Actually, I take that back. If a creator has that many followers, they're probably pretty good at making viral content. But the point is that the pivotal factor is the content itself, not the follower count. While this is great for...
Yeah, I think that's definitely true. And it is good for discoverability to make short-form content. I just don't think that, like... I think there's a lot of people that try to do things that they don't want to do. Whenever you make content, it's always good to, there's interplay here. But in general, whenever you're doing something that you don't want to do, that's a bad thing.
New creators, it's absolute garbage when it comes to longevity. Creators are forced to always keep up with the latest trends and to put up something that can go viral instead of creating content that's actually impactful and meaningful. This is why you see so many TikTok stars that rise out of nowhere and then disappear faster than they blew up.
Well, here's the real reason, okay? Is that the way that I judge if content is good or not is if I think about it after the content is over. It's very hard for like an 8-second video for it to be something that I think about after the video is over. But if it is, then I consider it good. It's the same with streams. Like, if I watch a stream and I think about that stream a day later, I know it was a good stream. If I watch a video and I think about it way later, I know it was a good video.
An Iraq video where he trapped 25 TikTokers inside his house.
Uh-oh.
Many of these creators had millions, if not tens of millions of followers.
That's a lot.
So I don't know if it's just me, but I had no idea who any of these people were. Let me know down below if you were in the same boat. But anyway, even creators who enjoy making short-form content want to switch to long-form because it's simply the smarter business decision. That right there covers basically...
I don't even... Oh, I do have a TikTok account. It's a private account because I just... I mean, what do you guys think I use TikTok for, right? And so, like... I don't... why would I upload anything on the TikTok? Nothing. There's nothing. There's no reason.
90% of short-form creators. The other 10% are actually already long-form creators. Personally, I'm guilty of this as well.
Yeah, sure.
A lot of creators have figured that they might as well try adapting their regular long-form content to short-form.
Isebe,
Mentality is usually,
welcome to my
works,
channel.
great. If it doesn't, not a big deal.
That's exactly my outlook. Yeah.
So, little to say, no creator on TikTok, Instagram Reels, or YouTube Shorts is really loyal to said platform.
No.
For all of them,
Well,
short form
nobody really is to any platform. They're always gonna go where they're gonna get the most viewers. That's just how
content
it
is really just a springboard to garner attention, or a medium to expand your existing long-form content. So, when you're trying to run a creator-driven platform with such people, well, let's just say it's difficult to say the least. But building
Yeah,
up
of
a loyal
course.
creator base is just the first of these platforms' worries.
That's what really matters.
Not only do these platforms have to deal with flaky creators, but they also have to deal with flaky advertisers. The reality is that no advertiser really wants to advertise on short-form content. This isn't to say that short-form
Well,
advertisers
it's because it doesn't convert that well. It's not about like, oh, what the type of content is. It's like advertisers probably don't really give that much of a fuck about that. It's just that the people that watch this kind of stuff don't spend this kind of money. It's just that simple.
is always ineffective. Beheza, for example, has shown time and time again that short-form advertising is not only effective, but can be super lucrative. But with that being said, shorts just don't vibe with most brands. I mean, can you imagine GE making a TikTok ad about the refrigerators or
Yeah,
Intel?
exactly. Like, it's just like, what do you? Because again, the audience of people that are consuming short form content are usually teenagers with ADD. They don't have any money. Like, what are you gonna advertise to them? Like fidget spinners? What the fuck?
A TikTok ad about the new i9 processor? It just doesn't feel right.
Yeah, it's an advertisement about an i9 processor. Oh, yeah, right. It's not only kids, though? No, it's not. You're right. But let's not be naive. And TikTok is mainly like one of the biggest platforms for young people. And the truth is, young people don't have a lot of fucking money.
Right. Now, some legacy companies are able to pull it off. A notable example that comes to mind is Coca-Cola. But
Yeah, sure, because everybody knows about Coca-Cola. It's awareness marketing. It's a completely different type of marketing. It's not a everybody's had Coca-Cola before. So like you at that point, like an i9, you need to sell a functionality. With Coca-Cola, you need to sell an idea. It's easier to do that. Sure. You can advertise ideology. I mean, yeah, sure, but like an advertisement for an ideology isn't very good if it's so short that people can't really form an opinion about it.
just because they're able to make effective ads doesn't mean that they want to advertise on these platforms. The reality is that in most cases, these companies just don't want to associate with short-form content because they see it as a risk. I'm sure you're familiar with how companies don't want to associate with the following content on YouTube.
Oh yeah.
Well, newsflash, this is basically the entirety of TikTok.
Yes,
But
it is.
let's even put that aside.
That's why
Let-
it's popular.
Say you're okay with advertising next to this type of content. You still have the challenge of running a successful ad campaign. While TikTok can be great for promoting products like this, it's not exactly great when it comes to building general brand awareness and visibility.
Because people don't give a shit about it. That's why. Yeah, it's a completely different type of audience.
Oftentimes when companies like Apple or Coca-Cola put out an ad, they're not trying to get you to buy their product. They don't even want you to click on the ad or buy on the spot. Rather, they
It's
just
awareness
want to
marketing.
build up their
Yeah.
brand presence. This is
Like Geico spends like $1 million or $1 billion a year just to be synonymous with car insurance. There's a lot of awareness marketing that happens. And I think like people say, oh, why does Coca-Cola need ads? Everybody knows who they are. That's why Coca-Cola needs ads.
only possible on YouTube given that viewers are forced to watch for 5 or 15 seconds. But on TikTok, if an ad doesn't pique the viewer's interest within 0.2 seconds, they're gonna swipe up. This means that advertisers are forced to include some sort of a gimmicky hook, which again, just doesn't fit with their brand image. And if you
Well,
don't
it's also
really
like advertising next to stuff like this, especially doing an advertising campaign with a specific creator. Most creators on TikTok, every single one of their videos doesn't blow up. But they have some videos that blow up, and then they delete the ones that don't, so it looks like every video they have blows up. So like you don't have that same level of consistency.
With me, you can just look at the numbers. For my usual videos, I generally get an ad rate of $4 to $5 per 1,000 views.
Alright.
For shorts, however, I generally get an ad rate of 5 cents per 1,000 views. This basically indicates that advertisers are 100 times less likely to bid on short-form ad slots as opposed to long-form ad slots.
That is nuts.
It also gives a lot more context as to why creators want to switch to long-form content so badly. The reality is that if you want to make a living off of short-form content...
Well, it's also that short-form content doesn't build any form of a... it doesn't build any form of loyalty. Like, people are not loyal to those short-form content creators. The moment that person stops making content, they just don't show up in that guy's algorithm, and then you never think about it. Whereas, like, long-form content, bro, people keep making videos about where is Pilaf? Where is he? Where did he go? And it's been gone for a whole year, and they're still making videos. I'm still thinking about him. That's what I'm trying to get at. I think there's different creators. Like, you guys probably wonder exactly what that. I'm back.
You have to pull in a brain-dead amount of views every single month. To make just $5,000 per month, for example, you have to pull in 100 million views. Let me phrase that in a different way. You have to reach 1/8 of the entire...
Well, that's the reason why that you have to get 100 million views is, and this is also why a lot of these creators, they either sell a product or they have like individual brand deals that they work out with the brand. Because like, yeah, just traditional advertising, like ad space on a video, not very good.
Our world population every single year just to make 60 grand. At least creators have the option to do direct brand deals or promote their own products.
Yeah, there you go.
For these platforms, on the other hand, the only way they make money is through these ads. So even with their ridiculous
That's a good
scale,
point. Yeah, it's a
it's
very good
just
point.
not all that profitable. So it's no wonder why Meta is losing $2 billion every single year by pushing short-form content.
A waning audience. Uh-oh, are all the middle schoolers getting to high school? This isn't good.
While unloyal creators and hesitant advertisers are no doubt a pain in the neck, at least there's some hope with that. As more modern companies start advertising on short-form platforms, ad rates should go up, which should make creating short-form more worthwhile for platforms and
Yeah, I'm
creators.
sure. I think that advertisers will find, bro, like it's their job to find a way to get people to buy their stuff. They'll figure out a way to make short-form content make money.
But something that these platforms can't recover from is a waning audience. The truth is that people are getting tired of predictable TikTok content, and the main reason for this is that these types of videos don't have any substance.
It's also because it's a trend. And the thing is, this is what I said before with content that appeals to kids. if you make content that appeals to kids, or your content is for kids, it has a lifespan. And it is a short lifespan. It will be very successful, and then it will not be.
If a video is based around a thirst trap or some sort of gimmick, but
Yes.
rarely do they have any sort of real takeaway or message. This is why people forget about most shorts within minutes of watching it. It feels good in the moment, but the feeling doesn't last long. But wait a minute, isn't people's attention spans getting crushed by these platforms? Well, to be honest, I think this effect is vastly overstated. TikTok is basically like ice cream. People like eating ice cream. They may even eat it on a daily basis. But just because a person eats ice cream, it doesn't mean that they're suddenly going to stop eating steak or pizza.
That's true. Most days I eat ice cream and steak. And some days I eat ice cream, steak, and pizza on the same day. You know what you call those days? Good days.
Or burgers or real food in general. In fact, if you had the option of only consuming ice cream or pizza, I'm pretty sure that virtually everyone will choose pizza. Looking back, the pandemic,
Wait, what?
I'm pretty sure that, in fact, if you had the option of only consuming ice cream or pizza,
Oh, well, yeah, okay. I thought steak was on the menu there. Yeah, for sure. Definitely pizza.
I'm pretty sure that virtually everyone will choose pizza.
Yeah.
Looking back, the pandemic forced most people to stay at home, which led to them snacking way more than usual. But as people return to their normal lives, their social media diet is also returning to real food, and this is already evident in the stats. In 2021, TikTok rose to be the most popular domain in the entire world.
Holy shit,
But
I
in
didn't know that.
2022, TikTok fell down to number 3 as Google and Facebook regained their leads.
No, it's no
And
surprise.
looking forward, it seems
How the fuck is Facebook so high up there? What the fuck? Like Facebook. Who the fuck gets on Facebook? There's so many, bro. Like, I don't even like. I will get on Facebook sometimes, right? I will. But damn, man, that shit stresses me out. Like, I see I told you guys about this, right? I went and I saw some middle-aged mom posting some stupid fucking meme on Facebook. And I said, wait a minute, who is that? And then I realized that middle-aged mom was a girl that I thought was hot when we were in high school. I had to lay down. I'm still fucked up about that. That was 2 years ago.
like this trend will only continue as TikTok is looking more and more like Vine. I know that most of you just remember Vine as a big failure, but Vine was actually super popular for a period of time.
Yeah, it was.
In fact, at the end of 2015, Vine had as many as 200 million users. Why did Vine fail then, you ask? Well, you can take it from the horse's mouth itself. Twitter, the parent company of Vine, was unable and/or unwilling to pay the creators that made the platform so popular in the first place. This was actually Jack Dorsey's biggest regret. But what is TikTok doing? Well, they're unable and/or unwilling to pay the creators that made their platform so big.
I don't think they can really pay them that much money. It's going to be hard to do that.
Audiences and creators naturally shift back to Facebook and YouTube. These platforms see less of a reason to be so aggressive when it comes to promoting shorts.
I think that shorts will always be popular.
It's not surprising why companies are
I mean,
backing
shorts were popular before TikTok.
away from the short-form content. The reality is that creators are just using shorts as a springboard. Advertisers don't want to get involved, and audiences are by no means ditching long-form content. This isn't to say that TikTok is going to die like Vine, but what has become abundantly clear is that short-form content is simply an addition to long-form content, not a replacement like the media often suggests.
That's what I do, yeah. It's like all of my short-form content is just simply people that cut down my long-form content and they put it on TikTok or on YouTube Shorts or on Asmongold Clips. It's done.
So Meta and YouTube no longer feel threatened by TikTok. If anything, it's actually TikTok that strives to be more like Meta and YouTube, so that they don't end up like Vine. Combine this with the recession, and it simply makes no sense to bet so much on a historically flaky medium. And that's why companies are already giving up and pulling back on short-form content.
Well, that's the thing, right? Is like kids always go from one platform to another. Like at the beginning, it was like fucking MySpace and My Yearbook. Then people moved over to Facebook, and then they moved over to like Instagram and Twitter, and like let's see, now you know there's TikTok. Like there's always gonna AIM. Well, yeah, AIM is too. Like and there's like Bebo as well. Bebo, that was like mainly for people in the UK. I think. Oh, Snapchat. Yeah, I guess Snapchat was after that. After I guess Twitter. And let's see. I don't know what kids get on now. I'm not a fucking kid. I have no idea. But I think it's TikTok.
Did you ever buy into a short-form page? Comment that down below. Also, drop a like if you're glad that short-form content is fun. And of course, consider checking out our Discord community to get the ideas of subscribing to the answer. But until then, Ahari, and I'll see you guys on the next one.
That was a pretty fair video. Yeah, I do think that that short-form content should be used to supplement long-form content. And yeah, it's definitely used to get people into watching long-form content rather than be the content itself. I think that's the best way to say it. My son's 16 and Snapchat is the communication choice for Arizona high schoolers. I think one of the reasons why kids like Snapchat too is that it automatically deletes pictures and videos, like and chats. I mean that's a big fucking reason why kids like Snapchat. Absolutely. It's like they want to send each other stupid shit. It's not even also just like sexting and stuff like that. It's they don't want to have their parents go back and read their messages. Like I never let my parents read any of my messages or anything like that. Absolutely not. It's also just a funnier way to communicate. Yeah, sure. Deleted? Well, no, the cops can get a hold of your chat. Absolutely. I think there's like the 30-day thing where they have to hold on to all the information. But what I'm saying is like if you're 16, you're not really worried about the cops. You're worried about your parents probably. Like there's some that are worried about the cops, sure, but most of the time they're worried about their parents. I mean, my friends used to send videos of us taking a shit. Yeah, and it's like if your parents find out that you and your friends are sending videos of each other taking a shit to each other, like they're not gonna get it. They're not gonna see how funny that is. Like your parents or your mom's gonna be like, she's not gonna be like, wow, that's a good one, bro. That's good. That's funny. No, she's gonna be like, wow, Jimmy, it's time for you to go back to. We're gonna start going back to church this Sunday. And you're gonna have to wear your suit. Yep, that's right. And you can't bring your phone. You're gonna have to give your dad your phone, and that's it. So no wonder you want to have them deleting those fucking videos. That's the last thing you want to see. Where the cool moms at? Oh, my mom was cool as fuck, bro. Like she was okay with us doing almost anything. Like there were some things. I remember whenever we moved upstairs into this room because we used to be downstairs in my old room. She said, I have one rule. She says, you can drink up there. You can do drugs up there. I don't care. But don't you fucking let me see you pissing out that window. And I know that you and Cody and Jeff and Dylan and Austin and Eric and all of you, I fucking know that you thought about it. Don't you fucking do it. Because if you do it, it's against the law. The cops will get called and it's going to be a whole thing. And so we never pissed out the window. It never happened. Not even once. No, that was it. Everything else was totally fine. They piss in a bottle? No, it's just disgusting, man. Yeah, just the sink? Absolutely not. Yeah, that was the only thing. She didn't care what else we did. It didn't matter at all. Did you have to stop someone from doing it? No. Because, like, whenever she told us, it was like, it was so definitive. It was like, you do not do this. You can do anything else, but you do not do this. And nobody ever questioned that. Yeah, you can do drugs, not piss out the window because it's against the law. Yeah, but like the logic is like if you're getting high in this room, the person walking down the street isn't gonna see that like you're getting high. You're not gonna be able to smell it probably, right? Because it's too far away. But like if there's a dude with his dick out the window, everybody can see it because his dick's out the window. See this? You see kind of how things come together here. Can you tell a story about throwing trash out the window? Yeah, we threw trash out the window all the time, but never dicks. Dicks never went out the window. Not a chance. That was the one thing. Everything else went out the window, just not that.
Pa doručkao sam, šta je?
Ne nego priča sinoć Ivana, daj mi to da baču. Pa oni vam poslali.
Pazi glavu.
Kao da su vam isplatili platu.
Ja dobio sam neku Nemanje ne znam da su platili, ali... Isto sam upalimo aplikaciju na telefonu.
Ajde.
Ovo si šurbast, da ne mora da zove nikog i...
A? Aha, da.
10, 9, 8... Transakcije, plaćanje karticom, to znam, to sam platio. Dolazni prilivi, april 28, 3.000 dinara. Mi to nisu platili ovi...
To ti je putni trošak.
Ne, piše. PIP Novi Sad.
To ti je putni trošak sad ti uplatio.
Ne, ovi iz...
Pa ovi tortilja.
Da, oni su platili, niko drugi.
3.500 si ti uplatio. Za putni trošak. Veš tamo? Pa nema, baš gledam, Ivana kaže, Nemanji piše, a gledala sam ja tebi na onu listu, no možda ti nisam obraćao pažnju. Kao 31.3. da su ti uplatili februar, ono, 38.000 i nešto. A Nemanji piše, da su mu, pošto njemu nisu ni januar ni februar, 105.000 su mu dužni. Da su mu uplatili 12.4. Kao.
A gdje su taj par?
Ma tu, gdje?
Oh Lord, please don't let me be misunderstood.
Companies are already giving up on short-form content. Last month, Meta announced that they will stop offering bonus. Companies.
Bleak Faith is a game comparable in many aspects to the much praised catalog of From Software titles such as Dark Souls, Bloodborne, and most recently Elden Ring. Lately, we've seen an explosion in this genre called Souls-likes, where gamers have been able to experience other developers' takes on this now classic style many gamers love, myself included. I just beat Bleak Faith, and we're going to get into the nitty-gritty in this video, but I need to make it clear from the start that this is not a good game, and it's not worth your money. But I also want to share a few things that strangely surprised and surpassed my expectations of what Bleak Faith has to offer. Yeah, there is some good in this deservedly badly reviewed game. Let's go ahead and get into it. To frame things off, we have to talk about the obvious influence that Bleak Faith draws from, the Dark Souls series. In my estimation, I think this game is mostly influenced by Dark Souls 1. To be brutally honest from the get-go, this game is nowhere near the quality of even the worst of the Souls games. It falls apart in almost every aspect, with the exception of one singular concept. The one single thing that Bleak Faith does right is its masterpiece of a world. If you listen to a lot of gaming reviews like I do, critics that adore Dark Souls 1 will tell you the best thing about that game is how interconnected the world of Lord Dran is. If you haven't played Dark Souls 1, in the first 2 acts of the game, there's an area called the Firelink Shrine. It's the main hub area where you level up and return back to throughout your game. As you explore away from the hub area, you'll find many tunnels, pathways, elevators, and ladders that all wind back to the original bonfire checkpoint. What's impressive about this is how it always manages to catch you off guard when that familiar Firelink Shrine theme starts playing in the background, and you realize you've traversed back to where you actually start. In my mind, this is the gold standard of thoughtful and intricate world design, and it's certainly influenced many action and exploration games to this day. Another similar example is in Resident Evil 2, where you start off in the main police station, Front Hall, and as you progress through the game, you'll find the key to a door, or you open someone's desk and you unlock another entrance to a safe room, etc. Interestingly enough, the joy comes less from venturing out into new, unfamiliar areas, and more by carving out new paths back to your safety. Both of these games successfully orient their map exploration like solving a large-scale puzzle. It's a unique approach to world design that not a lot of video games attempt to do, almost certainly because it requires an enormous amount of foresight and careful planning way before map geometry is even created. Even in From Software's most recent foray into their own genre of Souls-likes, with Elden Ring, they did not achieve the same level of world connectedness that they did in Dark Souls 1. I already know it's unpopular to say anything negative about Elden Ring, so try to bear with my agonizing opinion that I like DS1's world more than VR because of how interconnected its design is. Apparently, this aspect of a connected vertical world is no longer a priority for From Software, which is fine. They can focus on what they want to and other new things. But this is exactly one single place Bleak Faith carves out its identity, and the only reason it kept me interested throughout the playtime. For the most part. So this game attempts to replicate or imitate that same unique level design of Dark Souls 1, and I will argue that in at least the first half of the game, it does accomplish this one concept of world interconnectedness impressively. astoundingly even, but heavy disclaimer here. Just because I'm going to praise this one thing about the game, doesn't mean it's worth your time or your money. I want to be clear to all the Dark Souls fanboys, like myself, the themes of Bleak Faith, the combat of Bleak Faith, the lore of Bleak Faith, the soundtrack of Bleak Faith, or almost anything else I can think of are all abysmal in comparison to gaming standards. So don't waste your time with it. Got it? Okay, back to the spicy thoughts. In Bleak Faith, I traversed a lengthy subterranean tunnel beneath the map, anticipating a typical linear path to a new region, but it actually circled me back to the main hub area. This rerouting pattern repeated itself several other times, with the new pathways utilizing various modes of motion, such as stairs, tunnels, and ladders, all eventually leading back to the main hub area. While I acknowledge that some people criticize this approach for feeling like it's a bad thing to get rerouted back to areas they've already visited, I simply don't feel the same. For me, there's a sense of awe knowing that I've just revealed a handy pathway previously unknown to me, but it was there from the start of the game. I find it remarkable. I'd say it's brilliant and even genius in some instances, traversing the beautifully dystopian landscape and finding new routes back to the safety of the hub. It shows care, and I appreciate that. But this design choice is not without flaw. The world has a grand scale and is awesomely vertical in its mapping. This is where the problem lies though, because in order to maintain its devotion to interconnectedness, there are extremely long and tedious ladders, elevators, and other routes that connect the levels together. There are multiple ladders that take more than 90 seconds to climb. There are multiple elevators that take well over 2 minutes to ride up and down all the way. And I'm pretty sure there's one elevator that takes like 3 or 4 minutes to fully ride from top to bottom. That is absurd. There's no reason to not have a slide down the ladder button. There's no reason after 1 minute that I should still be waiting on an elevator ride. They don't even have elevator music. Just program the elevator to move faster. My guess is that on some elevators, this long wait time is necessary to load in new levels or new geometry, but I am sure that most of the elevators' wait times could be mitigated at least a little bit just by making the elevators move quicker, up and down. So, while I admire this pure devotion to interconnectedness, even to the point where it makes the travel time very obtuse and frankly boring, I think it could have been done much better overall. One final note about the interconnectedness here is that some occasional points you'll discover secret paths leading to late game areas that were actually completely available from the start of the game. In my first playthrough, I wasn't able to spot these secret ladders and was greatly surprised when I found a connection to a late game area simply behind a pipe I didn't think to look behind. And it's things like these that I certainly think are praiseworthy, because they add a layer of depth to the game that many other titles simply don't put the effort into incorporating. All in all, I really like the world connections that Bleak Faith offer. Now, on that positivity rant, I think it's also a fair time to talk about the sheer size of the world. Well, it's no Elden Ring by any means, don't get me wrong, but still, the size of this game genuinely shook me. A comparable Souls-like game you may have heard of is a game called Mortal Shell that came out back in 2020. Their world is a pretty solid 10 to 15 hours to uncover all the areas and hidden secrets, and I was honestly fine with it, considering it wasn't a fully priced game. The size of that world was good enough to keep me happy. Bleak Faith, on the other hand, is ridiculously large. I have probably put in a solid 20 hours, and I don't think I've even explored everything or seen all the areas. It's worth saying right about now that the game is also devastatingly beautiful in some places. My favorite level visually is called the Machinarium. When I first walked into it, it really took my breath away. The name Machinarium is deceiving because you would imagine maybe a factory with a bunch of robots or something, but actually, this area has a beautiful overgrown wooded feel to it. There's wide open grassy fields, trees, flowers, and decrepitated structures from long ago. It has a striking color scheme that actually reminded me of Dark Souls 3's Ringed City, and I was very happy with that. While the entire game doesn't have a superb consistency of great visuals, I'd say that more than half the areas are very beautifully done. This, on top of the fact that all the levels are nicely interconnected with each other, reinforces the fact that this game's world, at times, is genius. It is definitely not without sin, however. Remember how I said this game is huge? Well, unfortunately, it's profoundly empty as well. You see, Bleak Faith is massive, but it doesn't incentivize you to explore its because it's all just empty space. The interesting architecture and structural design of different buildings and ruins make me want to keep exploring them, but 8 times out of 10, you're probably wasting your time because there's nothing inside them. There's so much empty space in this game, and it's honestly a shame that the devs couldn't figure out something more interesting to do with it. So on one hand, I respect how vast the world is, but when I realistically think about it from a buyer's point of view, I'd be very disappointed with the lack of interaction available from the world. I'd guesstimate that 150% of production power went into creating this interesting, interconnected place, but only like 25 or 30% went into filling it with things to do. For example, in one of the game's levels called Uranopolis, all around you see massive crumbling skyscrapers and concrete ruins of an old city. It's intriguing that these horizon-filling yet abandoned offices still exist, and this made me want to climb inside them and see what happened. But nope, don't do it, because they're all empty assets without a trace of world explanation. You would think there's at least a cool item or something, but no, 85% of the time it's just empty spaces with nothing to collect. This was such wasted potential in my eyes, and a large disappointment. Unfortunately, this is just the start of the many blunders Bleak Faith throws in your face. You see, Bleak Faith is a package of about 7 or 8 things. We've already talked about the one good thing Bleak Faith has, but now it's time to address the 7 more horrendous things. First off, the UI of the game is a sore to sighted eyes. See what I did there? I thought, hey, this is a cool looking Souls-like, so I plugged in my Xbox controller to my PC and started the game like you do. But to my anguish, I found out that using a controller in this game is like eating soup off of a paper plate. All the actions in the game aren't mapped on all the controller buttons. The controls that are mapped are just confusing and unintuitive. I tried to be stubborn and thought that there was something I was just missing, but once I gave up and swapped to mouse and keyboard, it became quite clear this game was not built with controllers in mind. Controller mapping must have been a last-minute decision, because there's no way somebody playtested this without using a keyboard. There is an option to reset different controls to different buttons, which is surprising. But even with remapping, you still can't play the game with a controller due to how many buttons you just need to have at your disposal to play the game. In a lot of indie games cases, I wouldn't take such offense to this. But I think because this is a Souls-like, which are nearly always played on the controller, I just got so frustrated. There shouldn't even be an option for gamepad in the menus, because that implies a successful port. It is misleading, which is needless to say, not good. The menu system and inventory loot catalog is unpolished and downright disruptive in some cases. You see, in the game, there are rings, cloaks, and amulets, which are items that give your character some sort of magical ability depending on the one that you choose. In my base version of the game, all 3 of these items are thrown into the same catalog in my inventory with no differentiation besides their titles. The cloaks obviously stand out, but let me ask you, what's the difference between a ring and an amulet? I have no clue based on their pictures. This means that I just had to manually check every individual item description to see which one was which. Because of this, I probably spent 4 to 5 times the amount of time just reading in the menus rather than actually playing the game. Oh yeah, another similar problem, I just straight up could not equip any shields for some reason the entire game. I would click on it, press equip, and then literally nothing would happen. It's frustrating that the mechanic obviously didn't work, but what's more frustrating is that the game never tells you why. I expect in time as the game gets updated that these kinks will be ironed out, but I'm just conveying to you the state of my own release day experience. As you continue to traverse through the game, you'll find a lot of items that you pick up, and they will fill your inventory. There's no equip load, thank heavens, but what's baffling is, as you get more things, the game does not signal to you that you have to scroll downwards in your inventory to see all of your items. This was causing me to lose my mind on my first playthrough because I thought that old items were getting deleted out of my inventory. Finally, at the end of my journey, I actually realized there's a barely noticeable white scroll bar in the top left of your screen, which is so bizarre to me. Why is it on the left side? Maybe I'm the one at fault here, but my whole life I've seen the scroll bar on the right side. Even if that was my bad throughout the whole game, I experienced another bug that didn't allow me to equip more than one potion type in my access slot. You see, there's 3 main healing potions at your disposal in Bleak Fate, but due to this obnoxious glitch, I was only able to use one of them in my engagements with any enemies. The effect of this is infuriating when an enemy hits you for most of your health bar and you have to use a limited resource and you're not able to access the other healing potion. This wouldn't be a problem if you could freely access your inventory at any time. But unfortunately, if the game senses any enemies near you, including entirety of boss fights, you cannot open your inventory to get more healing. This is absolutely unforgivable because for most of the game, you're only limited to a stack of 3 potions. Since I brought up bosses, let's go down that rabbit hole. The boss fights seem to be the primary focus of Bleak Fate in terms of progression. You kill a boss and you're able to further upgrade your gear and so on and so forth. In the game, there's 9 main bosses, including the 1 secret optional boss. Of these 9 fights, there's not a single one that I was impressed by. You might look at the designs of these bosses and think to yourself, oh, it looks alright, their designs are cool. But don't judge a book by its cover. No amount of artistic style can fix how unfun these 9 encounters turn out being, with the exception of maybe the flying metal bird boss. All of these fights have so many issues, whether it's buggy AI, flipping through arenas, undodgeable attacks, AoEs, or bad boss music. There's always something to be pissed about, as they will inevitably kill you. To single out one boss fight in particular for the sake of time, because we could honestly spend all day calling out all the bosses in this game, but there's one that made me quit the game because of how bad my experience was. Arch Inquisitor Belisarius is his name, and Suffer and Torture is his game. You see, in my time, I've been known to have some controversial opinions about Souls bosses, and lately Elden Ring bosses, but after experiencing the Arch Inquisitor, I never want to criticize From Software ever again on their boss fights, because I didn't know how low the bar could actually be. He's that bad. In this particular boss arena, there's 4 stationary summoning statues that are basically invulnerable. They are stationed in the 4 corners of the playing field, so you can never keep all of them effectively in your view. Their job is to spawn magic projectiles of various forms to damage you. One of them does a ground slam attack that sends a shockwave through the whole arena. One of them summons a damaging zone beneath your feet every few seconds, which causes you to constantly be running. The third one creates an always growing damage aura, which after 6 or 7 minutes swallows the entire arena. And the final, most annoying summoner is called Storm of Judgment. This dude summons a rotating bullet hell projectile spam attack that sprays across the entire
A_OK.
arena. This move seems
Welcome
to
to
be
my
the dev's
channel.
favorite because it activates every 3 to 4 seconds. I hope you like dodging things that are not on screen, because that's exactly what these 4 invulnerable mobs do. On top of this, your actual goal is to deal damage to the main Arch Inquisitor, but after he takes a few hits, he actually summons another clone of himself and is constantly aggroed on him. I need to collect my cool. This is just so freaking bad. Hold on. Up to this point in the game, I faced so much BS and buggy glitches and horrible fights that I was still determined to finish it for some reason. I was 3 or 4 hours into fighting Arch Inquisitor and barely scraping his health bar away with my maxed out gear and dying over and over again, but my stubborn motivation just ran dry at this point. It's completely fair to say that if I wasn't making this video, I would have never tried to finish Arch Inquisitor brokenness here ever again. Honestly, I was done, but I did it for the sake of this long critique. So if you like it, I'd appreciate you letting me know. Maybe I'll make some more. Anyways, this bitterness against these bosses is coming from someone who enjoyed a Millennia, no magic, no Bloodhound step, melee only grind, by the way. I appreciate a fair challenge, but I realized at this point I wanted to quit because I was dying because of the developer's fault, not my own. I eventually was able to beat him, only because of one extremely broken bow item that essentially summons in 7 aimbot arrows and shoots them all at the boss. Rinse and repeat this 25 times while constantly dodging the spells, waiting out the 20-second spell cooldown on my bow, and yeah, I beat him. Even so, my victory felt extremely unrewarding, like it was all a waste of my time. You could take that exact same sentiment for Valerius and apply it to any of the other boss fights in this game, and it would still be true, depending on whether or not you have a broken item that trivializes fights. Why have any variety of weapons at all if the players are forced to use a select 1 or 2 broken weapons to compete with any of your endgame enemies? So much more could be said about the buggy or glitched out attack animations of bosses, or the many AoE health draining effects in this game, but I honestly think I'll leave those stones unturned just so we can move on to the also frustrating character movement. You've probably been able to tell from watching some of my gameplay that the character handling is sluggish and zippy at the same time. I think both these things shouldn't be possible, but Bleak Faith manages to pull it off in the most unsatisfying way possible. The sluggish side comes as a result of my dude's relationship with the frictionless ground. As soon as I started playing the game, I noticed that my character was sliding instead of walking. It felt like instead of a gritty, sturdy ground beneath me, I was actually walking on a slate of ice. This meant that the smallest cracks of the ground would send my avatar flying off the edges of the many sheer drops. And every single one of those falls, guess what, results in an instant death and resets you back to your last checkpoint. This being my very first experience with Bleak Faith, in combination of not being able to use a controller, actually correctly set the stage for my rest of time with the game. Moving in this game feels like your character has momentum cranked up to 300% at all times. I don't understand why or how this is. Probably to make some of the platforming sections possible, I'm not sure. But what I am sure of is the 300% inertia effect does not combo well with enemy engagements. One of the first mobs I found was a red-plated robot that chased me down and leapt towards me. Then a bright white light flashed before me, and I could see my character flying off the map to my unavoidable death. This was one of my first combat experiences. The radius on the red robot's explosion is very large, and you have the pleasure of dealing with him for a good portion of the first act when you're still getting calibrated to this game. The effect this mob has on your body reinforces my theory that momentum is turned up by 10 notches in Bleak Faith, and I don't know if this is even intentional. You see, another bug I encountered was some sort of issue with how the game's frame rate greatly affected my avatar's movement. If you set the game to a lower capped frame rate of, let's say, 60 FPS, your character will move very slowly. But if you set it up to your monitor's potential of, let's say, 144 Hz, your character will zip around like a mosquito in a windstorm. Seeing my heavily armored character weightlessly whiz back and forth really is something that breaks the immersion for me. I don't know about you. So, considering that all these small things aggregate together into a larger, messy slop, it's not hard to see why I feel exhausted and annoyed by this substandard movement. How does the player movement affect the combat, you ask? Well, I brought it up, so let's address the combat. I wanted that classic Souls-like back and forth swinging, that crisp roll around them and swipe at their butts type gameplay. Well, Bleak Faith doesn't have it. Your combat style is based on what type of weapon you choose, much like the rest of the Souls games. If you want a heavy attack, pick the big sword. If you want to do range damage, pick the Technomancer staff. You obtain items by fighting them in the open world, or by defeating a foe and pick up the weapon that he has. There's actually a surprising amount of variety of weaponry at your disposal. In my playthrough, I picked up the weapon dropped by the first boss, which was essentially a colossal great sword with a unique boss weapon ability. That was cool. I could jump into the air and slam back down, creating a damaging shockwave on cooldown. In a weird way, this is like an unintentional RPG, where you must have certain items to defeat bosses. I say unintentional because it seems like there's a variety of weapons and perks to choose from, but the sad reality is that the late game enemies and bosses are so broken that I literally cannot imagine them being beaten in any other way besides using one very specific build. It seems unintentional because of all the variety of options you have to choose from, and to tell you the truth, it's just bad design. But if I squint my eyes hard enough and look at Bleak Faith as though it's a game like The Legend of Zelda, where you literally have to use the boomerang to defeat a certain boss, I could see it maybe working in a different title, but not this one. Once again, I don't recommend this game at all. The combat honestly makes Dark Souls 2 feel like Sekiro in relativity. I know I'm bashing on DS2, but I actually have a point to make here. You know how a lot of people don't like that game because it's so-called artificial difficulty because there's too many enemies on the screen at one time? Bleak Faith took that to heart and said, we can do worse. I noticed this especially in the very first and last areas of the game. As you push into a zone, oftentimes 3 to 6 enemies get triggered and start crowding in on you. And guess what? This isn't some Batman Arkham Asylum type game where you can fistfight 24 Gotham baddies at once. No, this game is you slamming your big fat sword into the ground and waiting for your stamina bar to fill back up before you can strike again, one by one. This isn't freaking Diablo, where you walk into a dungeon and incinerate all the mobs with holy fire. This is you can lock on to one person at a time type game. If you're so keen on having me face 5 enemies at once, you need to make a combat system where I can engage with that. In practicality, there's really only 2 ways you're able to deal with the crowds in this game. Option 1 is to fight 6 people at once and guess what? Die. And they all do the exact same staggered move. Or option 2 is to just run past them. Let's talk about the types of foes you'll see. There's a variety of mob types that are mostly confined in each new zone. A lot of enemies are grunt level fodder to keep you occupied, but there are giants and other mini-bosses that do a decent job at breaking up the monotony. Perhaps you've already spotted this in the footage. The mobs almost never fit in with their respective areas, visually, at least in my opinion. This actually reminded me of how some games will let you see like your own self-made character in a cutscene, and he has like a purple head and is wearing the Jester armor set for some reason. Well, a lot of the mobs in this game made me feel that same sort of comical disconnect when seeing them out in the world for the first time. The biggest example of this is after I unlocked the main hub area. All around me, I see this cool setting of a rundown, rainy city center. But then, I turn the corner and see Leaping Larry over here, equipped with a harvesting scythe. Yeah, that just didn't really jive with what I thought to have found in this cityscape. Sometimes the mobs are a hit and fit right in with their surroundings. The ocean zone, called the Deluge, for example, actually has dudes wearing diving suits, and they have fishing spears as weapons. That's an example of an enemy type done right. And I wish the storytelling using this setting was more incorporated into the game. You see, the devs obviously put a ton of thought into the geographical placements of levels and how they are connected. Why would you not put more thought into the types of enemies one would expect to inhabit the creatures you'll be fighting have what I call balloon animal animations. It's hard to explain exactly without seeing it, but they move like they're in chest-deep water, but they're also really quick at the same time. Their floaty feeling looks cheap, which is again reinforced by how many enemies get stuck in the map, or just completely clip through the walls altogether. Something like that is admittedly kind of fun at first, but when you're just trying to finish the game, it honestly becomes frustrating seeing it so many times, because you're not sure if you need to worry about an enemy glitching through the wall next to you, because maybe he's gonna one-shot you and set you back 15 minutes. I know a lot of games do have bugs, and it's understandable, and they eventually get fixed, and I hope Bleak Faith does that as well. Glitches are pretty much just the nature of the industry sometimes with gaming, but in this game, they are so baked in and so constant that I honestly have a tough time imagining this game without time will tell, I guess. On the topic of mobs, it's time we have to rant about certain red knights that if you've played this game for some reason, you'll know exactly what I'm about to say. Let me paint the picture of how much suffering they cause. These red knights seem to spawn into the game after you've defeated 3 main bosses. I'm not sure what the lore reason is, but they will invade your world and start roaming around old areas you've already beaten, as well as the new areas you haven't yet conquered. These tomato-looking demons are essentially the Black Knights from Dark Souls 1. If they had 500% the health and 300% the damage output, they will chase you and they will one-shot you. Only at the very end of the game did my character have good enough armor and health to tank 2 whole hits from them, which is ridiculous. Why not just kill them, you ask? Don't you have a comically large sword strapped to your back? Well, check out my sick damage output on these guys. These red knights are so overtuned and are just balls to fight due to their insane stats. And most of them will actually guard the tunnels back to specific checkpoints just because they know you're going to have to use them to extract out of that zone. I know Mortal Shell had the same sort of system where you defeat the boss and have to return its soul back to the drop zone without dying. And I actually think this is a fun idea that turns the usual gameplay on its head. It gets you to plan out your routes and put some forethought into how aggressive you want to be attacking versus defending. Bleak Faith once again does this fun formula wrong by making it impossible to interact with the checkpoint if there's any enemies nearby. Yes, that includes the 10,000 HP tomato mites that will one-shot you. It's just dumb and forces you to resort to the cheapest tactics possible to get them out of your way. I had to lure one up an elevator shaft, which was kind of fun in the moment, but at that point, aren't you just avoiding the game instead of playing it? All in all, unless you get lucky with some glitches or bugs, after beating a really tough boss fight, you have to go through the torture of fighting all the mobs in the level over again in order to safely return to the hub. It's annoying. These are just a couple of the reasons Bleak Faith's combat and enemies were abysmal to me. Really, abysmal. There are pairing mechanics and rolling mechanics maybe you can use. There might even be more gameplay mechanics that I don't even know about, because like I've said, the game doesn't really even teach you what you have to work with. It's annoying, because the game will fill your screen with a pop-up tutorial like in the middle of fighting that's meant to teach you a mechanic, like weapon chaining attacks. But the problem is that you only see these text tutorials one single time. If you close them at first like I did, because I was in the middle of combat, you can't find them ever again in the menus. Nowhere are you able to access these decently important mechanic tutorials. Maybe there was one that taught me how to equip a freaking shield in the game, and I just didn't see it. Overall, the combat is pretty much atrocious. I don't know, I'm just kind of over it at this point. Like the title of my video says, I really think this game could have been the first Souls-like masterpiece not created by From Software. I know I spent a lot of time highlighting the bad, and that's because there's a lot of it. But I know that there is some genius here. I honestly could imagine an exploration-focused sequel. If it were up to me, I'd scrap all the focus on combat and weapons, and instead propose a tool collection system that would enhance the ways a player could explore your amazing world. Maybe this means finding a grapple hook after traversing a mountainous area. Maybe this means getting a pair of boots that allows the walking down to the ocean floor to find a sick water temple, and so on. This would capitalize so much more effectively on my burning desire to explore all the vast world in front of me, instead of forcing that god-awful combat system down my throat. I think the game should go from a failed attempt at a combat RPG to a shining example of a great exploration-type game. And I know this game was made by 3 people, and I didn't talk about that much in the review. But for me, knowing that there was a small dev team doesn't make the game more or less fun to play at the end of the day. I'm just being real. I can't imagine how hard it is to make a game like this. But from my perspective, Bleak Faith bit off more than it could chew. It felt like there was so much more this game wanted to do. But unfortunately for us, we got the bad ending. The bright side is that I'm actually hopeful for the future of the series. I know I've talked a lot of crap, but I really think there is genius in this game, and I hope to see more of it in a different project altogether. Thank you so much for sticking with the video this long. I hope you got some entertainment out of listening. Did you play Bleak Faith? You know, I've spent a while pondering this game, and to hear somebody else's thoughts in the comments would be awesome. I look forward to seeing them and responding to them. Subscribe if you'd like to be notified for the channel's next big critique. But for now, take care and see you next time.
Companies are already giving up on short-form content. Last month, Meta announced that they will stop offering
I thought something would happen. Hey everyone, today we're going through the Herculean task of ranking all of the stands in JoJo's. This is part 3, right through to the end of part 8. And I have a very specific criteria for how we're ranking them, because you can rank stands in a lot of different ways. You can go by power, you can go by cool factor, whatever you like. But today, the factor is if Araki came through my window with a stand arrow and said, I could grant you, my son, any one particular stand, what would be the best stand to get, and how would I rank them? So that's our criteria. If I got a stand today, just me, regular dude, everyday life, how good a stand is it? Well, actually, a lot of stands are based upon fighting, and really, that's not really much use to me. I don't really fight a lot of evil villains. Some stands are going to be far more practical in my everyday life, and some stands are just going to be like crazy, I'll box you, I'll beat you to death kind of thing. So it's going to be a very interesting type of ranking. Some of them are tough and still have a lot of good qualities to them anyway. So Star Platinum, for example, it's going to be the first one. You know, it's really useful in just a variety of situations. Yes, it can punch hard, but it's also got like crazy vision, and you can do like surgery with it and all sorts of stuff, let alone, you know, time stop, which is just, you know, just a generally kind of useful thing to have. So yes, that's the criteria. We're going to go through them each one by one. Again, pretty off-the-cuff stuff, so let's go. Let's crack in. So we've got our tiers here. They go from S right down to the Please No and the Nukes tier. Mainly we're going to be sticking around these tiers up the top here. The ones down the bottom are for stands that it would be more of a detriment to actually have. And then the Nukes tier is for stands that would probably be detrimental to both ourselves and everyone else if we were to get our hands on them. These are all stands as well. These are ranked in order. We go from the first stand of part 3 right through to the final stand of part 8. And with that, let's just get started. Star Platinum. Easiest. Star Platinum is, I think, objectively in the series called the best stand, at least up until part 6. It has amazing power, precision, strength. It can stop time. Debatably, it can make you fly, like at the end of part 3. And it has amazing eyesight as the other one. And I think that is just a suite of buffs that is just so useful in so many different disciplines. You could be using it to become an amazing doctor with the eyesight and the precision, or a great scientist, or like a great builder who can actually lift his own supplies and, you know, get everything sorted on their own. And just stopping time, just what a good power. You could just use that all the time. Next one is Magician's Red. I'm going to put this in the C tier. This is one of those good in a battle. Outside of a battle, all you're really using it for is summonable fire. And that is not really something I need in my day-to-day life. It could be useful if you're, say, going camping, or you get stuck in some Tuscan wilderness somewhere and you need to light a fire to keep yourself alive. But I don't really come across those situations much in my life, I'll be honest. So yeah, Magician's Red, that's going to sit in the C tier. There are worse stands than it, absolutely, but it doesn't really confer much of a buff. Next is Hermit Purple, and this will be the first D tier. Hermit Purple has the cheeky whips, and it can do spirit photography as its little like niche ability, and both of those aren't really that great. If you want something more combative, there are so many other stands here that will do that for you. And the spirit photography thing, really, when are you going to use that? You're going to use spirit photography to like track down your lost keys would probably be the most useful thing I could think of, because you're not really going to track down any people with it. You just call them. And if you're doing something sketchy trying to track someone down, then there are better stands for that. So yeah, spirit photography, and plus you got to smash a camera every time you use it, and that's going to be real rough. Like for just everyday life, you could actually, in hindsight, you could probably use this for like tracking down people who have gone missing, for example, and that could be quite a useful thing. So maybe it does belong up a little bit, but for the moment we're going to leave it down in D tier. Hierophant Green. This is going to be another C tier. It's got, you know, a couple of neat things. It's got the like coiling it can do to create like a web and figure out where things are happening around you, and it can kind of possess people to move around, which I guess would have some very niche uses in life. But overall, again, this is just it doesn't really confer much of a buff, so it's going to be down here in C tier. Holly's Stand. This is it called Holly's? Is it called Holly's Stand? Yeah, the significant name. It's Holly's Stand. Okay, Holly's Stand. This is a please no. The only thing we'd see it do in the series is take Holly out of commission and almost kill her. So yeah, who knows what powers it actually has. But yeah, I don't want this. I don't want to die. That sounds awful. All right. Tower of Grey, the Fly. This is another... Oh, this is another C or D. There's going to be a very arbitrary sort of distinction between them. But I'm going to put it in the D tier. This is a controllable fly that can move really fast. This is very much a combative stand, as I imagine a lot of these Part 3 stands are going to be. And combative stands, I just don't really need them in my life. Speaking of combative stands, okay, Silver Chariot. I'm going to say C tier. I think this has more utility than some of the D stands here. But again, this is just another combative stand that is really not much use outside of very niche scenarios. Next is Dark Blue Moon, and this is the first sort of underwater fishing stand. And this is probably going to be a D tier. I'm a very land-based individual, and funnily enough, a lot of the benefits that I would have associated with this stand aren't actually from the stand itself. So the stand can create whirlpools and control water a little bit and make barnacles and such. But it doesn't actually give you any... It doesn't give the user any capability under the water, it just kind of controls water. So in the series, the user is the one who has the incredible lung capacity on his own, so he can swim around. And the stand really doesn't help him in that at all. So yeah, another battle stand, it's going to be down here. Strength, a summonable ship that you can control. We're going in the B tier. This has a good use, but it's a very niche use. If I wanted to, summon a frigate to go and sail the seas, I could. I don't really... Do I really want to summon a ship that is completely dependent on my willpower to maintain? That seems like a very hard scenario. And if something happens to me and there's other people on the ship, then everyone is doomed. So yeah, I'm going to leave that in the B tier. I think it has a very strong niche utility. But since that niche utility is quite weak, it's going to end up in B tier. This is Ebony Devil. This is where Polnareff fights that evil, like, Chucky doll. And this is a D tier. This is another battle stand. You can go and sick it on someone you hate to kill them, and I think it's powered. I think the wiki entry says it's like powered by hate. And yeah, that's just not the way you want to live it. So we're gonna leave that down here. Yellow Temperance. Okay, Yellow Temperance gets up into the B tier purely for its shape-shifting ability. So it's got the evil acid powers, but also the fact that it can essentially make you shape-shift. That's a B tier. That's an awesome power. That might actually be even A tier, just for the shape-shifting power alone. The shape-shifting is freaking rad. Insert questionable comments about, how we look in ethics. Should we really change our appearance like that? But yeah, I don't care. That sounds awesome. You could make yourself taller, smaller, thinner, stronger, whatever you like. You can just look like you're ideal. Full stop. So yeah, that's an A tier, just for the shape-shifting alone. Hanged Man is next, and this is just another battle stand. It can attack things in the mirror, and yeah, battle stands, a lot of them are just going to end up in the D tier. I don't really have a lot of enemies that need murdering. Whole Horse, summonable gun. Now this has a lot more utility than these. I think a summonable gun is so much more useful, and I think straddles the line between B and C tier for me, because a summonable gun, you would just feel safe all the time. Like, you would never feel threatened by anything, because you have a summonable gun. But I guess by the same logic, you have, a summonable swordsman or a summonable fire chicken. So I'm going to leave it in C tier, because, yeah, it's just... if you're interested in, like, self-defense, most of these stands will do it for you. And yeah, Emperor doesn't really do much that these guys aren't in. Empress. This is a D tier. Putting a human body inside someone else's so it, punches them to death. That's a battle stand. It's going to stay there. What's this one called? Wheel of Fortune. Wheel of Fortune is this car. And unlike the ship, which seems to be completely manifested by the stand, the car itself is like a car, and then the stand inhabits and overwrites things of the car. So this is a D tier. You can see in the car itself, in the show, the car has fuel in it, and if the car didn't have to be fueled, and you could just drive around with it, no worries, then this would probably be like a B or an A tier, just because just to have reliable transport, you never had to fuel up. That would just be freaking amazing. Justice. This is another battle stand. This is good for killing large swaths of people, and yeah, I don't really want that, no thank you. But it also seems to be well within the user's control, so it doesn't fall down to any of these ones. Now, lovers could be interesting. So with lovers, whatever you do to one person, you can make it happen to someone else. And my question would be, is it just pain synchronization? So if it's just pain synchronization, then this goes down here. But if you could do other things, like that episode of Black Mirror where one person's positive experiences can be experienced by another, then it goes up here. but I think that would be a pretty rough assumption, a pretty bold assumption, seeing as really all we see the lovers do is snip things in the brain. So I'm going to leave this down in D tier, assuming that, you know, it's just a bad time for everyone involved. The sun. The sun. How would you feel about having a summonable sun on command? This, I think... Oh, this is a tough one. I would put this up in C tier, because there is more utility to this, but do I think it's a... Actually, no, this has to be a B tier. Maybe even an A tier. Because if you think about it in terms of like battle stance, this is definitely down here. But if you think about it in terms of I could create infinite energy, this is going to be like a S or an A tier. If you could make a summonable sun and just have infinite power of solar batteries, and the only thing really stopping it was just, you know, making sure you ate enough to keep up the willpower to do it, then this is probably way up here, way up here. The more I think about it, the better this stand performs, because there is just so many uses you can use for this. I'm going to leave it in A tier. I think the proper support and the proper channels around you, you could easily make this an S tier and do some crazy, amazing things for, you know, people in the world. So for now, we'll leave it in A. It probably does deserve to be in D. Death 13. Death 13 is probably going to be another S tier. With the sun, the issue was, you know, there's a lot of things that you have to sort of add to it to make it a really good thing. But Death 13, you could just do a lot with, because it controls dreams, and we only see it doing negative things, but it does have... It seemingly has no restriction of doing a lot of positive things as well. And what it also does is let other people come into the same dream to experience that. And so what you're essentially done is your stand enforces lucid dreaming, and it makes everyone else that you want come in and join you in the lucid dream. And that just sounds awesome. You could just do whatever you want, get a bunch of mates together, and then just go on like the craziest journeys of your life, because your stand can just manifest everyone into the dream. And that's awesome. S tier, S tier. Okay, next is Judgment. And Judgment is the wish-granting stand, but it's not exactly fully just getting a wish. What it does is it recreates the idea of your wish out of clay, and so it's a really horror representation of whatever the wish is made. That being said, this can also essentially make you infinite money, because the fakes it makes out of clay are genuinely... They look real, and they feel real as well. But I imagine if you are someone creating large amounts of fake gold, that's not really going to take you too far. So I'm going to put it in the C tier. I think it has more use than some of the battle stands, but probably not enough to make it up into the B's and A tier. Then we have High Priestess. And High Priestess can morph itself into a lot of different forms. We see it take like a gun, for example, or the giant underwater face. So this... this is... In my head, I struggle to think immediately of a lot of useful things that having like a transformable item become, you know? Because I don't know how complex it can get. Like, could High Priestess turn into a phone with Wi-Fi and Bluetooth enabled? And I have to put restrictions on it and say probably not, I would imagine. And so if it could, it would go up here, because I could just turn this into like a VR headset and, you know, play around with that for a while and then turn it back into like a phone or, you know, anything like that. But besides those, I don't think it's going to be that useful. So I'm going to leave it in C tier. Geb. Geb is next. Controllable water. This is a very small amount of water that can be controlled. And simply because it's only that small amount of water, I don't really see this being much use. It's another one of those really good battle stands, but not so good in real life. I'm going to leave it in D tier. The only thing that would possibly move it up is that you could save people who were drowning by, like, swooshing the water out of their throat and lungs. But besides that, yeah, not really that useful. This one is... this is the other shape-shifting stand, so this is going to be an A tier. This is a great stand. I think any sort of shape-shifting ability is awesome, and definitely goes up to the top. Then... This is Boingo's stand, both, and seeing the future and having this future comic that tells you exactly what's going to happen. Honestly, in two minds about this. On one hand, amazing, you can tell the future. On the other hand, horrible, because it might tell you things that you are unable to stop, and I personally feel a tremendous amount of guilt about this thing. But it depends how specific a thing you get, to be honest. Like, could you use those to completely manipulate the stock market and make just billions of dollars? I'm probably gonna put this up in an A tier. I think it's amazing, but there are some, the limitations of it are never really truly specified, and it might not really give you what you want to know. It might just give you, this person's coming into town soon, or, you know, things that aren't terribly world-changing on their own. So I'm gonna leave it there. Anubis is definitely a please note here, because the stand itself takes over the user. So if I got Anubis, I would just become Anubis, and that kind of blows. The magnet-related stand. Interesting. Actually, I haven't thought about this. Does the magnet stand control electricity as well, or is it just magnetism? It's just magnetism. Okay, D tier. It's a battle stand. Then we have the de-aging stand, and I am probably going to rank this higher than all these battle stands, because I can see a lot of good use out of this. Imagine going into like an old folks home and just letting everyone in there re-experience some youth for a while. I mean, the effects are only temporary, but just... Oh, actually, are they temporary? Because... Oh no, they definitely are. They definitely are temporary. And that would just be such a that's such a wholesome use of this. Just being able to let people, you know, just relive their younger days for a while. And that's just... yeah, that's a really nice... It's a niche use, but I think it's a really nice one. So definitely a B tier. Then we have Osiris, and this is Darby's stand. And this is another D tier. I see no really nice or wholesome use of stealing people's souls. So we're going to leave it there. Then we have Horus, which is the pet shop stand. And this is probably going to be a C tier, because it can clear things. It's not as strong as one of the other ice towers that is this one, which we'll get to later on. But, you know, it still has a little bit of niche, so we're going to leave it in C tier. This one is of the other Darby brother. And his power... so this one has a bit more use than the other one, because it also has soul stealing, but it also has soul reading, so you can see the honesty in people. And that is probably actually up in B tier. Being able to see people and read their honest intentions, that's so useful. You would become like the Matt Murdock of lawyers. You would just become like so good at lawyering and just telling, you know, figuring out schemes and seeing if people were lying to you or not. You would never get swindled. That's a really strong tier. This is the weak magician. This is the illusionist stand. And this one I'm also tentatively putting up in B tier, because there are a lot of fun things you could do with illusions. You would become the best magician of all time with this stand. And I think it has a lot more utility than just some of these battle stands. In everyday life, you could essentially design your room however you wanted all the time and change it around on a whim. Yeah, the illusions themselves are fake, but people experience them as if they were real. And so I think that's amazing. People might even put it higher, but I think B tier is a good spot for it at the moment. And this next one is a bit of a surprise. This is Vanilla Ice's stand. And honestly, I would put this up in... It's either an S or an A tier, because I think having the ability to create a hole in the universe solves a lot of problems. You would make so much money by going into random cities and being like, hey, I will get rid of every single, like, if I go to your dumps, I can get rid of all of this trash in like 2 seconds. All I have to do is just create a hole in the universe here. Just don't let anyone near me, otherwise I'll kill them. But besides that, you know, you would just solve a lot of problems. And like nuclear waste as well, you could just make nuclear power becomes not an issue, because now we have a place to get rid of the nuclear waste. We can just throw it into the stand, and then, you know, you're sorted. You're absolutely sorted. So yeah, I think it's really useful and has a good, strong capability outside of just yourself. Yeah, this is an XT stand. It's basically...
Urzul_Rules.
It gets the same reaction.
Welcome to my channel.
Okay, and that is all of the part 3 stands. Let's break into part 4. Crazy Diamond is amazing.
How is it going?
Stand. It has a lot of the familiarities, just like Star Platinum in the world.
Wait a second.
Welcome.
Let me find my...
Welcome.
You know what? Let's do an experiment.
What is happening?
Goodbye for now.
I'm gonna shut down my computer, I guess.
Hi. Question.
https://udo.be/vudarib_mjc. Watched this last night.
Yeah, that's
I watched
really
this.
specific, huh? Well, now there's an answer, because I,
right.
Jeffrey Day, have finished the 4th and last installment of my
You might like it.
Eternal-inspired soundtrack for a game that does not, and probably will not ever exist. This video is actually a very special one because my project Fight Between Realms has been more than a year in the making, and I actually added a little playlist down below in the video description if you want to watch all the other videos associated with this project. Now, the name of this series, Fight Between Realms, is reflective of the obvious plot points surrounding our lead protagonist, Regius. Yes, named after the guitar, who finds himself fighting in, across, or between realms. 4, in fact. And I did all of this world building mostly as an excuse to experiment with Argent Metal and try a bunch of different things, but that's not really important. Actually, you know what? Let's do a little realm recap right now. So there's Providence, the cyberpunk realm. Maker's Hand, the Wasteland Bandit realm. And Levitica Void, the remnants of a realm called Levitica, but now it's like a dangerous zone of chaotic space-time paradoxes. Now, finally, we're at the last realm, Horus. This is the realm of imperialistic humans who have genetically engineered themselves to be godlike, and who claim to have dominion over the other realms. Regius, again, named after the guitar, is a royal enforcer called a messenger, and he's from this realm. Now, as you probably expect, there is some character development that leads our Doomslayer, lead protagonist, back to his own realm to do battle. But look, here's the important question. What would it sound like if two sci-fi Olympian godmen battled in a Doom Eternal style? I can probably hear you saying, bro, you covered God of War twice already, give it a rest. And to that I say, this is no cover, my dude. The boss battle with Crown Faldus is like the Doom Eternal's Dark Lord fight, but he's actually Godfrey from Elden Ring, but also actually everyone is dressed up like the Atlanteans from Assassin's Creed Odyssey. You with me so far? Big dude, big warhammer, definitely would be a white-colored creature in Magic the Gathering. So just based on that description alone, I think it's pretty clear that what I had in mind from the beginning was to get a bunch of like trombones and violas crammed into Argent Metal. And that's exactly what we're gonna do. And it's actually tricky to get right though. You'll see in a second. You know, orchestral music and heavy metal have existed together for a long time. And also, you occasionally see orchestral music popping up in the EDM scene, but usually for very different reasons. So already you can see that orchestral instruments can be used to create a lot of different styles, depending on the role that they play. If you want to make scary monk death metal, hire an orchestra. If you want to make fantasy dwarf kingdom anthems, hire an orchestra. And I'm sure you can hire an orchestra to make whatever this is. Now this has gotten me really curious, so I actually did go and Google Doom Eternal orchestral covers, and a lot of different approaches. Some people program their instruments. And there were some hybrid approaches using like synths and drums as well. Links in the description for all of these, by the way. And there's one person I found, though, that I thought got way closer to the idea that I have than anybody else, and this is a creator named Victor Zinn. He did a whole orchestral metal suite for the Doom Eternal DLC, and it rocks. It's awesome. He's done a bunch of other good stuff too. You should definitely check out his channel. But the thing that stands out to me here that becomes clear when listening is that there are certain qualities of Argent Metal that seem to sort of get lost if you move too far in the orchestral direction. For example, a big difference between Argent Metal and an orchestral suite is the level of dynamics in the music. The former is very close to electronic music, which is to say it's unbelievably compressed. A side effect of this compression approach in metal is a kind of modern wall of sound effect, where the highs, lows, and mids of the music don't actually change that much in volume over time, even though it sounds like things are happening. And it's not like orchestral instruments don't have those high and low frequencies in their sound, but they're just not as present. You know what? Let's do an experiment. Here I have an electric guitar, and next to it, I have some low orchestral strings playing the same notes. As you can see, I have them roughly at the same volume. They sound quite different from each other, besides the distortion, obviously, but let's talk about why. So I'm gonna isolate just the high frequencies of the guitar. As you can hear, it's mostly noise, and it's kind of just always that way no matter what's being played, and the noise is quite loud. Now let's go to the string parts and isolate the high frequencies there. I mean, you can hear it with your ears, but it's even more obvious when we look at the meters here. The high frequency information of the strings just isn't even close to as loud as the guitars, even though a moment ago they were in fact playing at the same volume. You're mostly hearing the scratch of the bow on the strings, so those high frequencies actually jump up and down in volume. That's called dynamic range, and the guitar doesn't really have that. So if you've ever wondered why producers like the infamous OTT plugin so much, this is part of the reason why. Prepare your ear holes because I'm gonna use it on the strings and then compare the relative loudness and high frequency information against the guitars. I'm gonna warn you, it's gonna sound weird. Look at that, much more similar. I can do better though. Let's add some distortions, which will be our fake guitar amp, and then let's add an EQ, that will be our fake guitar cabinet, and... that's tasty. You can still tell that you're hearing cello and bass parts, but now the texture is right up in your face like the guitars were. Now, I'll just say it up front, I'm not actually gonna use the OTT plugin on everything because that's become some kind of running joke at this point. But I am gonna use a similar principle to put some of this kind of thing into this kind of thing, without sacrificing that completely slammed sound that we're going for. Okay, let's give it a try. Okay, let's begin. Like usual, I've started with a MIDI instrument sketch track. It's not meant to be good, but I know what I'm intending, and the important part is that if it doesn't sound like an arrangement worthy of Doom Eternal, then it's not ready for the next step. Messing around with the MIDI took a while, but I've started on the orchestra finally, and it's safe to say that I am an orchestral tools boy through and through. This video is not sponsored by them or anything, by the way, but I do really like digging through their libraries to find the stuff that supports this thrilling trailer vibe that I'm going for. Mostly looking at the trombones. I just want hundreds of trombones. Is that too much to ask? Okay, so an interesting challenge I'm having right now involves the drums. Shown here is TuneTracks Area 33. I'm using it mostly because I just wanted to try it out, but in order to make it sound more like it belongs in the same space as my orchestra, I swapped out my snare and my tom reverbs for Simplicity Berlin Studio. The wonderful thing about this reverb is that it models a multi-mic recording setup for orchestra in the Teldex scoring stage in Berlin. And why does that matter? Well, all of my string, horn, choir, and percussion libraries from orchestral tools were recorded in the Teldex space as well.
This sound, which is consistent across all Berlin City's collections, is also due in part to the cinematic recording setup we've established at the Teldex scoring stage in Berlin.
Speaking of orchestral libraries, my PC has a modest 32 gigabytes of RAM. On default settings, the gigantic drum sample library mixed with multiple gargantuan orchestral sample libraries caused, take a look.
What is happening? Come on! I'm gonna shut down my computer, I guess.
Okay, I just committed everything to recorded audio instead of playable samples. And, it hurt, but it's done. Just like every Argent Metal song, there's a tension and a release element in the form of risers and swooshes and stuff. Normally, I use synths for noise and effects, but I'm gonna try to stick with as much orchestral stuff as possible this time. After a couple of rounds of heated auditions, I found two good libraries for this. Threnody Strings by Sonic Couture and Thrill by Native Instruments. The first one, Threnody, is great for dissonant ambience and sustained type things. And Thrill is going to be my main, swoosh generator thing. Okay, at this point, I like where the design of the song is headed. There's a lot of orchestral elements, but something is kind of missing. It doesn't quite feel Argent, and I'm not super sure, but I'm guessing it's because it feels too real life. And if that's the case, that's easy. We just need more synths. What I'm thinking here is that hearing some obvious synth stuff makes this song a little more in line with the rest of the Fight Between Realms collection of songs. Okay, actually, I don't get to use these very often, but I have these Glitch Machines plugins that I think would be perfect here. I'm trying not to overuse them
Literally
because I don't really
unreal.
want the glitchy sound, but
Welcome
a
to
little
my
bit of
channel.
digital manipulation and layering can add a lot of movement to a synth. Nice, 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 nice. This song is sounding awesome, but
Is it on
I
the
still
wrong?
feel like something's missing. Maybe if I... Oh yeah, that was it. And just like that, I'm done with another song. So, without further ado, Crown of Oris from Fight Between Realms. Enjoy.
Goodbye for now.
Not bad.
I thought.
There he is.
He's hideous. He makes me sick just looking at him. Those big, bulgy eyes, that square body, those two buck teeth, and that stupid tie. Oh, but it looks good on you, SpongeBob.
Hello everyone, welcome to my review for William the Bat. This is a historical science fiction series written by Naoki Urasawa and Takashi Nagasaki, with art provided by Urasawa as well. It ran for 20 volumes, pretty typical Urasawa fare from 2008 to 2016. A series, of course, I've had my eyes on for quite a while because I am quite a big Urasawa fan, with the 3 big series I have read from him being among some of my favorites, particularly Monster and Pluto. I love this guy's work so much, and I had only heard really good things about Billy Bat, but all these years I was kind of hoping for an English release, which we never ended up getting. I don't know how likely it is, we'll talk about that later. But listen, man, these are the final months of the channel here. I want to go, I really wanted to take a look at this one and talk about it with you guys. So here we go. Billy Bat begins in the late 1940s and follows a Japanese-American, Kevin Yamagata. Kevin is an up-and-coming cartoonist with his published comic series, Billy Bat, gaining quite a bit of a following in America. It's the story of this wisecracking, goofy-looking bat character who solves mysteries. Now one day he meets someone who recognizes his Billy Bat, but not from his comic. He claims to have seen the exact same character when he was deployed in Japan. And this concerns Kevin a little bit, because he has been to Japan before, and he fears that he may have seen this character and subconsciously plagiarized it for his comic. He doesn't remember ever seeing it before, but he can't be sure. And this leads him to take a break from his comic and travel all the way to Japan to get to the bottom of it. And yes, not only does he find other instances of his bat appearing before, he also discovers that it is connected to a conspiracy that involves murder, cover-ups, prophecies of the future, entire portions of history potentially being a lie, and the power for one person to rule the entire world.
Welcome to my channel.
Not quite what he expected. Not really what I expected either. Now, I'll admit, the story took a while to kind of sink its teeth into me, because it really jumps around a lot at first. To a pretty wild degree, it's going all over the place, all throughout history. It's following a bunch of random characters I didn't really understand why we were seeing at first. But you have to bear with the series, because once it finally clicks, once you finally realize how everything is connected, it does a fantastic job setting the stage and the groundwork for this story. A story which, as to be expected, was pretty fucking great. It spans decades and follows Kevin as well as multiple other characters as they, try to decipher the mysteries of this Bat character and how it's connected to events that have happened throughout history and that are currently happening and going to happen throughout history. Yes, this is a story of conspiracies and conspiracy theories involving ones that you've probably heard about before. Something the series is constantly doing is setting up like in building up to these big historical events that you know, but showing another side to them. A side that is quite often unexpected. The fact that they include real historical events really adds to, I think, the tension and suspense of this series, because you yourself know what's about to happen and know what the consequences of these things will be, but the characters might quite not know that yet, so it all just adds to the engaging thrill ride of this manga. Now this, I can see it coming across as a little bit sketchy to some people, because here you're taking these, you know, big historical, often tragic events and being like, oh, this is how you were told it happens, but this is how it actually happens in my goofy manga about a Mickey Mouse satire. But I honestly thought that most of these instances were in fine taste. I don't think this manga really undermined the tragedy of any of these real events at all, and I did like how things were still open-ended just enough where things weren't always set in stone, and you were still often left to come up with your own conclusions about certain details. What's interesting though is that I found most of these feelings of suspense I felt came from the fact that I was pretty well versed in the stuff that was going on. All the big historical events and drama that the series touches on, I had learned about previously and I knew pretty well. But I feel like if you don't know these things, then the series might not hit as hard for you. Because it does really depend on you knowing a lot of these things to be impactful. That being said, if you aren't well versed with many of these things, I feel like the education system failed you. So I don't really see this as a knock against the series. It's more like you're just an idiot. So yeah, I thought a lot of these things were just expertly handled, and they really tied into the overall themes of the story super well. Commenting on war, governments, capitalism, of course media, holy shit, at the center of this whole manga is an extremely critical satire of the Walt Disney Corporation, and they don't actually use Disney's name or Disney characters, but holy fucking shit. The lengths that Urasawa and Nagasaki go to make a point about this is wild, and I fucking loved every minute of it. Now all of this makes up like the huge portion of Billy Bat. Like the big ideas, all the crazy shit that's going on. But there are a handful of smaller stories being told in Billy Bat as well. Kevin, while he is caught up into something much bigger than himself, at the end of the day is a comic book artist who likes to draw comics. And he likes to have integrity in his work. And the series does actually spend a good amount of time exploring the lives of comic book writers and mangaka, their philosophies. Kevin is far from the only artist in this manga. Artists play a big role in the story. And it was always interesting seeing how they differed in their methods and how they interpreted everything that was going on around them. As Urasawa is known for, there are tons of twists and turns in this one as big secrets get revealed. It is extremely well paced. It's quite long at 20 volumes, but it never feels long. It's a very easy binge. You're always excited to find the next piece of the puzzle and see how more things connect to each other. Like 20th Century Boys, this manga is constantly just completely pulling the rug out from under you and completely changing the status quo of everything you have known up to this point. Now, for a lot of manga, this is a death sentence. When the readers are super comfortable with certain characters and certain things happening, it can be very difficult to just suddenly do a massive shift on them. But Urasawa and Nagasaki proved to be masters at this, as whenever this happened, they instantly engage you right away again, presenting things that are as interesting as what you've been reading this whole time. And it just keeps things super fresh as the story continues. Urasawa really just wants to get his point across and then move on. I really respect him for that. There's rarely any bullshit in his stories. Anyway, as the series goes, we're of course building and building, crazy shit keeps happening, and we come to an ending. A very interesting ending, and much like the rest of the series, a very bold one. It's not really a classic climax you would expect in the slightest, especially considering some of Urasawa's other works. It leaves a lot of things open-ended. I think a bit too open-ended in some aspects. There were definitely a lot of satisfying conclusions to certain plot lines and character arcs. And while I appreciate a lot of the open-endedness about some of this stuff, I mean, there were some stuff that I kind of just didn't want to know the truth about, and in that aspect it delivered. But I also did feel a little bit empty
at certain aspects. I also noticed that there were some like smaller things that the series had been kind of setting up that we never really heard back from. There's this whole thing involving Michael Jackson that was kind of just like a small subplot that didn't really seem to matter, but they just kind of dropped it, so I was a little bummed out about that. So I kind of did want to see where it was going. So it wasn't really an ending that got me super excited or gave me chills, but it was definitely it was a good enough conclusion to this wild, wild web of mysteries. Now, there's a lot I can't say about this character. There's a lot I cannot really talk about here. Remember 20th Century Boys, there were like some major characters I couldn't talk about, and if you read the series and you knew why, it's the same deal here. It also involves a lot of historical figures that I don't want to mention as well. Kevin is a great character. He's very passionate about his comics, wanting to make people smile, and wanting to get to the bottom of the Billy Bat mystery. Following him for so many decades really shows how much he grows as a character, and I thought it felt all very natural. I wouldn't really say he has as good of development as other Urasawa characters, as, you know, the story is so big and follows so many other characters than just him, but he was really enjoyable to follow. Another character I can talk about, Jackie, who is a fan of Billy Bat, who's sort of thrown into this whole web of conspiracies with Kevin, and seeing how a completely different character from Kevin reacted to everything was always fun. There are a lot of mysterious and shady individuals involved in the things going on here. Agent Smith is one of them. He's more of an ally to Kevin, and while his story is a complete mystery, watching it unravel was very satisfying and cool. The same can be said for Karusu, another shady individual, not on Kevin's side. His story was also fascinating. I really loved how it ended. And there's Chuck. I don't want to say anything about this character because it's just... but he is definitely probably the most fascinating character in this series. I wouldn't really call him my favorite because he's not really he's kind of a piece of shit. But, oh my god, the places this man's, like, once you learn certain things about this man, it completely changes your view of absolutely everything that's been going on. And it's brilliant. It's so fucking good. Of course, I'm skipping over, like, massively important characters that I just can't talk about. But yeah, there's a lot to love here. I definitely was not disappointed in any aspect at all. As for the art, I've talked about Urasawa's work countless times before. With his series, I read getting newer and newer. His art just comes more and more refined. Excellent character designs all around. He draws everything pretty much as great as you need it to be. This story does have quite a bit of artistic flair, as it, you know, involves comics so much and the Billy Bat character. In fact, you often see, you know, snippets of the Billy Bat comic, and it's really cool seeing Urasawa draw in a completely different style, very cartoony and bouncy. He really, really nails it. And seeing other people take on drawing Billy Bat throughout the story was also really interesting, and really shows his skill as an artist, because he sort of had to, you know, play around with the style of this character, and have, you know, each person who draws him do it slightly differently, all the different appearances this character has. It was all really cool. He's really created a marketable character here, which was definitely the point. And, you know, if you were to go on and make a bunch of merch and shit of Billy Bat, it would probably be the antithesis of what the series is actually about. But that just goes to show that, hey, he did a good job. I want a Billy Bat plushie. Anyway, that was my review for Billy Bat. I thought this one was nearly perfect. There were a few aspects that, you know, I might have not been completely satisfied on or completely sold on. But yeah, another absolute home run from Urasawa. 9 out of 10. Let's go. Billy Bat does not have any adaptations or any signs of an English release. That's lame. And it's a little weird, honestly. This is a Kodansha manga, so if it were to come out in English, it would be on Kodansha. And it seems a little weird that they wouldn't have looked at it because of how popular Urasawa is. And I've heard people claim that the reason that this series doesn't have an English release is just the subject matter. Which... maybe, like, I can understand this series being controversial, and maybe Kodansha doesn't want any bad press, but at the same time, there is so much shit that gets published that involves the same things that Billy Bat does, and it is nowhere near as tasteful. So, like, fucking come on, you cowards, you little bitch babies. If you're ever feeling hopeless about any future for this series, just look into the mirror and say the words Billy Bat. Billy Bat, Billy Bat, grant me my wish, Billy Bat. make your wish, and hopefully all your dreams will come true. Thank you all so much for watching. You can leave your thoughts on Billy Bat in the comments down below, and I will see you all very soon for a brand new video.
I love to sing about the moon and the June and the spring. I love to sing about a sky of blue or a T for two, anything with a swing at two. And I love you. I love to sing.
Oh, children, it's him at the radio station.
Do major, both go.
Welcome.
Alright, what's going on, guys? The Armored Core 6 Fires of Rubicon gameplay trailer is finally here, which in turn means that all the leaks we've been covering over the past few weeks were correct. So we're gonna break down absolutely everything we can within this trailer. I'm gonna let it play through one time for those of you that haven't seen it yet, but man, does this game look absolutely awesome. There was also a new IGN interview with the producer of Armored Core 6 that provided a lot of new information, and I will do my best to communicate that through the trailer, because there are things here that are both applicable to longtime fans and the newcomers of the series. So before we get into the breakdown, I do want to let you know that I am going to be giving away a few copies of this game, and all you have to do to enter is be subscribed to the channel and leave a like and comment on the video. But now let's dive into it.
We're close to Rubicon. Wake the dog up.
Handler Walter verified. Activating cerebral coral control device. Augmented human C4621 has awakened.
One of the infamous Handler Walter's hounds. Interesting. You ready to climb the wall?
Call sign Raven. Priority subject for termination. High on the list.
A crow response from the generator. Watch out.
Why hide behind another's call sign?
Let's see how far they can fly. On borrowed wings.
Our trailer begins with an overview shot of space, which sets the tone for our story. Armored Core 6 revolves around the planet Rubicon 3 and a mysterious substance contained within that planet known as coral. Coral was thought to be lost after an entire system was wiped away in a cosmic disaster that turned it into a burning star. However, the substance coral has been detected on the planet after the disaster, and now extraterrestrial corporations fight over control of the substance. And we, the player, are a mercenary caught up in this conflict, and it appears that we're under the control of the handler Walter. Now, one important note about this story is that it is entirely new and has no connection whatsoever to the past games, and they made it very clear that as a newcomer to the series, Armored Core 6 is going to be the perfect place to start, which I think is very good news. We then get some panoramic shots of the planet Rubicon 3 and points of interest where our missions are going to take place. This is not an open world game, it's a traditionally mission-based style where you return to headquarters and the garage to customize your mech for the next mission after completing each one. In this last shot here, we can see very interestingly the remnants of this cosmic disaster and the fires of Rubicon themselves lighting up the sky, and I think the aesthetic here looks so cool. But in the next shot, we can see our pod from the beginning of the trailer falling down to the planet and our base armored core descending into Rubicon, where we can see that our character is named Augmented Human C4621. Now, one interesting point of information that we learned today is that Armored Core 6 is going to contain an optional tutorial where you can learn the basics of how the mechs function and the controls of the game, because there is going to be a high learning curve here. But in this tutorial, you can choose from various preloaded mechs of all different kinds of builds so that you can learn how the game functions and what kind of style you're going to like to take on your missions. So there's no need to worry about learning the controls before hopping into this game. It will be beginner friendly. Now the trailer cuts to a montage of combat, which is going to take up the majority of our time, and there is a lot going on here. But first off, let's just appreciate the From Software art direction, because this looks so good. I cannot stress that enough. But the combat in Armored Core is going to take you to every dimension. You're going to be simultaneously controlling vertical movement, horizontal movement, and multiple weapon systems on top of that, all while conserving things like ammo and momentum. Because the feeling the game wants to create is that you are the pilot, not the mech itself. So like I was saying, there's going to be a big learning curve here. So as we can see in these opening action shots, you're going to be fighting machines of all different shapes and sizes and dealing with attacks of all kinds. But this also translates to how you customize your mech. You're going to have extreme creativity here. Like we can see with these different kinds of mechs, utilizing things like machine guns, missiles, thrusters, energy shields, and swords. But we then get to see a new ability on this quadruped mech that sends out a shockwave that highlights enemies.
Welcome to my channel.
Highlighted here the sheer amount of creativity you can have in your build. I mean, this dude's got a machine gun, a minigun, and 2 different kinds of rocket launchers on his shoulders, on top of this unique leg style. So it's going to be a lot of fun to see what you guys come up with. The trailer then shows off how this quadruped base can be used to fly, and that's something that Ogura highlighted in the interview. The shape of your mech is not purely cosmetic. The parts you put on your machine need to be curated to how you want your mech to move, and this specific augmentation appears to be based on aerial movements, but we'll touch on that more in a minute. But we gotta highlight this droid Eka here. Man is straight up in the wrong universe. We can see a cool weapon here with this energy shotgun, which damages the enemy, and then the armored core moves in to finish off with a melee attack. As I was saying before, we're gonna be juggling multiple weapon systems, and that is gonna be very important. The next shot showcases an armored core with tank treads as a base, which Ogura specified is going to be a part that focuses on drifting. So if the mission calls for more horizontal movement on the ground, this might be a good pick. But here is a really important part of the trailer. Here we can see a fight between 2 armored cores that focus on close range combat. One is equipped with a shield and a flamethrower, while the other attacks with an energy whip. And this is one of the main aspects that's going to set Armored Core 6 apart from the games that came before. Melee combat is going to be a big deal, and something you're going to want to strongly consider when outfitting your own armored core. And it all looks super flashy, which I love. But moving on from that, we get this shot of a big machine worm, which may or may not be a boss fight, and then a shot fighting off multiple armored cores at once with this energy pulse. But then the trailer transitions to this cutscene, which I think is going to be very important. Here we're introduced to a new armored core that appears to recognize us, and speaks as if he's going to assist us in the next fight. Now, while the main story is going to be single player only, we might meet some allies along the way. And I do need to clarify that the game will have online multiplayer, but it'll be PvP only. Next, we can see what might be a boss fight with another armored core, as they specifically say they're going to terminate us. But in this big montage of lasers and explosions, we get some interesting story details. details. The dialogue here says, "Why hide behind another's call sign?" Now we learned that our call sign is Raven, which was the name of the mercenaries in the past games. However, since this is an entirely new story, I wouldn't read into that too much. But the final line here, "Let's see how far you can fly on stolen wings," I think is a crucial part of who our character is, and their relationship to these other corporations. It's a really interesting hook for the story, and man am I excited to learn more about this game. But as it turns out, the leaks were correct. This game is going to be releasing on August 25th, and we get a look at all the collector's editions, which are now available on Bandai Namco's website. But let me warn you guys, these are going to burn a major hole in your pocket, so be ready. That pretty much does it for all the new information we can glean here. I don't want to speculate a whole lot because, like I said, the facts are very few and far between. There are going to be a lot of differences in this game than past Armored Core games, although it is the same fundamentals. They did tell us that we have a lot more information on the way, specifically about multiplayer, and I imagine we'll learn more about the story as well as time goes on. But whenever all this comes out, I am going to be keeping you guys up to date right here on the channel, so make sure you're subscribed if you're excited for this game, and to enter the giveaway for a chance to win a free copy. But if you enjoyed today's breakdown, be sure to leave a like on it, and let me know your thoughts down in the comments section below. But with all that, I will catch you in the next one.
Goodbye for now. Welcome.
One of the most acclaimed and beloved mangas of all time, a run spanning over 30 years, 2 television adaptations, an entire movie trilogy, licensed video games, and even references in other beloved franchises. It popularized the edgy swordsman wielding a massive slab of metal trope, and it continues to influence works to this very day. So why the fuck can't they get Berserk right? Alright, so I need to disclose this before we go any further. I fucking love Berserk. It is my favorite thing of all time. Not anime, not manga, not even video game or series. Thing. I absolutely love it. And anything with even the slightest hint of Berserk in it gets me jacked up and excited. I put a lot of hours into Dragon's Dogma when it was on PS3, solely because it had armor sets and locations that were direct references to Berserk. To say this series ruined a lot of other stories for me would be an understatement. So many times I would sit down and try to get into stuff like Attack on Titan or Demon Slayer, just to name 2 examples, and I would constantly have this thought pop up into my mind. Yeah, it's pretty good, but Berserk did this better. It simply has everything I love in the story. Flawed, complex characters that are still human and feel like real people. Grotesque violence and action that absolutely holds nothing back. Lovecraftian cosmic horror mixed with dark fantasy in a way that meshes together perfectly. And a protagonist with one of the greatest character arcs I've ever seen. No, I'm taking a step further. The greatest character arc I've ever seen. And with all of these elements together, you would think a Berserk anime would be an uncontested masterpiece that would be up there with the legends like Cowboy Bebop,
Lime
Ghost in the
Pop.
Shell, actual
Welcome
works
to
of
my
art that
channel.
can be appreciated even by people not that familiar with anime. You would think that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, let's not beat around the bush. Berserk fans have it rough. Between the constant hiatuses and extremely unmarketable subject matter, there simply haven't been that many chances to really get it out into the public eye. Though with our current culture, I think it's actually for the best Berserk is not that popular. It's a massive cult hit, but it's not mainstream, and I thank God every day for that. Now, there have been attempts, yes, more than one, but this video is going to be discussing why said attempts either ended up as just okay, or completely fell apart and raped this series harder than YLAD with a bottle of Viagra. But before we get started, I want to go ahead and get some shill stuff out of the way. Since this channel is doing better than I ever thought it would, I decided to try and focus up on improving things as best I can. But with the current situation, TM, things are a bit strapped in regards to resources. Now, this is a universal thing across the board. Everybody is the exact same way. That's why even though I have opened a subscribe star to accept donations, I would sincerely only ask that you donate if you truly feel like this channel is worth the cost. There's a few rewards you'll get, such as being able to recommend shows for me to check out and review on the channel, which I'll take priority obviously above someone just putting a thing in the comments saying, hey, check this out, because you guys paid for it, meaning, yeah, I should probably get around to doing that as soon as possible. And you'll also have access to a Discord server where we can just bullshit and talk about video games all day. Still, my hope is to make enough money to start upgrading the PC and really put the money back into the channel. There's also some places you can follow me on social media, like Parler, which is full of people posting their links to their own channels and videos, and I'm pretty sure it doesn't actually have human beings on it. I'm also on Twitter, where you can watch me get into retarded political arguments that go on way too long, and then you start to resent me as you realize, man, this guy is actually kind of stupid and he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. And I'll agree. And in case I get the happy van treatment by YouTube, you can find all my videos on BitChute, which I update, I don't know, when I feel like it. Anyway, I have links to all of these things down in the description, so you guys can check them out at your own leisure. Now let's talk about Berserk.
Yep, that's me. I bet you're wondering how I got into this situation.
It isn't too much of an exaggeration to say the Berserk anime adaptations have been a mixed bag. Some people really dig the 1997 adaptation. The movie trilogy has its fans, and defending the 2016 anime is a felony punishable by death for both the accused and their loved ones. Personally, if I had to categorize each one, it would be 1997 anime at the top, movie trilogy, and not far below, and 2016 all the way down at the bottom. That's not to say there's a clear optimal path to take if you're getting into the series and want to check out an anime before reading the manga. Each one has serious problems, at least compared to the actual source material, and I want to go into detail to explain how each anime turned out and see how they stack up compared to the manga, because if you want to get into Berserk, you should really just sit down and read it. It's the best experience. And don't do that thing of, oh, I'll just skip Black Swordsman and start with Golden Age. Be a man and love edgy bullshit guts, you cowards. Anyway, the point is that no adaptation has been able to match the quality of the manga. Not even close, really. They all have their issues for one reason or another. Now, you can argue that really no anime can ever match up to the manga. It's a very subjective take, but there is some legitimacy behind it, especially with something like Berserk, where the art is so insanely detailed that it would take a hell of a lot of effort for an anime to ever match it. They can try, and 97 makes some good attempts, but the studio would probably go bankrupt trying to actually do it. But before we get started talking about the animes, I should probably talk about just what exactly Berserk is for people that don't know.
Are ya ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you!
Aye, aye, Captain!
You have now.
Gdje ste ono što?
Ja pričam, brate, a nisam uključio mikrofon.
Kako si shvatio da te ne čujem?
Pa zato što sam pričao jedno vreme sam sa sobom.
I onda si me pitao nešto i ja ono kao iskulirao sam te. Obično nisam toliko hladan prema ljudima, obično.
Da, nisam odznao.
Ništa.
Ajde malo da ti nabijemo neki
Rating.
pregled
A, ne. Jedan Italijan je to najbolje sročio, znaš, kaže, hoćeš likat, kaže, igratišta popularno, ja sam rekao, ne. Ne. Zašto? O čemu si pričao, Vlad?
Nema ništa, čekam da moji komšija jedan jako dobar čovjek, znaš, i
Naravno.
da mu razvedem nešto malo struje i tako to, i da mu razvedem neko crevo za klimu jer mu je važilo deo kuće. I on otišao da kupi crevo, a ja sam došao kući da dok on ne dođe da ne gubim vreme.
Aha, znači bio si kod njega
Da.
i onda si samo rešio da, kapiram.
A šta to zideš sad?
Ništa, nabacujem nasumično zemlju okolo. Pravim kao nasip.
A kao nasip?
Pa kao nasip. Zato što dok sam ja u podrumu i popravljam podrum, okolo se šetio i kao, što kaže Pero Deformero, zombi izlazi iz grobnice. Hoće da napadnu ljudi. Ma sad će da bude. Dok ja kopam podrum i betoniram, oni okolo gore čuju kako ja lupam i onda pokušaju da kopaju do mene. Međutim, ja sam to izbetonirao i tako je kodirana igra da najmanjom linijom otpora pokušaju da dođe do tebe. A najkraći put do mene je kroz zemlju, onda čujem kako kopaju, znaš. I kad čujem da blizu kopaju, onda izađem napolje, nađem koju su rupu iskopali i je zatrpam. Pobijem ih i zatrpam. Šta da radim? To igra pokušava da te malo izvuče iz kolotečine, jer ako bi samo kopao rupu, ništa se ne bi dešavalo.
Čekaj, a možeš ti da sadiš kao neko drvo da ti izgleda kao da ti nisi tu, da se kriješ malo?
Pa ova drva okolo, ovih 10-15 drva što rastu u liniji, to su se ja posadio. Posekao sam originalna drva i rasadio. Krompir.
Dobro, nego se možda mogu da napraviš da ti je baza kao da se ne vidi da se ne...
A ne možeš tako gusto da sadiš drva?
Aha.
Mora biti 4-5 blokova, jedan blok ti je otprilike metar ili pola metra. Znači 4-5 blokova širine mora biti između dva drveta. Na svaku stranu. Znači neće ni da raste.
Tensu underscore 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 underscore. Welcome to my channel.
Pa znaš šta, ja može da mi radi do... Pa znaš šta, zapravo mogu da rade svi, ali mogu da... Ali mogu da malo sporije radi, da. Ja imam onaj Kingston 2500 i on isto dobar. Jedan tera i to je gotova priča, to jest. Jeste. Sjajno. Sjajno jeste. Jest. I cene su. Pa jest. Jeste, nikad nisu koštali manje. Ne. Da. da vidimo šta pišu vesti s fronta. Opet bre u Ukrajini gepekuju ljude majkom.
U kom smislu?
Ne, nisam pitao to, ja sam pitao da u Ukrajini ono, znači gepekuju te lepo
I nemate.
I isporučite na front.
A, pa to je normalna stvar.
Pa kako normalna stvar bi valjda ono nema...
Pa kad je ratno stanje, no to je normalna stvar.
Kad dođeš od 500.000 ljudi, valjda ti ljudi treba da ustanu malo, da kaže, ej bre, stani malo, daj da vidimo neki mir, a ne ovaj Bahmut.
Čekaj, evo ti dobar primjer. Ja ne volim da se svađam i tako to, ali... Ja sam politički neopredeljen. Ne interesuje me koja je frakcija na vlasti. Bravo. I ne interesuje me ko gura kakvu politiku i koja partija gura što.
Belated one. Welcome to my channel.
I ne bijem se za tuđe
Alien
interese
gathering.
i da pokušaš da me strpaš u
Welcome to
kamion
my channel.
pod nekakvim izgovorom javne mobilizacije. Rekao bili puca ili me gure u zatvor, neću da... Mogu da uzem motiku ili sekiru i da prvo koji pređe preko mojih vrata s puškom da ubijem u glavu. Znači, to mogu da uradim.
Da neće da te pitaju ništa.
Ne moraju da me pitaju, nek me strelju.
Dođi da ti
Ne,
kažem.
ne, to je kao pesma od onoga kako se zove Rado Srbin ide vojnike, dva ga tuku, a trojica vuku. Mene bi morali da vuku.
Ove jadnike isto, znači samo ih gepekuju i nema, hoćeš, nećeš.
Pa ništa, to se može isto... to se može još bolje uraditi, znaš kako, Vlad? Znaš kako to može da se uradi bolje? Nađeš još grupu istomišljenika, njih 10-20 i napravite fino barikade na ulici. Pa nek dođu tenkom da izvlače civile, da ih vuku u vojsku. Tako bi se to isplati. To može tako. Pa nema potrebe da bežiš, zašto da bežiš? Ne želim. Znači, nisam te birao da budeš moj vođa. Znači, ne predstavljaš moje mišljenje političko i ne želim da se za tvoje ciljeve, da bi ti punio guzicu, razumeš, sa novcem, sa materijalnim sredstvima. Ne želim da se tučem za tvoje ciljeve. Ako neko dođe da napadne moje selo, moju sestru, branit ću se. Kaže, kasno je. Nije kasno, nikad nije kasno. Ne interesuje me. Nije ovo godina 1800 da ja idem okolo sa sabljom u ruci i sa lukom i strelom i da okolo branim granicu, razumeš?
Čekaj, ti si...
Moj komšija je profesionalni vojnik. Prima jebenu platu da bude profesionalni vojnik. Neka idu. On i svi ostali koji primaju platu od države, neka idu i neka umiru za otadžbinu. Ja neću. Plaćam jebeni porez već 15-20 godina i ja i ti plaćamo porez. Nek idu, nek se jebu sa tim jebenim porezom i sa svim tim što uzimaju narodu. Nek idu, neka biju ratove, neka ginu, neka pucu jedne na druge. Ne interesuje me. Ne interesuje me.
Ok, ti recimo pođeš na posao i u prodavnicu svratiš da kupiš sobu. I čekaj gdje da ispričam. Znači, pošao si na posao, svratio si usput u radnju da kupiš sobu. Oko tebe se stvara njih 5, kažu ti zdravo. Kaže, ajde ti lepo sa nama. I onda ti može da pođeš lepo sa...
Jesu li tih 5 u uniformi, Vlado, ili su civili?
Jesu.
U uniformi Vojske Srbije, na primjer.
2 su u uniformi, 3 su u civilu. I onda ti možeš se batrkaš kao riba, a možeš da pođeš lepo sve isto, jer te šalju odmah za Bahmut ili na neko drugo stanje. I nema izbora, znači moj posao je bio samo da ljudi nemaju izbor kad ih gepeku. Niko ne voli da ga, niko ko ko gepekuje.
Uvijek imaš izbor, Vlad.
Mene gepekuju.
Uvijek imaš izbor.
Kao što je Milan rekao i Neša isto, ako dotle dođe, brate, nemoj da si kući. Znači moraš da se negde kriješ. Da te ne bi gepeko.
Ne želim da se krijem. Zašto plaćam porez 15-20 godina? Zašto moj komšija ima od godinu dan, 365 dana, on je 100 dana na bolovanju na godišnjem. Sve o državnom trošku. Radi za vojsku Srbije.
Oni više nemaju vojsku.
Ko nema vojsku? A šta je s tim ljudima što su po kasarama, što primaju plate za to? Ne pričamo o Ukrajini, to me ne interesuje. Ne interesuje me.
Ima samo još možda 50.000 ljudi koji su spremni, plus ovi plaćnici negde oko 10.000.
Dovoljno.
To je nedovoljno.
Dovoljno. Za šta je dovoljno? Za globalni svjetski rat? Šta? Treći svjetski rat? Je za to dovoljno?
Pa nedovoljno.
Za kraj čovječanstva.
Meni je treba...
Priča. Jedva te čujem negdje. Šta?
Meni ne treba više recimo 100 do 150 vojnika.
Dobro, šta bi ti uradio? Napravi bi državni udar, šta? A ti bi išao u drugu državu, ali da se svetiš?
Više 50 vojnika da kontrolišem cijelu situaciju na frontu. Ali vojnika...
Koji će da te slušaju, da ginu za tebe.
Ja bih sad ima. Znači, ako ja kažem to i to selo će razgazimo, neće kamen na kamenu ostane. Kamen na kamenu ne ostaje. Znači, više 150 ljudi.
Vidiš, tu se i ti ne bismo složili, pošto bi ja rekao odmah stani malo da razmislimo. Mene bi prvog streljao, zato što bi počeo da diskutujem s tobom o tome.
Mogu da idem samo da pomognem Ukrajincima da se brane od agresora. Kao što su se Ukrajinci borili za nas i tokom rata u Hrvatskoj i tokom rata na Kosovu. Sve Rusi su preranjali ustašama oružje. Sam ruski ambasador je rekao.
Gdje si, Moris? Da.
I ruskog goveda koji je ambasador u Hrvatskoj rekao da Rusija nikad nije do... Milane, slušaj.
Čekaj. Nek ispriča on. Aj Milane, reci.
Ona čuti dok priča. I sam ruski ambasador koji je u Hrvatskoj je rekao da Rusija nikad ne bi dozvolila da Hrvatska uništi, niti ti dozvoliti da bi uništila. Toga, Rusija je moj neprijatelj. I ruski narod je moj neprijatelj. I mora da bude uništen.
Ej. Kakve reči, ti bi genocid pravio.
Ne pa, bez zezanja. Jer si na stranu mog neprijatelja, ti si moj neprijatelj.
Po toj logici.
Pazi, ima sličnosti Belada, ali... Evo kaže Saška na prvi pogled ima sličnosti.
Been marked with the brand of sacrifice. The lives of those who bear
znaš koliko uzela Saška za glasanje?
to the last moments of your agonizing death will feed life
Prvi put je bilo prilike da dobije 600 evra državljanstvo. To je toliko...
davali su čak i državljanstvo.
Berserk is the action horror dark fantasy manga written and illustrated by Kentaro Miura. It follows a mysterious warrior only known as Guts. Missing his arm and an eye, Guts wanders around the kingdom of Midland, constantly hunted by malevolent demons that try to kill him every single night. He eventually meets up with the small pixie-like elf named Puck, who decides to follow his journey after Guts unintentionally saved his life. There, more details about who Guts is come to the surface, and you find out that he was actually a mercenary working for an army called the Band of the Hawk, which were betrayed and sacrificed to demons known as the God Hand by their leader, a man named Griffith, who became a demon himself after the betrayal. So Guts is on the warpath to kill the God Hand and especially Griffith, absolutely consumed with vengeance and bloodlust. This is just the basic concept because there are already an insane amount of details I haven't mentioned purely for the sake of time and spoilers. If I had to break Berserk down to a single sentence, it would be this. Berserk is a shonen battle series brought into grisly reality. Well, hyper-reality, but you get my point. The manga started in 1989, where manga and anime were a lot more unrestrained in regards to sex and violence, even for something like a shonen series. If you watch the original Dragon Ball anime, not Z, the one before that, you'd be surprised at how many adult jokes and violent murders are in a show supposedly made for kids. Well, kids is a low term, because shonen can apply even to older teenagers. Fist of the North Star is considered shonen, but if you read it today, you'd think it was always made for adults. And of course, Berserk was also heavily inspired by that and the works of Go Nagai, the author of things such as Garbo and Devilman, which were key series that led to the creation of the seinen genre. Berserk is similar, but it doesn't even pretend to be shonen. It's heavy seinen right from the get-go, but there's an interesting way it builds the story. It wouldn't be too out of the wheelhouse to say that Berserk takes elements from shonen and of all things shoujo manga and mixes them together. As it turns out, Miura is also a fan of shoujo manga. Yeah, the dude that makes stuff like this and this enjoys stuff like this. So Berserk is sort of a sum of all of its inspirations, but mixed together in a way that really feels fresh and original. You have an emphasis on characters and their emotions like you see in a shoujo manga, mixed with fast-paced, high-intensity fight scenes like you see in a shonen. Just drizzle some graphic violence, sex, and mature themes on top, and there you go, that's Berserk. It's a story that, if even slightly restrained, would feel completely different, which is actually something to bring up with the later chapters. That the JRPG fighting One Piece pirates was stupid, and that the mermaid lolly is annoying and only exists for Naruto to have a crush on her. Plus, the whole arc didn't even really get that good until Guts killed Cthulhu. Nothing I said was fake. Literally all of this happens. In fact, there is a shonen version of Berserk. It's called Demon Slayer, and that... Yeah, I'm gonna need to talk about that eventually, but I can already feel the dislikes. Long story short, Demon Slayer would be amazing if Tanjiro wasn't such a bitch and the story actually let him fight, and not stumble around like a retard until his plot bullshit powers makes the bad demon go away. I wasn't kidding when I said it's okay, but Berserk did it better. And the reason I think it's better is simple. The characters and the writing are excellent. Berserk intentionally avoids a lot of the cliches you see in countless other action mangas. You see characters stand around giving a monologue before they fight. This is usually interrupted by somebody rushing in with their sword and hacking a dude in half. Typically that's Guts. You have a bad man say something like, "I was just holding back so I can enjoy the fight." Well, anytime this happens, it's before they transform into a literal monster, so you actually kind of believe what they're saying. Plus, Guts isn't trying to be the best or the strongest. The dude just doesn't want to die. Honestly, before he even goes full Black Swordsman, he wasn't exactly Goku. He just really likes to kill people, and is batshit insane after a lifetime of traumatic experiences. Guts simply wants to be left alone, but the rest of the world refuses to do this. He's closed off from other people and is more likely to cut your head off than give you a handshake. If you just passively look at the character, you'll probably just write Guts off as an emo loner swordsman, the kind of guy that would unironically go, "Heh, nothing personnel, kid." And in all fairness, he has more than one moment where he does exactly that, but it works for Guts because the entire story is built around exploring what made him as a person. You follow his entire life, from the day he was born, his time as a child soldier, to him as a grown man hunted by demons. He's given context for every single one of his actions. He's antisocial and aggressive towards others because he's lost so many people he cares about, not even mentioning the times he's been betrayed by the ones he looks up to. His character arc is insanely good. You see so much of what made Guts the man he is during the opening chapters. He doesn't have just one event that ruins his life. The dude has at least 3. Guts is thrown into absolute despair numerous times, and every single time he has to claw his way out and keep moving forward. But it starts to take more and more from him. He goes from being abused by his adoptive father, who blames him for the death of his mother after she contracted the plague not long after finding him, to having a very bad thing happen to him after said father sold him to another soldier in their camp, and because he took the time during a battle to kill his rapist in retaliation, he wasn't able to save his father from losing a leg during the fight, making the man become far more cruel and sadistic towards Guts. Yeah, Guts was literally raped as a child, and it isn't anywhere near the worst thing to happen to him, which fucking says something. The guy is a violent, vicious lunatic that kills ungodly amounts of people. He's not above torture. He's cruel towards children, and all around just seems like an evil prick. But that's where the context of his past comes in. It shows you exactly why he's acting like this in the beginning. He's cruel and mean towards everyone around him because he can't get close to anyone. If he developed relationships with others, he'll be forced to watch them die agonizing deaths. Now, this might sound like a complete nihilistic mess of a story, and I admit that the atmosphere is pretty heavy in the beginning. There's not a lot of hope going around. That's why characters like Puck exist in the first place, who exists as sort of a comedic relief character that's willing to butt heads with Guts and act as sort of the angel on his shoulder. But Puck wasn't there to help the guy out during Golden Age. Nobody was.
But at least now it can't get much worse.
But it did get worse.
Guts' childhood is beyond tragic, and it completely explains why he has trust issues the way he does. That makes his time with the Band of the Hawk very heartfelt and engaging. The man finally leaves his shell and allows himself to be vulnerable around others. His romance with Casca, the only female soldier in the army, is very nice to see develop. Sure, it starts off as the typical tsundere, she hates every fiber of his being and he's just the same shit, but events cause the two to bond, and they become willing to develop intimacy with each other. There's time taken to flesh them out as characters, and see the two connect. In fact, I'll even go so far as to argue their sex scene is one of the greatest written period, because it's not just there for shock value or titillation. There really is a beauty in watching these two broken people comfort one another, especially when you find out that Guts' issues as a child didn't go away. Everything that's happened to him was not forgotten. All the trauma and sorrow the dude's been bottling up for years rocket to the surface, and even though both characters are completely butt-ass naked in the middle of the woods trying to fuck, the scene becomes very heartfelt and emotional. It's the reason I'm so picky about the adaptations, because when done right, Berserk is something beyond special. Guts, in my opinion, is one of the greatest characters, period. He's so human with all of his struggles, and even though on paper he's some overpowered wrecking machine capable of killing hundreds of men, the guy is very vulnerable. His conflicts, for the most part, don't revolve around his skills. He's not training to be a master. His conflicts revolve around who he is inside. Is he good? Evil? Does he have a purpose in life, or is he just a tool that will eventually be discarded? Can he protect the ones close to him? Should he even have people to care about? How far can he go for revenge, and how long before it saps away at what humanity he has left? It's why everyone loves Golden Age so much, because it's a story about a closed-off, traumatized kid finding others that care about him. The guy needs the Band of the Hawk. He needs a place to heal, and finally belong as a family. He needs Casca, Griffith, Pippin, Rickard, Judo, all of these characters he's grown to really care about. But then it's all taken away again. Yeah, the eclipse is rough. Enough said.
Izvinite, što ste rekli? Mi iz Crne Gore. Ne, mi nismo iz Crne Gore. Tu grešiš. Ne, slušaj me. Mi nismo iz Crne Gore. Moja mama je iz Crne Gore. Moj deda je iz Crne Gore po tatinoj strani. Belada nije iz Crne Gore. On je iz Vojvodine. Koliko god. Ne, nema to veze. Svi Amerikanci nisu Amerikanci, Evropljani su.
Mađarske bio bi Mađar.
Čekaj, samo malo. Amerikanci su svi Evropljani, jel to znaš? Osim malog dela koji su nativni Amerikanci. Jel tako?
Tako je.
Šahmat, izvoli.
Kako nije iz Crne Gore? Kako proziva?
Nije. Njegov deda... Ne, ja sam iz... Slušaj me dobro, ja sam sa Kosova.
Dobro, pa ste došli u Crnu Goru, ja?
Ne, ja sam sa Kosova. Moji su od Orlovića i uzeli su prezime Kosovići jer su došli tamo u to pleme, ne znam, u Cuce. Pobegli su od krvne osvete da ne bi morali, ne znam, jednog, drugog, trećeg, petog da ubiju. Otišli su tamo u Cuce, jel tako? Znači ja nisam iz Crne Gore. Ako moram da kažem, ja sam s Kosova. A nisam s Kosova, jer nikad tamo nisam bio, ništa tamo nema. Ha, šta sad?
Ja se stvarno ne mogu izvinjali služiti s tobom.
Nemoj, ti se osjećaš kao Crnogorka, imaš njihovo državljanstvo, sve u redu.
Ja imam sve, ali mimo toga i da ga nema. Odakle su ti otac i majka, odakle ti je posljednje?
Slušaj, moja mama je iz Crne Gore. Ona je rođena Nikšićanka, njeni otac i majka su iz Crne Gore. Ali, kod Crnogoraca se to ne računa po majci, nego po ocu. Tako da ništa. Otac je iz Vojvodine, oprosti. Rođen je ovde i živi ovde 70 godina. Nisam ja pola. Ja sam po majci Crnogorac. Ali po majci se kod Crnogoraca ne računa.
Jel te Crnogorka rodila?
Samo malo, ne možemo tako da se svojatamo napred-nazad. I je li se kod Crnogoraca računa po ocu, jel tako?
Ja sam samo Beladu, a tebe poštujem.
Samo malo. Ja sam ti rekao. A moj drug Belada ti je rođeni Vojvođanin. On ti je 100% iz Vojvodine.
Ja lepo kažem da je on Jančica. Sablja Rošijano zvani Jančica. Janči!
Živa ti je to istina.
Janči, šta si sad rekao, nisam te razumela.
Zove mi ga Janči.
Jančika!
Govedo dole.
Lo June. Jesi ti June sada ili Govedo?
Ne, na vas.
Na vas. Janči!
People die, Guts is disfigured, Guska's raped. It's not a fun time. If hell exists, I imagine it would be like this. Endless chaos and mayhem. I mean, look, it's a pretty bad-looking neighborhood. They don't even have a supermarket, it's a 7-Eleven. The eclipse truly does feel like a horrific event, and seeing the aftermath stain Guts for life is beyond tragic.
Isto tako...
Što smo prodorni, što se držimo zajedno, što uvek smo spremni da napravimo neke pare, što smo spremni da uradimo nešto što Srbi to nisu, ne vređam nikoga, od Srbi nisu, što smo spremni da se popuštamo i prije njih za njihovo dobro, što milijardu faktora i zato nas i ne vole, a što ćemo? Njihovo legitimno pravo, neka nas ne vole. Oni su najljepši, imaju stila, ja kada slušaj, znači ja sam Borisu pričao, ne daj ti ga Bože u Novi Sad da nađe momka da bi počeo da mi cvili na Novosadski, ubila bi se direktnom linijom. Komenti se, ubila bi se direktnom linijom, hajde sam odbio ne.
Što tako visoko misliš o sebi? Možda on ne želi da bude s tobom.
Druže, i prka da nas stane nekad da se bijemo, pa ja bi preko njega slušala se bijemo, to 100%.
Nasilje prema žena.
Ne ju, šta radiš, kakva tuča sram te bilo, što ti nešto...
Mogu li nešto da pitam? Ukoliko je Milan završio. Da li bi se složila sa tim da neko ko tvrdi da je u dodiru sa svojim crnogorskim korenima i koji, ide okolo i priča ja sam Crnogorac da li bi se složila s tim da takva osoba bi trebalo da je u dodiru sa svojim crnogorskim korenima, recimo, ne znam, da ode s vremena na vreme, recimo, u svoju otadžbinu. Pitaj gospodina koji tvrdi da je Crnogorac, Beladu, kad je posljednji put bio u Crnoj Gori, a onda posle pitaj mene. Prvo pitaj njega.
Slabice, to je istina, ali uzmi obzir da smo bili po koronom i po svačim dečim, tako da ga tu malo i pravdam.
On nije bio ni na odmoru u Crnoj Gori pre jedno, mislim 20 godina unazad, mislim da nije bio u Crnoj Gori. Kako je on u dodiru sa svojim crnogorskim?
Ja idem 25 godina zadnjih dok nije korona došla, evo ti bori sa živom. Gdje budu u Budvu?
E pa to ti kažem, kako si ti u dodiru sa svojim crnogorskim korenima, kad nisi bilo u 20 godina u Crnoj Gori? Pa ti si bila kod tetke, a taj što tvrdi da je Crnogorac, on nije bio odavno u Crnoj Gori. Kao što rekoh, ja sam bio pre 1,5 dana tamo, a pre toga sam bio pre 3 godine, a pre toga sam bio pre 4 godine, a pre toga sam bio pre 5 godina. Gospodin o kome pričamo, koji je veliki Crnogorac, nađen Crnogorac, nije bio tamo 15-20 godina. Ili nekom kaže.
Samo što polaziš već 3 godine, nikako da polaziš.
Pa to ja vidim, gdje ti je to? Kad bi bila to ćemo sad.
Ja ću ti reći, Saška. On je prodao svoju postojbinu za 100 evra mesečno. Eto.
Ja moga mi ne bi konekti ja volim...
Za 100 evra mesečno koje dobija stanarine, on ne može da ode u svoju... Tamo da mu je vikendica, da ne može, razumeš, da ode jednom godišnje ili kad god hoće, da ode da vidi te komšije Crnogorce, da popriča s njima, da se osjeća kod da je u Crnoj Gori. On je za novac prodao svoj koren.
Korene, ne mogu da se prodaju da hoćeš i da nećeš.
Može. Može.
Ja mogu da ga živim i da prodajem imovinu i pokrstati i pokrstati. Molim? I sviđa se pitamo koji ti je majka, pošto sam ja izvišite, da to pitam.
Radović?
Radović?
Da.
Fina familija Bogović.
Hvala ti.
Ja sam polan izličnika. Ja sam Sabira izličnika. Prelijepo je tamo, ko se tinja što on pominje cuce, da je ikada bio prelijepo je, prelijepo.
Nisam bio tamo, moram da priznam.
A te bilo, da bi serio.
Verujem ti. Verujem ti.
Guts earns the right to be an edgelord because he's survived things that would turn anyone into the exact same thing, and the trauma from the eclipse pushes him past the brink of insanity. He lost everyone he cares about again. The woman he loves is a complete madwoman that can't even talk. For the rest of his life, he will be hunted by demons and will spend eternity in hell once he finally dies. And that's not even talking about, his kid. Yeah. Life screwed Guts over way too many times to count, and the eclipse is simply the cherry on top of the sundae. The dude...
Svi moji stričevi su u Vojvodini. Ja stričeva nemam u Crnoj Gori. Obe tetke su razvedene od tetaka što žive u Crnoj Gori. Znaš, malo je depresivno sa ćaletove strane.
is beyond antisocial now. He's homicidal, and he does atrocious things in the name of revenge. He's not just some warrior
Pretpostavio
who
sam
brings
da će
justice
priča
to
da
the
krene na tu
Guts
stranu.
is a wild animal that wants to rip and tear anything that gets in his way. And only recently, after forming a new party and going on his quest to heal Casca from what the eclipse did to her mind, is he finally starting to calm down again. In fact, Guts goes from savage and hateful to just tired. All the rage is still there, and he's very much capable of terrible wrath, but his demeanor is worn down. He's exhausted, but still going forward because he refuses to lose any more people. The revenge story turns into a redemption story, and one hell of a redemption story at that. The Guts at the beginning of Golden Age, and Black Swordsman, and the recent Fantasia arc all feel like three completely different men. Guts changes, and he
I to je greška isto.
A mentol, evo ja ti kažem, pored mene stoji mentol, majke mu perfektno priča.
Aha, pričamo o njemu, jel? Ao, nije valjda to istina. Au, neću da ga pitam. Dobro, ti si mi rekla sve. Neću. Ništa. Mene ništa ne zanima. Pitaj Milana. Ništa me ne zanima.
Žena gospođa dama, maternji jezik priča ga bez greške gramatički, a on ne zna dvije reči, dvije. I ne uze dokumenta, mora da testira preko istina bori. Da, znaš? Daj sve te rekvizite. Molim čas vode, znam. Znam i ja to preko
Kaj sam si te...
Znam 4 reči.
4 pune reči.
Dosta.
Da, gajde, Jantika.
On je bolji Mađar nego ti, znaš, Boris. Mađarski mu drugi materni.
changes dramatically as the story goes on. I sincerely cannot recommend Berserk highly enough. Honestly, I could probably spend hours just gushing about what I love about the series, but this video is actually supposed to be a discussion about the anime adaptations. So let's go ahead and talk about those already. I'll go ahead and get my mouth off Miora's penis and get to the point. So far, there are 3 separate anime adaptations. The 1997 anime, which covered the Golden Age arc, the Golden Age movie trilogy, and the 2016-17 movie that covered the Conviction arc up to the Millennium Falcon War. I want to step down in quality as I go, so we'll start with 1997.
In this world, is the destiny of mankind controlled by some transcendental entity or law? Is it like the hand of God hovering above? At least it is true that man has no control, even over his own will.
The fuck you doing here, nigga? Identify yourself. Who the fuck are you?
Out of all 3 attempts, I will say that the 1997 anime is the most faithful and earnest attempt to adapt Berserk. It's 25 episodes altogether, and as stated earlier, it adapts the Golden Age prequel arc, though the first episode is a rough attempt to bring the opening chapter to life, but I'll get to that in a bit. Now, there are a lot of elements that give Berserk 97 more than enough charm to win an audience over. It stays about as close to the manga as it can get, considering that it actually aired on television of all places. Plus, the hand-drawn animation is downright spectacular towards the end. Well, okay, I say that, but it's actually kinda hit and miss. It's clear the anime didn't have the money it needed to get to the finish line. There are more than a few areas where they cheat, either by repeating animations or just coloring in splash pages of the manga and shaking the camera a tiny bit. It's not bad, and it doesn't feel like it comes from a place of laziness, more so just a heartfelt, we had to do this. This isn't top-tier animation all the time. It's okay animation that gets better as the episodes go on. Still, I'm not gonna deny it has problems. Another detail that really stands out for the show is the music. legendary musician Susumu Hirasawa did the soundtrack for Berserk 97, and by God is it good. I will admit, when I first watched the anime back when I was a teenager, I didn't really like it that much. I thought it was too techno and didn't fit the grim and gritty vibe that Berserk has, but as I've gotten older, I finally started to get the hype. I still think some tracks have a bit too much synth to it. I mean, Forces is an amazing song, but it sounds more like Gundam than Berserk in my opinion. But then there are other tracks that just make your jaw drop. Guts' theme is so haunting and dreamlike that I really can't think of anything else that could replace it. It fits the guy way too well. But all things must have balance, and there is something that needs to be called out. Fucking tell me why. Yeah, the intro to Berserk is unfathomably stupid. The intro song is Tell Me Why by the Pen Pals, a J-rock band from the 90s. I mentioned I wasn't a big fan of Hirasawa's soundtrack when I was a teenager, but eventually grew to love it. Well, I still hate Tell Me Why to this day. Is it funny? Yeah, and that's a problem. The song is only beloved in an ironic sense. I highly doubt anyone that watches the anime will tell you that the intro song is actually worth a damn. Sure, they might laugh at the put your grasses on meme, but if given the choice, I'd hedge my bets on almost everybody preferring something completely different. It just clashes so hard with this dark fantasy series about war and death. If the song showed up in a romantic comedy, I wouldn't even mention it, but with Berserk, things don't really come together right. And it sucks because the actual intro itself is fine, no real complaints about any of the animation or anything beyond that. And speaking of complaints, let's go ahead and explain the problems I have with Berserk 97.
There's no reason in particular. You really need one? Will you always be left doubting me when I lay down my life for you?
You're talking like a song from The Lion King. Stop that. It makes no sense.
It's clear that the people who made this series cared about Berserk. They took the time to adapt as much as they could page by page. Well, at least the stuff that could go on television. And let's just get this out of the way. All three Berserk adaptations have a serious problem. They love to cut out elements from the manga. And Berserk 97, ironically enough, didn't cut out too much, but the stuff that they did leave was, kind of major in regards to plot details, and it affects the show's ending. For the most part, it's not bad, and I really do feel like a majority of it comes down to TV standards, which prevents them from getting quite as dark as the manga. Plus, it didn't want to catch up to the manga since it was just dipping into the conviction arc by the time the anime came out. So it's understandable that it simply wants to tell a 25-episode story that covers the backstory, and hopefully start up again if there's enough material to work with in the near future. But for what it does tell, especially if you're already a fan of the series, I feel like it actually forgot how it went. Like, I get now wanting to
Tensu underscore 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 underscore. Welcome to my channel.
Take the time to include a talking skeleton. I'm not kidding. A fucking jobber that only exists to annoy Casca got an entire episode, but the super important Skull Knight isn't even addressed. The final episode ends on a massive cliffhanger that doesn't make too much sense when you put the first episode into perspective, because Skull Knight doesn't exist in this adaptation. God damn it, it was really that simple. Now, okay, I get it. They didn't want to touch stuff they were never going to have enough time to flesh out properly. Puck isn't in the first episode despite playing a major role in the story, because he would have only been in the first episode. They just kind of bullshit their way through the events of the opening chapter without him. It feels weird, but newcomers won't care. It's purely an issue fans pick up on. Another character that's yeeted out of existence is Wylad. Wylad is the leader of the Black Dog Knights, an army of violent convicts the King of Midland uses as a last resort. In the manga, they're sent after after the Band of the Hawk, and the fight between Guts and Wylad is insanely brutal, because as it turns out, Wylad is an apostle, a demon. He's not just some guy, the dude isn't even human. Now, despite me arguing that Wylad actually serves a pretty good purpose in the story, I understand why 97 doesn't want to touch him. The guy's not safe for work. He's a sadistic rapist that is willing to butcher entire families because why not? The dude literally mutilates women and children to create effigies out of their bodies. And this is all before he tries to tentacle rape Casca, and Guts has to cut his mouth penis off. Makes sense why the same studio that did the original Pokemon anime didn't think it would be a good idea to try Wylad. They also cut out Salat, the Indian martial artist guy that's actually a complete badass. This is the same camp as Puck, however. What's the point in including a character you won't really have time to flesh out? But the final issue I have with this anime is a very subjective complaint. It is nowhere near brutal enough.
My disappointment is immeasurable. And my day is ruined.
The violence in 97 is just okay. Loads of blood jets, but you don't really see the unbridled savagery the manga contains. Very rarely does it even look in the same direction. Once again, I'm blaming the fact this anime aired on television in Japan, so it wasn't allowed to go full Genocyber or even Shigarui. It's purely an issue I have with the series. Other fans seem completely content with the level of violence. I'm just the odd man out, and that's okay. I just want to see some intestines mixed with the blood, that's me. To cap it all off, I'll go ahead and recommend Berserk 97. If you're a fan of the manga and you're fine with things being changed or removed, it's a good watch. Hell, even the English dub isn't that bad. In fact, the exact same English actors come back for the movie trilogy, but I'll talk about that when we get there. For 1997, it's not the worst. Not amazing, it's a 90s anime dub, but the actors fit the characters well. Mark DeRison, the voice actor for Guts, really embodies the character.
Let go of me, Gaston! No way, Commander! I'm not gonna warn you again! Now step aside before I do something we both regret!
I'll let you live so you can take a message to your master for me.
Roger.
17 Collins as Griffith and Kerry Karanen as Casca also do great jobs with their roles.
I guess those useless sons of nobles have never seen a female warrior before. They stare at me like I'm some kind of rare animal.
I don't regret.
Well,
I
they
don't
still
but I'd rather sacrifice myself than watch any more innocent children die in the name of my dream.
I'd urge you to at least check it out once, even if you usually hate dubs. Trust me, I'm the same way. Plus, the outtakes are genuinely funny. So, after Berserk 1997, the series went relatively quiet. There were chapter updates, arcs came and went, 2 video games came out, and both were pretty good. And then came 2012, the Golden Age movie trilogy. From 2012 to 2013, 3 feature-length films came out attempting to adapt the Golden Age arc. Again, very polarizing reactions, especially since the films decided to experiment with fancy new technology that wasn't really used back in the 1990s. It used CGI a lot. Okay, say I have a love-hate relationship with the movie trilogy would be way too simple. There are moments in this trilogy that were downright brilliant, and other moments are so goddamn stupid it's shocking to think they even know what Berserk is. The movies can only really be enjoyed by fans of Berserk, at least in the sense of getting the full experience. While Berserk 1997 cut out a few major elements, the Golden Age movies took a hacksaw to numerous plot details and outright characters. Granted, altogether they were trying to shove over 100 chapters worth of story and context into 3 movies, one of them only being 76 minutes long, but that's not to say that non-fans can't like them. I got some of my friends into Berserk by showing them the movies, but there's so much cut out that it can really feel hollow. Like, even if you never read Berserk and don't know anything about the story, you'll notice things are missing. Character development just sort of feels rushed. This is in stark contrast to the 97 anime, where it completely focused on building up the characters and their relationships. Granted, a lot lot of stuff that was removed could be argued as superfluous. I heavily disagree and will explain later why I think it's a bad idea to start cutting things. Still, some of the scenes they cut out downright hurt the story. First movie alone, here's everything that got chopped out. Guts' childhood is completely glossed over. Best you get is a shaky nightmare scene with an FPS so low I genuinely thought something was wrong with my internet when I watched it. You don't have the scene with the noble guy where you find out he hates being touched, a reference to his years of abuse and rape at the hands of Donovan. After that, you don't have the actual nightmare Guts has once Griffith kicks his ass. Yeah, this is where the stuttering nightmare tries to replace it, but it's not really that great of a substitute. The movie thinks it's being more subtle, but not really. The first battle Guts has with the Band of the Hawk is completely cut out. It goes from Griffith kicking his ass to 5 years later. You don't have his first night with the group where Corcus and his friends try to kill him. Casca intervenes, which helps cement that these two are eventually going to become closer, despite her swearing that she just wants him dead. Nor do you have the party after the first battle, where Guts is reluctantly dragged into celebrating with everyone. The scene where Guts and Griffith get each other all wet and bothered is removed. I'm gonna call it what it is. This was clearly a homophobic attempt to not let us see Griffith cock. This was just two bros being bros, securing their masculinity, and you took that from me.
But you took that from me.
On a more serious note, you also don't have the scene where Guts is officially promoted to being a leader in the Band of the Hawk, which is where Guts and Rickert actually have their first conversation. Minister Foss is completely absent entirely, despite his schemes being one of the few main factors as to why Griffith excels politically. And thanks to Foss being gone, Count Julius doesn't have as much build-up or screen time. He shows up for 3 or 4 scenes, acts like a douchebag, tries to assassinate Griffith, and then Guts slices him open. I will say, in the movie's defense, I did like the detail that Guts used a different sword during the assassination. Something I didn't even think about when reading the manga. It makes a lot of sense. Guts' sword is kind of recognizable, so probably not the best thing to use during a stealth mission, and the movie got the death of Julius' son right. Once again, the character doesn't have the same build-up as with 97, though it was honestly kind of small. He just sort of shows up as a sudden oh shit moment, but his actual death scene is pretty chilling. Yeah, Guts straight up kills a child, and it was not quick or painless. It's slow and drawn out, and when he finally dies, it's almost a relief. The kid is puking up blood, crying, holding his hand out like he wants Guts to help him. It's uncomfortable to say the least. But then the movie cuts out the nightmare Guts has in the sewer, where it establishes that killing the boy really fucked with him. It goes straight to the scene in the tavern where his friends see him drenched in water and in a daze. After that, yeah, movie's over. As stated, the thing isn't even 90 minutes long, so I really have to ask why was so much removed? Was it a budget thing? They think they just didn't need it? And this issue persists in the other 2 movies. I don't want to give a play-by-play of everything that was removed in each one, but I will say it was a lot. Zod helping Guts kill Gaston, Casca comforting herself with Guts' broken sword after he leaves, all of the backstory Griffith has with the pedophile noble in charge of Doldry, and the 100-man fight has some moments that were cut out as well. Honestly, the 3rd movie is the one that sticks closest to the manga, and it still has quite a lot cut out. Guts training with Godo, bonding with him and his daughter Erica, the festival where Guts fights Salat for the first time, discovering that the Band of the Hawk were betrayed and he rushes out to save them. Yeah, the 2nd movie ends with Guts leaving the Band of the Hawk. 3rd movie begins with Guts joining the Band of the Hawk again, and it doesn't explain where he was for a year. Also, still no Wylat. Once again, we are denied Monkey. That's just the major stuff. You don't have the absolute rampage Guts has after trying to rescue Griffith, where the guy goes so batshit crazy, even his own friends are like, dude, you doing alright, man?
What's going on, big guy?
Plus, the Kushan assassins aren't there, or the scene at the farm with the family, but it makes sense why they aren't there because Wylad wasn't there to butcher them. Also, Skull Knight saving Rickert from Rosine and the slug count, and you don't even get the scene where Rickert is traveling with the performers and he meets Puck. You know, now that I think about it, all of these movies cut out a lot of shit. But there is one aspect to the movies I will give a lot of credit. Other than the CGI that looks terrible and wouldn't be out of place in an early PS3 game, the actual technical aspects of the movies are great. The 2D animation is really nice. While the 97 anime had some moments that felt cheap and were clearly shortcuts to save on the budget, the movie trilogy is free of these problems when it's not using the CGI. In fact, it's so out of place I actually have to ask why it's even there. The 3rd movie makes it work, where it saves the 3D stuff for the God Hand and the demons, for the most part at least. Another aspect I enjoy about these movies is the sound design. These movies sound great. Armor clanks and clatters, metal scrapes together during fight scenes, and the demons are otherworldly to say the least. music is kinda hit and miss though. Instead of the Hirasawa soundtrack like in the 97 anime, it's more of a traditional orchestral soundtrack. Not bad, but I only really remember 1 or 2 tracks. The guitar twang during the 100-man fight is a lot of fun. And the Blood and Guts song that shows up at the end credits to the 3rd movie fits the dour and grim tone Berserk shoots for.
Ja?
Imaš Freedom Space. Toni za 10 rublje.
But my absolute favorite part of these movies, and the one thing I will say is an objective improvement over the 97 anime, and just sort of stand.
Na popustu je
Da.
velikom ovaj Freedom Space story.
Ali, hoćeš iskreno?
Da.
Prezirem igre u svemiru.
A, stvarno?
Da. Deep Space Nine, Star Trek i to.
Nikada ovaj... Crtalo.
Čitao sam Clarko, od onog Artura Clarka, onaj Odiseju i od onoga, kako se zove, onaj Isaac Asimova, čitao sam par nekih knjiga pripovedaka i to mi je okej. Ali nije to sve je arkadno, kako ti objasnim, u tim space igrama, sve je arkadno. Ne postoji jedna gdje je to urađena ta kao simulacija bestežinskog stanja jer kad si u svemiru, hladnom svemiru, jel tako, sve radi protiv tebe. Kad razumeš, tebe kao čovjeka, razumeš, koji nisi stvoren da opstaneš tamo. Nemaš kiseonik, nemaš hranu, nemaš energiju. Moraš sve da poneseš sa sobom. Zato mi je većina tih naučno-fantastičnih igara i filmova demode, bljutava, razumeš. Da bi ljudsko čovječanstvo došlo do tog stadijuma razvitka da ti možeš u svemiru, da ili jedeš dehidratiranu hranu koju si poneo u ogromnim količinama, znači možeš da je skladištiš negde. Energija, znači...
Jesi igrao nekada ovaj home...
Znam šta je, strategija, home world. Znam, čim si počeo home world. Ima... nisam igrao, znam šta je, bila je popularna u svoje vreme i kad je bila popularna nisam igrao. Kad je ona bila popularna ja sam igrao Red Alert ili onaj, kako se zove, Age of Empires. U to doba kad je ona bila popularna, a ove novije sam preskočio. Od tih fantasy space igara jedino mi se sviđa Warhammer 40.000. Zato što je toliko duboko u budućnosti. Znači, sama pomisao da ljudsko čovječanstvo ili civilizacija može da opstane do 40.000 godina u budućnosti je nebulozna. I samim tim sva ta tehnologija i te gluposti koje su tamo.
Da pričaš, šta je?
A dobar i gašan.
A ništa, odmaram, šta ću.
Warhammer je izvodljiv, zato što je toliko daleko u budućnosti da je sve moguće. A sve ostalo je... Mass Effect. Space drive-ovi i space vozila i ljudi idu sa jedne planete na drugu i upoznaju druge civilizacije i na neki način kao komuniciraju s njima. Kako? Zašto ne bi druge vanzemaljske rase ako postoje, zašto nas ne bi oborile pre nego što priđemo da komuniciramo s njima? Kao moguću pretnju. Druželjubive? Da li bi ti bio druželjubiv da ti neko dođe s puškom u dvorište ili bi ga prvo upucao? Dakle.
Ali možda imaju prijateljske namere ako dođu bez puške.
Dobro, prvo dođeš bez puške, ne naoružan, da vidim da ne želiš ništa zlo.
Da. Ali tu ima rizik da se
ima.
Kao Neša, ko će da te upuca prvo. prije nego što kažeš bilo staje ih. To je nestabilan kao nešto.
Pa dobro, ima i takva varijanta.
Stands out among anime in general is the voice acting. The English dub for these movies is really good. Every actor fits their role perfectly, and for the most part, it's the same cast as it was back in '97. This is one of the few exceptions where I prefer the English version over the Japanese. That's not to say the sub version is bad. I just really like what they do with the dub. This isn't the same cheesy bullshit you see pumped out by Funimation. There is actual talent behind this. You can see the actors really stretch their legs and show what they can do. Mark Dryson in particular nails it in the third movie. The dude becomes guts, and it's really hard to see any other actor in the role. I know you're there, go away. If you don't believe me, let's compare the two real quick.
All you care about is swinging your sword.
Ma da, vidiš kakav dan, ne može bolje biti.
All about the lives of the men you lead. You're just a mad dog.
Say it again. Say it again if you dare.
Gdje ti je Peđa?
All about the lives of those men you lead. You're just a mad dog.
Neće njemu skoro ta ploča stiza.
I'm not like I used to be. I care about the hawks. I do.
Yeah, not really the same thing as Pokemon, is it?
Hey, I know. I'll use my trusty frying pan as a drying pan.
Ma utorak ti je neradan dan.
Also, Skull Knight's voice actor is incredible, and you will respect him in this household.
U sredu najranije.
Sacrifice attracts creatures of dark. Your body, every last drop of blood in it has been
Pa što ne bi uvažili?
No, dobro,
That's the destiny of those who receive random sacrifice.
In summary, the movies are heavily flawed, but also a clear upgrade from the 90s adaptation. If only there was some way to combine the two together. Band of the Hawk fan edit. It combines the 90s anime with the movie trilogy to make it as canon as possible. Now, let's talk about that anime. It's go time, boys. Let's fucking do this. Mama didn't raise no bitch. Berserk 2016 is insanely bad. Like, I can barely believe this actually exists. This is Berserk. This. What the fuck happened? Who let it get this bad? Well, I say that, but there are tons of stories and rumors that sort of point in the right direction. But let's get to that down the line. For now, let's just shit talk this show. So, Berserk 2016 is the newest adaptation, which obviously came out in 2016. The second season, roughly referred to as Berserk 2017, acts as the second half of the story. It covers the conviction arc of the Millennium Falcon War, which is actually my favorite time span in Berserk. This anime exists to insult me personally. It's fucking great. Berserk 2016 is a complete mess on every level. Structurally, it's a mess. Technically, it's a mess. It even found a way to make the story a mess. Because once again, they decided to go ahead and chop out some story content, mainly the opening chapter, which then hastily turned into the scene with the carriage and the skeletons. Then the fight scene with the demon tree that shows up at the beginning of Lost Children. All to culminate with the battle with the Holy Iron Chain Knights. Yeah, they literally took 4 separate chapters and stitched them all together. It's the worst. It's so obvious these things don't fit together, and it just makes the whole beginning feel rushed and confused.
Što se
Like,
radi,
sure,
Ilija,
we
danas
get
si
to see Puck
slobodan ili...
finally, but then they try to fit Isidro into the first
Milane,
episode
šta
too.
ima novo na
Why?
Idem
His
večeras.
introduction in a later episode is
Šta
fine.
ima novo
We
na
didn't need to
Cetini,
see him
Milane?
this early. Not even mentioning the fact that since they cut
Kada
out
si
Lost
poslednji
Children,
put bio na
Guts getting
Cetini?
captured by the Holy Iron Chain Knights makes way less sense. The anime
Milane.
changed it to where they find Guts after
Milane.
his fight with the demon tree.
That's-
Big problem here.
That's
Why are
the
they
word.
after him? Man, it's
Milane.
almost like the manga
That's
has
the
numerous
word.
scenes with Guts as the Black Swordsman, running around causing chaos, which would
Milane.
explain
Oh.
why a formal
Milane.
manhunt would be called on him, especially since they arrive during Lost
Milane.
Children, and they find
Pa
that
ja-
Guts
ja
basically
recimo
slaughtered a
prije
whole bunch
tri ne
of
bih
children
kretao
and
zbog
demanded
kamiona.
demons. So they think the guy is a villainous monster that killed every child in a village. Plus, the Rosine fight
može
at the end
oni
of
i
Lost Children
nedeljom, moj
beats Guts
druže.
to a fucking pulp. So when the Knights show up to capture him, who are established as a bunch of prissy nobles with zero combat experience, he's already on death's door, meaning it makes way more sense why he would collapse and they would be able to capture him. And don't even get me started on that fucking mansion episode. They ruined Rape Wars. Also, they can force the cast into a fucking Resident Evil mansion so we can see Guts kill a demon that was a literal jobber that only existed to show how badass the Dragon Slayer is, because they changed it in the flashback with Godo for literally no reason. This is all just the first 3 episodes. Holy shit!
It's awful.
It's all fucking awful. It's all of it, and every single one sucks.
You get the idea, and I haven't even gotten started on the real reason this show sucks. The animation is an abomination. CGI fucked this into the dirt. They try to go for a stylized thing where it's 3D, but with hatching elements to give it depth, but it doesn't work. It just looks weird. Uncanny Valley doesn't even begin to describe it. It's just ugly. Sure, sometimes you have 2D, but it's so rare that it's not even worth mentioning. And it especially doesn't help that the lighting is all just, ugh, it's bad. Everything is supposed to be gray and depressing, because this period in the story was a very dark chapter. But it looks like the sun is constantly shining down, so it's supposed to be gray, but it's still bright, and it just makes everything stand out way worse. And the worst part is that the moments with 2D aren't even that bad. It looks weird, sure, but not terrible. No, the terrible parts are the action. The worst part of an action show is the action. The direction in Berserk is awful, completely awful, and the bad CGI only makes it significantly worse. Guts uses a great sword as a weapon, a literal slab of metal with sharp edges on it. It breaks through solid metal armor, stone, layers of flesh and muscle on supernaturally strong monsters and demons. The thing can't even be wielded by anyone but Guts, not because it's cursed, not yet anyway, but because the damn thing is just that heavy. So you know it's a really big problem when every swing he takes with the thing feels weak as fuck. It doesn't have weight to it. The sword showed up in one episode in Berserk 97, and the 2 scenes where Guts uses it has all the weight and feel that Berserk 2016 lacks. This isn't even talking about how the scenes themselves are just bad. Berserk tries way too hard to make the fight scenes cool, but all the stylistic choices they make just turn every battle into a confusing headache, and I'm not even going to talk about the fucking clanging. If I was a betting man, I'd say all the hyperactive camera movements were used to hide how bad the animations are. Also, there's one song used during fight scenes. One.
Bardzo czujesz, to jest śmieszne. Evo, gleda se sluša.
They make just turn every battle into a confusing headache, and I'm not even going to talk about the fucking clanging.
Gledamo recenziju neke animirane serije. Slušaj, mislim da sam ti markirao od kog minuta čuješ. Slušaj sad taj zvuk. Slušaj zvuk. kako da ti kažem, to bi trebalo bude zvuk mača od 3 metra, težine jedno 30 kila, koji udara metal i...
A on je kao zvuk zvona.
Kao da neko uzeo 2 lonceta.
Gdje ti je Makić?
Klung, klung.
Ali jako dobra serija, gdje se... Robert, gdje se serija.
Pa ima.
Samo što nije nastavak bio.
A sad zavisi...
Je kao mnogo je dračno.
Nasilno je. Ima i scena silovanja i tako to.
Ali mislim na kraju krajeva to imaš i u pravom životu.
To je fantazija. Smeštene u jebenoj zemlji Midland koja liči izdaleka na Evropu. Nijedna kraljevina se ne zove kako treba, nijedni vitezovi. Ništa ono heraldski ne podsjeća na realno. Inspirisano, da, ali bio je negde u Nemačkoj staroj bio neki vitez koji se zvao Götzu ili tako nešto. Koji je imao jednu ruku ili jedno oko za bresu. I to je to. To je sva sličnost. Jebeno. Ne, nego igram ovaj 7 Days i slušam tu recenziju, znaš. I onda se taj što radi review dovatio kao audio dizajna, kaže. Kaže, sve kaže, ali kao zvuk kaže mača koji kaže udara je. Jedan kovač je zapravo napravio taj mač, znaš?
Aj, zvaža sam.
Onaj...
Šoperovne mačevi.
Jest, ali baš iste težine, otprilike težine ima se. I dužine su slične. Mislim, što kaže, to normalan čovjek ne može da nosi. Oko 20 kila, čini mi se.
Što beš ovaj vampir dijelili džabe, a? Na Epiku.
Koji?
Yes.
Vampir?
Da. Vampir sam ja džabe pokupio na Epiku.
A, jeste, Simo ga je, moj brat ga je prešao na Epic Store, tu verziju. To je igra. Nije loša igra. Detektivska igra, ako se ne varam. Ima elemenata kao horora i supernatural. Nadprirodno.
Kako mrzim ga stoji u OBS-u pagu i neće izbaciti šta streamujem. Onaj Masker Blade je bio aktualan mjesec dana i gotovo.
Da.
Pa je li je? A sad nisi sad Cetinja. A sad nije sad, sad nije sad Cetinja, sad iz Vojvodine. Ja sam mislio si ti sa Cetinja.
Jesi vidio novi DLC za Han Shodan?
Koji?
Baba.
Baba Jaga.
Ček da vam pokažem. Kod Hermita sam video na Twitteru. Han Shodan s tim. Baba neka, znaš? Kao ona zla veštica, ona iz Crnkepice. Evo. Stvarno. Pogledam. Bakice.
A čime se on bavi?
Aj, evo.
A ne zajebavaj. Pa ima tu, ima. Hvalite Australijanci, pitajte ga je QA. Pitajte ga je QA, radi Milane. Halo Miloše, zvoni. Koliko? Debo.
If I was a betting man, I'd say all the hyperactive camera movements were used to hide how bad the animations are. Also, there's one song that plays during fight scenes. One. That's it. The only other song they have is actually pretty good, since Hirasawa came back to compose it. But it's used way too much, and for all the wrong moments. Other than these, you have the intro and outro music, and they're fine. Loud J-metal.
Pa svojih čovjeka nek dođe na Discord, možda bačimo nekad koju partiju.
It outright ruins numerous moments that are done spectacularly in the manga. Bar scene that introduces Guts, awful. Too many changes, and Guts is neutered. Rapors and Guts' rampage from it, complete joke that is just stupid. The resurrection of Griffith, terrible, hard to follow, bad. The Guts Zod fight at the Graveyard of Swords, I don't even want to talk about it. That's just 4 off the top of my head. And trust me, as bad as 2016 can get, 2017 is so much worse. It's a war crime. What makes 2017 feel even worse when compared to 2016 comes down to 2 elements. The animation somehow downgraded. I can't even describe it, just fucking look! This was allowed to air on television. The second reason it feels worse is actually a very subjective thing. I really like the Millennium Falcon War. Sure, it's not brutal or gritty, as a lot of the earlier stuff was. In fact, it's sort of the beginning when Berserk dipped into high fantasy instead of dark fantasy. But there are
Welcome
a lot of
to my
elements
channel.
I really enjoy with this arc. Yeah, Sonya's annoying, and the new Band of the Hawk are kind of edgelord losers that I'm just waiting on Guts to kill, but it's the ultimate culmination of Guts' character arc. He finally shakes off all the hate and anger and tries to get his priorities right for once. Sure, Griffith deserves to die for what he's done, but if Guts has to choose between that and healing Casca, it's pretty obvious which road he should go down, and this leads to a completely different path for him. He finally gains a new party and makes steps to redeem himself after everything he's done. That single panel where Guts is looking at his new party and thinking about how he has a family again is fucking powerful. Not even mentioning the scene on the beach. This arc was the thing that pushed Guts out of just being a traumatized warrior into one of the greatest characters, period. It's an arc that focuses on the emotions more so than the violence. There is still some grotesque shit, but it's not the parts I remember. Sure, the Berserker armor's introduction is fucking awesome,
good job,
but
Boyan,
it's the scene where
good
Shrike
job.
goes into Guts' mind to save him that sticks with me. That scene where Flora is talking to her apprentice for the last time.
Kaj je
and
rekao
basically
Boki,
watching a
good
little
job,
girl
Boyan,
watch her
good
grandma
job.
burn to death. Guts watching Casca play with everyone on the beach. It embodies what makes Berserk special. The story doesn't exist just to throw blood and meat at you. What makes Berserk stand out are all the moments of humanity sprinkled in between the horror. The characters and their humanity remain the focus. So that's why this shit is kinda insulting. Just a little bit, yep. Now, there are some rumors about why it turned out the way it did, and the one that sorta makes the most sense is this. The studio that made Berserk 2016 has very little to practically no experience with action series, and especially horror, and it was apparently a collaboration between 3 different companies: Gemba, Milipensi, I think that's how you say that, and Leiden Films. Leiden Films supposedly acted more as a producer role, so it was really split between a studio with one other project under their belt and another that's only really made slice-of-life comedies. Wanna know the best part too? If the stories are to be believed, there was some serious office politics going around. They seemed conflicted on whether to dedicate to a CGI style or attempt traditional 2D, and this led to numerous teams working on the same scene, but with either CG or 2D. You see, Gemba is a subcontracting company specifically focusing on CGI. Essentially, they're the dudes you outsource stuff to if you want to put CGI in an anime. Berserk was the first project actually officially under their umbrella. Milipensi, on the other hand, is a small studio made up of former Ganax and Madhouse people, so I don't doubt there was some tug-of-war going on. Guys experienced in 3D versus guys experienced in 2D. Creative differences spike, egos clash, and the project suffers because of it. Classic tragedy. Because they refused to dedicate to one way or the other, they never had time to polish either path, and they just smashed what they had together and hoped for the best. Honestly, I completely believe it. The way things just seem to bounce between okay 2D and abysmal 3D screams that things were rushed. I'm not gonna blame the studios or anything, because the actual grunts trying to make the damn show probably hate how it turns out too. Imagine having Berserk 2016 on your resume, especially if you're an artist or an animator. It goes to show how little respect the series was given. There should have been a clear vision, something every side could agree on and work towards, but it didn't happen. Instead, we get this. Now, there are some games that are officially licensed, about 3 right now at the time of this video. Sword of the Berserk, Guts' Rage for the Dreamcast, Berserk PS2, and Berserk Musou. Sword of the Berserk is arguably the most interesting. It came out before stuff like Devil May Cry revolutionized action games, and it's a pretty cool hack and slash. Plus, the story is actually written by Miura himself, and serves as sort of a side adventure. Not gonna spoil anything, but I like it. All I want to say. Berserk PS2 was actually created by the same developers, and it's more of an attempt at a direct adaptation of the Millennium Falcon arc. It's also pretty fun. Repetitive as all hell, but pretty good if you're in the mood for a mindless action game. Only thing is, this game never got an official release in the West. You have to download an ISO file of the Japanese version and install the English fan patch. The final game in the trilogy is Berserk and the Band of the Hawk, though it's more commonly just referred to as Berserk Musou. It's a Dynasty Warriors game. Mindless, repetitive, and not really worth mentioning. You like Dynasty Warriors? You might enjoy it. Yeah, Berserk fans aren't really spoiled for choice here. Dragon's Dogma had armor sets that were direct references, and a lot of elements of the game are clear love letters to the series, but it's not even pretending to be the same thing. I know everyone keeps saying that From Software should make a Berserk game, since the Souls series is also pretty heavily inspired by it. I don't think Souls combat would really work. Sure, the art direction and the atmosphere would be incredible, but that actual gameplay shouldn't be Dark Souls. It relies on bashing your head against the wall trying to figure out how to beat bosses and mobs that can kill you easily. Berserk needs a clear plot line, none of the bullshit read an item description to get backstory crap, because that's not emotionally investing. Also, it's kind of a bad idea to have a Berserk game where the idea is you're going to die a lot. Guts can't resurrect at a bonfire. If the guy dies, then that's it. He's dead and in hell forever. People only want Dark Souls Berserk because it's 2 things they know that are similar. If it was more so a Sekiro-inspired deal, it could work, since Sekiro focuses more on just being an action game. But once again, you can't have a resurrection mechanic. Though if I really had a choice on who was going to make a Berserk game, this is gonna be crazy. It would probably be the Yakuza devs. Wanna know why? Because the Fists of the North Star game they made actually ended up being really good. They knew how to build a combat system around Kenshiro's abilities.
Bio sam ti očekao generacije da freziram.
We see a fun Berserk game coming from these guys. And yes, this is another case of I like thing and other thing, so put 2 together. Like I literally just screamed at the Dark Souls people for doing that, but it's different. I won't explain why because I don't really have a reason, but I have spoken, so let's move on. A brawler fits Berserk better than an RPG, at least in my opinion, all I'll say. Still, Berserk fans have been shafted hard on all fronts. Even though the series is incredible and is one of the greatest mangas ever written, it is yet to see a definitive anime. Just some okay attempts with equal amounts of strengths and flaws. Berserk 97 is the most loyal attempt to tell the story. It has its issues, but compared to some other adaptations, you could do far worse. The soundtrack still holds up, and there is nowhere near the amount of cut content as you would see in the movies. The trilogy is there's so much cut out or glossed over that it can feel like a hollow attempt to explain the story instead of tell it. There are parts I really like here, and I still argue that the dub is something you should check out, but I can't really argue that this is the chosen one either. But hey, at least they're both better than that one. Let's just forget this ever happened. Bury it deep, right next to the dinosaur bones. It's for the best. That's all I can really say about the Berserk adaptations. Maybe one day we'll see an anime that gives this series the reverence it deserves. God knows everything inspired by Berserk has gotten their day in the sun. The Castlevania anime, Vinland Saga, Dark Souls. Maybe it's time to let the big boy come in and get some love. Actually, with the way things are going recently, I don't think it would turn out that well. At least we still have the manga, and supposedly we're pretty much in the endgame for it. With over 350 chapters, you would think there would be a lot more attempts to actually adapt the series, but I don't think we'll get a loyal adaptation for a long, long time, and it'll probably be screamed at by the same hysterical losers that whine about anything. Show one of those people that freaked out about My Hero Academia's fan service a panel from Lost Children. I doubt it would end well. No, Berserk needs a team that loves the source material. They don't want to change a thing, and are creatively free enough to do exactly that. The biggest issue in 97 and 2016 is they tried to put the series on television. Berserk doesn't work on TV. If we want a good anime, then it needs to be on a premium network that will just write a blank check. Amazon Prime has some really good anime on it, so maybe they might tackle Berserk eventually. Hopefully. Netflix has the movies on it, and apparently they bought a bunch of licenses that Dark Horse owns. A few years ago, I would have been excited that it's a clue pointing to a new anime, but now, fuck that. I trust Netflix about as much as a rabid dog. Sure, they have Beastars and Devilman Crybaby, but they also have Kengan Ashura. Oh yeah, and Cuties. Yeah, I canceled my...
Pre 2 dana. Toliko o tome. Vidio sam da si mi, čini mi se često koristio kompjuter, vratno si igrao na God of War. Pa nisi još prešao igru?
Nisam... Pa ne baš, mislim... Ali sam počkao nešto bio. Našao sam bio... Bavio sam neki kao favor.
Dobro.
Blacksmith me povlače i onda nađeš potrebne sastojke da ti naprave neki legendarni armor.
Čitav armor set ili?
Da.
A.
Imaš njih, kao zajedno, kao sad se spomeni, imaš varijantu da ti napravi
jedan ili drugi.
Različit. Jedan da mislim da onaj plavi, onaj kao grublji, njegov ti daje rage, puni ti se brže rage. A ovaj drugi je nešto kombinovo. Majki će otići vidjeti, a?
Najvjerojatnije.
My Netflix because fuck that, I'll just pirate everything. Fuck you, Netflix. That shit's like, that's not cool. It's just way too much of a mixed bag to trust, and Netflix all around is just way too sleazy to support. I mean, the irony's not lost on me with the Amazon support, but come on, there has to be limits. Still, eventually we will see a good Berserk anime, or maybe even a video game. A lot of people really love this series, and even if it never happens, at least we'll still have the manga. The best we can do is hope for the best.
Koji kurac više ulažeš para u tako?
See you guys.
Bunar bez dna.
Ah. €100 hard disk je ovdje, pa ti nisi normalno.
Zašto?
Ma uzeo hard disk od 1 terabajt.
Ne, ja imam hard disk od 1 terabajt. Ja sam ga uzeo i to bez pompe ovolike kao što on. Samo sam našao u novina, našao sam ono na internetu, cenu i naručio i stavio. A on priča o tome već danima, razumeš?
Da.
To ti je klasičan on. Samo ga uzmi i stavi, nećemo ga koristiti ni ja, ni Kesić, ni Vlade, ni Nenad.
A gdje ti ovaj treći beka? Evo ga, Rasko 72.
Brother.
Poziv. Čekaj, moram mu poslati poziv u pičku. Kako se zove? Neka ti pošalje ime Discorda. Ne koristi Discord.
Onda ćete morati TeamSpeak instalirati ili tako nešto.
Pa taj je valjda izgorio, šta znam. Izgleda je dovoljno.
Did he just say?
Old school OSRS, all right? This is old school RuneScape. They made an update. One of the people that works there, who is like basically a moderator of the game, he's employed by the company. It's not like this is some sort of Discord mod. He's an actual mod. He fucking
Nema
bans
izgleda
people for
da nas
cheating.
vožđe ništa,
And, you
nešto
know, he
se
has actual
povremeno
power
oblači.
in the company and the game, company Jagex in the game RuneScape. So this
Ti
guy
bi
is
najradije
in a
tu kad si
relationship
dan,
with
a?
another streamer. Her name's Stella, and she is a RuneScape streamer. And in the process of
koju
being in a
partiju
relationship
pa na
with her,
spavanje, šta ćeš?
she repeatedly kind of exercises
Kad
the
spavam,
fact
leba
that
ne
she is
traži.
in a relationship with him to, you know, basically like use that to intimidate people, and not only that, but use it to have him, it seems, investigate and ban people that are, you know, like people that she does not like, for whatever reason. And abuses of power. Yeah, it's basically an abuse of power. So, this blew up, and like a guy got banned. His name is Autoblock. He got banned permanently.
Beka izgleda musliman.
Contextually, now I did research on this. I
Yes,
looked into
šta
it.
najveća
I don't
fora
know
jest.
enough about it as much about it as like somebody who plays RuneScape all the time. No, but my understanding is that nobody has ever been banned permanently for what he did. So they went and they made an example out of him. But the problem is that she didn't like him. And it was kind of obvious that she didn't like him. And guess what happens? He's gone. So he makes a video about it. He gets everybody pissed off. And I think that for good reason. Whether he should be banned or not is not really that big of a deal to me, because I think that's like just a symptom of the disease. And the disease is the person that works at the company that's doing things and moderating the game based off of what his girlfriend tells him to do. That's what the real problem is. whether this guy gets banned or not is like, this is not that big of a deal.
Projekt testira video igre I to mu je posao, šta?
Suspension has gone from being a permanent suspension to being a temporary suspension.
A ne zajebavajte se ljudi, a koliko može imati? Ima li 100 evra mjesečnu platu? Ovdje je boss. Ovdje je boss.
Website uses cookies. Okay, regarding recent
Zavisi od radnog vremena. Zamisli da moraš da testiraš loše igre svaki dan po 8 sati. Ja bi odmah rekao neću.
Jebi ga, već ste ušli, ja nisam ni uzeo trag.
We take these allegations extremely seriously, and there is a formal internal investigation underway using the evidence provided. To protect confidentiality, we will not share the specifics of the investigation. This is very standard, and I think that also, like, this is a legal thing too. Like, I know there's people that want to know the details of it. There's just simply there are legal requirements, because the fact is that this is in the UK or some fucking, like, this is some bullshit country with, like, workers' rights and shit like that, right? So you can't just go and fire somebody. Because in my perspective, I think this guy should have been immediately fucking fired. Immediately gone, and not only that, I think Jagex should pursue legal action against him for damaging their brand and misusing his position. And just blatant breaches of contract, like actual damaging of the brand. Because this is, the problem is that from now on, whenever somebody gets banned on RuneScape, everybody is going to think, I wonder if this is legitimate or not. And that's something that he did. Tried it. This is the person who did this. So having corrupt leadership is so corrosive to a community that I can't even begin to explain how much ripple effect this is going to have. And this could potentially cost RuneScape, if they deal with it in a bad way, millions of dollars. So I think that they should absolutely pursue legal action against them, if for no other reason than to distance themselves from this person and to show that, hey, this is not something we're okay with, and we are taking immediate legal action against it to take accountability for it. So that's what my perspective is on it, right? Like, I think that this is not only a, you know, go direct, not directly to jail, right? But like, you are immediately fired. I don't think that's enough. I think they should pursue legal action against him. If evidence, of course, is available, which I think it will be. So yeah, and I feel like they heard your opinion. Well, I don't think so. I personally don't think that it had anything to do with what I said. I think that maybe I was the straw that broke the camel's back, and maybe they would have released this a few days later, but since this is blowing up on Twitter and YouTube, now they're releasing it a couple of days early. But I don't think that, like, I don't think the Jagex staff were, like, sitting there, they're like, oh my god, Asmon's reacting. Oh god. Oh god, yeah, call the legal team. We've got to make a statement immediately. Yeah, okay, we've got to do this. So yeah, I mean, of course, like, a lot of people are talking about it. Maybe that caused it to happen more quickly, but I think it probably happened already. Anyway, let's read the rest of the post. In February, similar claims were brought to our attention and a formal investigation was carried out. Based on the evidence available to us at the time, the investigation did not substantiate the claims. However, since new information has been brought to our attention, we have opened a new investigation. Much of the evidence provided exists outside of our game, which means that the investigation will be more complex and will need time to review the information provided carefully. I find this to be completely untrue. The fact is that she is a public figure, his girlfriend Stella is a public figure, and by her statements they are massively damaging to the brand, and the reason why they are damaging is because they are accurate. And the reason why they're accurate is because he's probably telling her what's going to happen. That's why. So you actually don't need to do an investigation for this at all to fire this person. The only investigation you need to do is to find out if you have enough evidence to sue him. That's the, like, I think that just you listen to the post that she makes with Legend. Thank you for saving us. Bro, you saved yourself. You guys saved yourselves. I was just, I'm just talking about it. It's my pleasure. I mean, I see shit like this happen. Oh no, not today. Not today. This is why I like talking about this stuff. Somebody has to set this shit straight because it's completely fucked up. And it's bigger than you, it's bigger than me, it's the whole community. The funny thing about this is that if this had happened at EA, or this had happened at Blizzard, this entire story would be mainstream gaming news for the next month. This is such a big deal. And I think the only reason that people aren't playing it up like this is because RuneScape has a very small community and people aren't popping off about it in the same way because it's more niche. But if this happened in like FIFA or this happened in World of Warcraft, imagine if Blizzard did this. Holy fuck, I'd be farming 10 YouTube videos a day about it. And everybody'd be watching them. It would be great for me. I hope Blizzard does do this. It'd be amazing. So, I mean, this is a breach of integrity at the highest level. It really doesn't get any higher than that. Blizzard doesn't have any mods, it's just automated? Well, I think they do. But yeah, anyway, Blizzard already does stuff this bad, to be honest. No, they do not. I think that, again, if you think that the average, oh, somebody's stupid because they made a bad ban decision, this is like on a completely, this is in a different universe, okay? Anyway, I'm getting off track. Let's read the post, okay? We ask for your patience while this is carried out, and we'll update you once this is concluded. I hate to tell you guys this, but as somebody who has been unfortunately involved in multiple investigations, this probably will take multiple months. So, like, I wouldn't expect to see a resolution to this within, like, a few days. Especially if legal is involved. Because they wanna, well, the reason why is they have to remove liability from themselves, so if this guy gets fired, he can't sue them for some form of wrongful termination. So they have to make sure that they have all their ducks in a row, they have to talk to a legal team. It's a massive thing. Saw Moist critical looking at this last night. He didn't seem quite as concerned. Said Jagex probably won't even address this. Well, it depends on how you look at it. But from my perspective, I think that it's inevitable that they would have. Like, this is, again, the reason why also is, like, it plays into a lot of narratives that exist on the internet. Like, where it's like, oh, this girl is, you know, getting preferential treatment. I mean, like, that automatically sets people off. The fact that, like, it's some simp mod that's doing it for her. Like, that, like, again, it's a story that plays right into the internet's preconception of relationships. That's just the truth. So, of course this was gonna blow up. Because this is the thing that every single, you know, red pill, MGTOW, fucking all women are hoes, like, this is like, bro, they see this and they're like, see? I told you so.
Još jedan, tamo.
So if you think that this wasn't gonna blow up, you haven't been paying attention. Of course this is gonna blow up. Abso-fucking-lutely. People throw this accusation out all the time that it has teeth, it seems. Exactly. And you know what the same exact thing happened was? I'll draw literally a direct parallel. Hassan, not Hassan Abbey, not Hassan Piker, but Hassan, who gives a fuck what his last name was, at Twitch. Everybody memed about this guy for years. Oh, Hassan got nudes from one of the girl streamers, now she's unbanned. Well, what happens whenever it turns out that it was true? And you gotta remember, Twitch didn't fire him right off the rip. No, it was. It was.
Ma like, da, ovo je rešeno.
Not specifically, but yes. Basically, yes. So, yeah, similar to the couple times Alex Jones read up a conspiracy theory of thousands, lol W, they go see. Well, the point is that it does reinforce biases, and it plays into something that many people know to be true, right? But yes, this will take quite a long time. Separately, last week we banned over 100 accounts for the use of account services. You can read more about this in the rules of RuneScape following the news post. We can confirm that thorough independent checks have been made and these bans have been correct and have been upheld. There is substantial evidence to validate that they are in line with our standard procedures.
Šta sam hedo ovaj meč podijelio, ovo nije normalno.
The actions taken. Though while our investigations are ongoing, we have opted to change the duration to temporary. Should repeat offenses occur,
ima još jedan tim, ovi će napolje. Pa da.
This is the smartest and best way for them to solve this problem. Yeah, like this is 100% the best way to solve the problem. Because I think that automatically unbanning everybody, especially whenever the odds are that Like, it wasn't necessarily that a lot of the people that she reported were not breaking the rules. It's that she had the control to decide which rule breakers were punished. So the selective enforcement of rules, if you have a rule and it's not being applied to everybody equally, you don't really have a rule. You have a guideline, okay? So if you want to have people respect your rules and you want to have people follow the rules, you have to apply the rules. So there, like RuneScape, like, and you see how this is so bad. And this is, again, right? So people are breaking the rules, and now RuneScape has to reduce a ban that might be justified because the optics of them going and upholding a ban that was made in the context of some fucking simp going out there and trying to ban people so his internet girlfriend doesn't get a competition in a video game. Like,
ja posao pravim pauzu.
it's just, it puts them in such a bad spot.
Zva
And
me
this is the
Toržić,
point that
idem
I'm
do
making
Bakardija
about
na
how,
kafu.
like, you don't, in my mind, you would not
Do
even need
Bakardija
an
na kafu
investigation
idem,
for
što
this.
rekao.
Like, the fact that she's going out publicly and talking about this, it puts him in a bad spot. And the truth is that, but it's his fucking choice to date her. It's his choice to be in a relationship with her. So he agreed to tell her a couple of different things. He says, either shut the fuck up, or I'm breaking up with you. That's it. Because she, the thing is that, like, oh, she can say what she wants or whatever. Like, no. Because whenever she does this, it damages the credibility and the integrity of the entire company. There's people that don't even know her fucking name, whose job is being affected because of her fucking ego. Absolutely not. So yeah, it puts them in a very bad spot. Let's read the rest of these. There's a legit role for staff impersonation. Oh, yeah, staff impersonation is bad. Of course. She should be removed. She doesn't matter. The truth is that I don't care what RuneScape does about her. She is irrelevant, okay? She is like a 200 to 300 viewer streamer. It doesn't matter. Like, she has no power. She's just a girl that plays the game. Ban her, don't ban her, it doesn't matter to me. What matters is the person who is in an actual position of power is misusing it. That's the problem. That's the issue. Please remain respectful to everyone involved in these cases. We do not tolerate harassment to any of our players, staff, or request to not publicly share relevant information of players and staff alike. If you have any additional information that may invade our investigations, please send it directly to tip-off at Jagex so it can be included in part of our investigations. Yeah, I think that here's a little bit of advice. Why don't you go ahead and look at some of these Bitcoin wallets. Let's get CoffeeZilla in here and do a little bit of a investigation. Because you know what I think is happening? I think that, so let's read between the lines a little bit here, okay? Let's think about it like this. So there were people that were saying that Jagex didn't pay very well. Trident wasn't one of them. The odds are they're probably making the same money. What's different between Trident and these other people? Maybe the fact that he's getting some of the money from the gold that this girl is selling on the down low. That's what I fucking think. That's what makes sense. Like, I mean, come on. Like, and he even said that oh, Jagex pays fine. Why do you think that? Let's look into the fucking Bitcoin wallets. Let's see this. You put the pieces together. She's not even playing the game. Now imagine playing WoW and all you do is gold farm. No, she can do whatever she wants, right? It's just breaking the rules. Like, you play the game however you want to do. So, yeah. And maybe the guy's just trying to get some pussy. Oh yes, yes. He's a simp. He is a simp at best, and a corrupt person who is abusing the game for real money at worst. Yeah, I mean that's it. Let's see here. It's the same as a boss giving fast promotions to a girl. Yeah, exactly. Well, it's not the exact same thing. It is. I don't know. I think that, like, you could apply something like this to other games, but in general, I think that a lot of people, they see something like this, and it just, like, validates everything that they were gonna possibly think. So, yeah. I try to pay my RuneScape membership with pennies and quarters in an envelope. It's smart. There you go. We've had worse. There's an actual mob that infiltrated Jagex and worked with hackers and RMT. Oh, absolutely. There are people that are, like... But the thing is that... I think the difference with that is that you don't have public statements by a live streamer that reinforce the existence of that relationship. Like, it's one thing for this to be happening behind the scenes. It's another thing for it to be happening on a stage. It's on a stage in front of everybody, and somehow nobody's able to see this? Get the fuck out of here. So that's what I think. Autoblock was banned for a reason. Without him being banned and putting Trident on the spot, justice may never have been served to anyone unrightfully permabanned. The reason why he was banned is irrelevant to me, and it doesn't matter. Because he can make another account. His ban is temporary anyway. It's not a big deal. Like, and maybe he broke the rules, maybe he didn't. I don't know. I have no idea. I think that RuneScape is doing probably the best thing. Most about Trident's corruption regardless. Exactly, yeah. I mean, because he's the guy that has the power. Like, Ada doesn't have any power. Stella doesn't have any power. Trident has all the power. And that's why the accountability should be on him. Permabans are only for one account. Well, I think that there are... Like, for example, if somebody is constantly harassing people in the game, I think that a shoot on sight, ban any account that you ever use policy is totally fine. But I think that this is like a fucking... This is like a... Like, you know, there's a pyramid of punishments, and this is the moon. It's not like... Yeah, I think that it should happen, like, in, like, super specific circumstances. But, like, this is, like... This is not an example of that. It's not even remotely close. So, let's look at a few more of these. There's a guy on a streaming platform streaming your stream. Oh, people do that all the time. I don't give a shit. Your wrong staff impersonation is bannable offense. Guess what? It's permabanned. Stella deserves to be permabanned. Stella was not impersonating staff. It's just like, again, like, she wasn't. Heavily against genocide whenever it comes to Jagex? I have no idea. Yeah, I don't think that she was. There's no evidence that I've seen of that so far. There's certain levels of banning for harassment though? Oh, for sure. But I'm saying, like, at the highest level, that's one thing. Influencing staff is different than impersonating. And these are different things. I think that, again, whenever you have so many facts on your side, why turn to fiction? Like, bro, she's dead to rights. Like, what do you think? You have, like, some Bitcoin address that you're constantly receiving money from? Ah, ha, ha. I wonder how. What's this? So, yeah, what's this? Absolute 100% about everything, no filter. No, I try to. The reason why I like talking about this stuff is very simple. It's because I think that a lot of other people don't put all the pieces together because they don't know as much shit about, like, different things that have happened like this than I do. Like, I spent 20 years on the internet. And I feel like I want to talk about this stuff because I think I'll give it a fair shake that a lot of times other people might not because they just don't know as much stuff about it that I do. That's it. And it also, whenever I'm wrong about something, I'm more than willing to say, oh, you know what? I was wrong about this. This is not true. It's the same as with this situation in particular. At the beginning of the video, I thought Autoblock was 100% self-reporting. I thought he was totally wrong, and he's just trying to throw this girl under the bus so he can look like he's a victim. And you know what? I watched the whole video, and it turned out that wasn't really true. That's it. That's how it works. Is you watch things and you change your opinion based off evidence. So yeah. CoffeeZilla, yeah, there you go. So I'll look at a few comments here, and I want to go ahead and really emphasize how bad this is for the company. This is like whenever a ref and VAR stands at the screen for 6 minutes, but Alan and everyone at home knows the mod is clearly offside. And that's totally fine. They have to do it, though. It is a formality. How can they be both justified bans and also revoked? Well, let me go ahead and explain this, because I can see how this girl would be confused So basically, the reason why they're justified is because the person technically broke the TOS. However, the application and punishment of the TOS is subjective. So they might have objectively broken the rules, but they are subjectively punished. Changing the subjective punishment doesn't necessarily mean that the rule wasn't broken. It's just making it more approachable and making it more appropriate. So, for example, if you do something that nobody has ever been permabanned before, and then they get banned for it, why do you think that happened? Because of fucking favoritism, that's why. Or it could just be the straw that broke the camel's back. However, that seems to not be the case this time. So, also, you think about the optics of upholding actions that were taken by a corrupt person. Is it really worth the PR hit to have somebody who, have somebody permanently banned on an account just to uphold the decision of a person who only made that decision in the first place because they were compromised and corrupt? Well, I don't think so. I don't think so at all. So, yeah. Let's see. I'll read a few more of these. It's cross-account banning. He got looked into because of the streamer. Well, it was not cross-account banning because he was not IP banned. I thought that too. It turns out I was wrong. This isn't a Tyler 1 or Path of Math situation. Let's see here. Scroll up. Oh, I've already seen these. Let's read a few more. Because they're obviously guilty of unjust bans. Yeah, whether the ban is just or not, upholding a ban that was made by a compromised person is very bad. The fact that you guys did an investigation in February, found zero fault, is alarming. The reason why they probably found zero fault is because... And actually, that's not... Let me read what they said. Investigation did not substantiate the claims. I think that guilt is gray. Guilt and innocence is very gray. I think that they probably found some evidence, but not enough to...
Looking for fun _bot master. Welcome to my channel.
Substantiate the claims. Not enough to say we are going to fire you because of this. He might have acted with, you know, like low ethical guidelines. He might have made mistakes, but you know they probably kept him on for that. So let's see here. It's probably true. Yeah, they promoted him, and again, they might have also only done an investigation onto his internal correspondence. So, like, for example, they could have looked at his emails and his messages that he did as somebody who was as an employee, but not like his private messages or not anything like that. Yeah, his emails. Let's see here. I think the most offensive thing about all this is how blatantly they went about it and expected no repercussions. There are a lot of people like Stella who go their whole life being protected because of other people, and they think that they have, like, that's people always talk about privilege in life. That's the real fucking privilege, is people think that they can shit in your mouth and you're gonna eat it because they think that they deserve to be able to do that. Yeah, they get cocky. That's what it is. And they get propped up and protected by white knights, simps, losers, and other people that are just like them. So that's what I think. Let's see here. Temp ban. Now, should it take this long? Evidence is clear as day. I think so, but there are legal requirements. That's why it will probably take a while. Doesn't look very good that someone more than an average Joe for Jagex to finally make a statement regarding this. Is probably assuming probably took biggest creator circles taking off. Again, I'm going to give some credit to Jagex here, okay? The odds are that they probably knew about this in the past, and they were probably aware of this, and they are just now making a statement about it because it's blowing up. I heard from somebody else that there was a statement made. This is not a statement as a representative of the company, but somebody had said, it's not my fucking birthday, stop it. It's Hitler's birthday, not mine. Please fucking stop. I don't know how this fucking happened, but it happened like 4 years ago. It's not my birthday. Stop it. It's not even remotely close to it. Anyway, point is that I think Jagex, what was this here? Oh yeah, I think Jagex might have already been conducting an investigation and looking into this, but what I think probably happened is that because of it blowing up online, they made this statement about it maybe early, or if they just didn't. But I don't think that any of this pressure actually spurred them into action in terms of investigating the claims. When people crying about this good news. Regarding statements like this shouldn't be rushed. Permaban was for sure harsh. Good to see you've changed your mind. I would say this was way too long on the side. It might have been. I have no idea. Let's see here. Process can't just act someone in most places at risk of lawsuit. Yeah, true. Yeah, for sure. And there is a good chance they could have conducted a private internal investigation and then made the decision. And they decided to make that investigation public because make it public that the investigation because of the fact that it's blowing up online. I think that's probably true. Yeah, sure. Let's see here. Maybe lack of evidence. The UK, they have to be careful as potential dismissal is used to pursue against an employer. They have to tread carefully. Yes, and again, like if this was in the US, I fully believe that if this was in the US, something was based in the US, this dude would have been gone within 24 hours of that video coming out. Like, absolutely. It's just that, you know, people have their rights, and, you know, they deserve their due process. That's the way the laws are over there, and you've got to follow the law. So, yeah. It's astounding neither of them try to cover their tracks whenever they do something that get them in trouble. Well, that's, again, people that's privilege right there. That's privilege. We've been canceled to the 10th hour? No, I don't think canceled is really it. I think you just look at Ryan. That's it. The fuck Stella? I don't care about Stella. It doesn't matter. I mean, again, like, and I think honestly, like, I think this guy was probably getting money from it too. I would say it is more than likely that he was getting money from it. I can't say for sure, but again, you put all of the pieces together, and there is no way you can tell me that there's not a mistake. Let's see here. Anyway, so this is what happened. This is, overall, I want to say that this is a huge W. This is great. And, you know, hopefully the guy gets fucked, right? Because I think that, again, it's so damaging to to a publicly facing brand like this. Massive W. Autoblock has been unbanned.
We won!
Welcome. Goodbye for now.
In the grim darkness of the 41st millennium, humanity is beset upon by all manner of forces which could drag our mighty Imperium out of the light, on but the whim of some terrible warlord following a false god for the promise of power. Thus, in desperate times, the High Lords of Terror will decide that this individual cannot be allowed to continue his offense, often before he is even aware of the terrible rot he could bring. And so an assassin will be summoned to enact the will of the Emperor. The credo of the Officio Assassinorum follows this thought, and it says that a single death can prevent a war which would claim 1 billion lives. The assassins which carry out these directives are almost entirely unknown to most Imperial citizens, who would be lucky to live a life so humble that the presence of an assassin is never known to them. However, to those few Imperial elites who know of their existence, they are viewed upon as the ultimate tool of both destruction and peace, being able to change the course of history with but a well-placed blade or bullet. None are spared from the eyes of an assassin if their threat is great enough. Alien warlords, traitorous heretics, corrupt officials, turncoat Astartes, or emergent psychers, none are safe from the blade of an assassin, and none will be spared the Emperor's justice. Once an assassin has been dispatched by the High Lords, there is truly nothing that can prevent their inevitable approach. Their training has honed them into a tool as ineffable as time itself, making them a truly inescapable force of the Imperium. And now, Imperial citizens, please give heed to this quote spoken by the God Emperor of mankind.
No world shall be beyond my rule. No enemy shall be beyond my wrath.
During the Great Crusade, upon hearing these great words from our Emperor, a small cadre of his loyal followers met in secret, deciding to take his words across the galaxy by culling the enemies who would oppose his will. They did not seek his praise, nor his accolades. They only wished to silently carry out their grim work to ease the burden on the Imperium during this mighty crusade. After the Imperial fleet had passed on from a planet and the Emperor had moved on to other conquests, these early assassins would follow in his wake, ensuring that each world fulfilled their promises to the Emperor, and that all would remain loyal to the Imperial creed. Whilst effective, this group knew that they could not act with the Imperium forever, and that their own lives would end far before their task was over. With this in mind, they revealed their actions to the Emperor, who, in his majesty, saw the grim necessity of such an organization, and so the Officio Assassinorum was founded. Under the guidance of Malcador the Hero, the 6 members of this early group founded their great temples across Terra, with each temple being named after its founder: Calidus, Venenum, Culexus, Vindicar, Eversor, and Vanus. Before we proceed, I should like to point out some of the unique skills of the various clades and temples and explain the inexorable ways in which they can bring the Emperor's justice to our enemies. Firstly, we have the Vindicar Temple. These assassins are cold, methodical killers who have been trained and biologically enhanced to be perhaps the finest marksmen in the entire galaxy. They will wait in a suitable position for weeks, with their body entering into a state of near hibernation, and their heart beating only once per minute until their target is in sight. They will then cleanly and quickly dispatch of their target using but a single round, fired from their magnificent Exodus rifles, before slipping into the dark, never to be seen by their enemies. Secondly, we have the Calidus Temple, whose assassins are experts in the art of subtlety and deception, being able to carry out their task without an enemy force ever knowing that an Imperial agent had ever been present. Using the drug polymorphine, a Calidus assassin can shift their form to match the appearance of any other humanoid creature, allowing them to perfectly blend in with an enemy force before striking with their phase blades and neural shredders to kill at the perfect opportunity. Thirdly, we have a temple with perhaps the darkest reputation, the Culexus Temple. The assassins here are all bearers of the pariah gene, and so are psychic blanks, lacking any presence in the warp, and giving them a fearful aura to all who encounter them. For a psyker, however, meeting a Culexus assassin is akin to mental torture, with the gaping void of their soul causing intense pain and distress, and their mere presence manifesting as a feeling of being drowned by the immense vacuum of their being. Because of this, a Culexus assassin will often be deployed to counter a powerful enemy psyker, rendering their warp powers useless and allowing the assassin to silently carry out their grim task. And finally, we have the most unpredictable of the temples, the Eversor Temple. An Eversor assassin is one of the closest things to a human weapon that the Imperium has access to, and they are so dangerous that when they are not deployed on a mission, they are kept in cryo-sleep, purely for the safety of other Imperial agents. They specialize in shock and horror tactics, being pumped full of as many psychostimulants as their body can handle before being shot in a drop pod to an enemy position, where they will rip themselves out and go on a killing spree. Their neuro-gauntlets are filled with all manner of neurotoxins, while their executioner pistol can fire high explosive rounds before switching to deadly toxic darts, ensuring their foes have met a grisly and certain end. Whilst there are other temples found on other worlds, there are dark rumours about them, with some potentially having incorporated Tyranid DNA in order to produce living weapons and cross-human hybrids. Temples as abhorrent as this should not be spoken of, lest we wish for a visit by a questing inquisitor, who will no doubt have a great interest in where we learnt of such heretical knowledge.
Limetum Pop. Welcome to my channel.
Oh my. Temporal Sanctum.
Each of the early members who presented themselves to the Emperor were designated as the Director Primus of their temples, which were known as clades at the time, and they were tasked with recruiting new members, as well as plotting and planning their missions to best serve the Imperium. During the Horus Heresy, Malcador, who acted as the Grand Master of the Assassins, tasked each of the clades with the near-impossible task of eliminating the arch-traitor Horus. The devised plan involved the creation of the first known execution force, which was a combined formation of assassins from each clade who advanced and acted with a deadly coordination that none should be able to counter. Tragically, however, with the target of their mission being blessed by the Dark Gods, this first force ended in failure, with the deaths of every member assassin sent on this fateful mission. We can only wonder how different our Imperium would be if they had succeeded. But fate, tragically, took its course, and we must live in the shadow of their failure. And now, Imperial citizens, please be warned, for you're about to hear the words spoken from the traitorous mouth of the late Primarch Conrad Curse.
Your mission proves the truth of all I've ever said. Death is nothing compared to vindication.
They cannot reach me.
Before he fell to the whims of the Dark Gods, the Primarch of the Night Lords, Conrad Kurtz, had been plagued by prophetic visions of his own death at the hands of a team directed by the Emperor himself. This eventually festered and manifested itself in his betrayal of the Imperium, and perhaps as a self-enacting prophecy led to his demise at the hands of an Imperial assassin. The Calidus assassin, Mushen, was tasked with this fateful mission, and through the cover of the void, infiltrated her way into his palace to enact the Emperor's justice. Within his throne room, the Primarch had no guards, no armor, and welcomed her into his presence. He explained that he had tracked this assassin since her mission first began, but that its success would ultimately prove his rebellion as just and fair. Despite his ravings, Mushen completed her mission and beheaded the Night Haunt. Despite her never returning to Terra, the successful operation proved that not even a Primarch could be beyond the reach of an assassin's blade. And now, Imperial citizens, take heed of the great words from a hero of the Imperium, Chapter Master Maximus Thane.
Despite our losses, despite the fallen suns, despite the eternal silence of the Emperor, we will endure.
The Byzantine and internecine politics of the Imperium finally reached a boiling point when the Grand Master of the Officio Assassinorum, Draken Van Gorich, ordered his assassins to en masse slay the High Lords of Terra, allowing him to install puppet rulers who would simply follow his directions, making him the de facto ruler of the Imperium. When word finally reached the loyalist space marines of the Imperial Fists, they dispatched a fleet of a magnitude that had not been seen since the days of the Horus Heresy, and they sought to end this rebellion once and for all. Assailed by hundreds of assassins, the Marines made planetfall on Holy Terra and led a strike into the Imperial Palace in order to regain control of the Imperium. The Grand Master was eventually located in the Eversor Temple at the North Pole of Terra, and after a bloody conflict involving the assault of 100 Eversor assassins, the Imperial Fists Chapter Master Maximus Thane eventually delivered the Emperor's judgment to Van Gorich, and his coup met a bloody end. For years after this, the Imperium was left in a state of anarchy. Still reeling from the Horus Heresy, and with the War of the Beast being a recent memory, the wounds of these assassins took a millennia to fully heal. During the Reign of Blood, the traitor Goj Vandaira seized control of the Imperium, using Imperial assassins to further his own maniacal cravings for power by killing his opponents and solidifying his place as the sole High Lord of Terra. Shortly after his death at the hands of the Imperial Saint Alicia Dominica, a renegade Calidus assassin sought to murder the Grand Master of the Assassins, leading to an ever-escalating conflict and resulting in many forbidden and ancient weapons being taken and unleashed within the Imperial Palace. Nerve gases and neutronic warheads were released during the battle, destroying entire wings of the palace and leaving Holy Terra in disarray from the conflict. This war of vindication ended with the death of the Calidus assassin at the hands of her original target, the assassin's Grand Master.
Hello?
But because of the scale of this war,
Ma... Uzeo sam da craftujem neki item ovdje u ovome Lost Epoku. Imaš da uradiš dungeon i kad uradiš dungeon onda možeš da jedan predmet pretvoriš iz tog legendary tire u kao u taj kao kako beše ono ide. Ovo ti je unique, iz unique ga upgradeš u legendary. S tim što moraš da pobediš bossa. A za bossa ti treba ključ. Moraš da nađeš ključ koji se random nalazi dok igraš. Stavi tu sam. Ma... Uzem. I poslao sam ti ako te zanima ovaj... taj Warhammer lore kao video. da barem developere tih igara plaćaju toliko novca, razumeš, za ljude koji su profesionalni voice aktori, razumeš, da ono...
Ja mislim da uzmoj naprave igricu koje uče mega igre dobre, a voice manje...
Izgleda mi je to zadnja ono stavka, znaš. Da plate voice aktora, da im razumeš ono...
Znaš koja je zaista ima dobro voice aktor?
Da čujem.
Onaj, igrao si ga, Darek... Jao. Jebem ti mozak.
O čemu se radi? Reci mi pa ću ti reći.
Nosiš onu bebu, Death Stranding.
Death Stranding, da. Dobro, ima nekih reklama i gluposti, ali Norman Reedus jeste. Ne samo on, skoro svi su ono odglumili ono dobro. Mislim, Kojima bi trebao da batali pravljenje igara, jednostavno da ono počne da pravi filmove. Ali čovjek voli, on kad napravi igru to je više interaktivni medijum, razumeš? Film koji gledaš ono 2 sata, ne 8 sati. Jer Death Stranding, ako izbaciš svu borbu i sve gluposti, u suštini je kao jedna kompleksna priča koja se onako rasteže.
Nije lošo i Neo. Zanimljiva igra, zaista.
Nioh.
Da, pa ovo što igram.
Ti igraš Nioh.
Ovo što sam ti juče snogao.
A ona 2D igra, jel to?
Ne.
Izgleda previše sirovo. Imam dosta igara koje sam uzeo koji izgledaju previše sirovo. Mislim da ću sad čekati da je završi. Među igrama koje izgledaju prilično sirovo je i 7 Days to Die. O bože, hoće li je već jednom završiti. Nije u pitanju samo grafika, nego u pitanju su i NPC-evi i questovi i... ono što kažu finalni polish. Kao što rekao. Rimworld je dosta igri po tom pitanju samo. Pretpostavljam da ću kada ubaci onaj update za... Sad ću reći, za projekt Zomboid. Da li je build 42? Mislim da je build 42, nisam siguran.
Za životinje.
Za životinje. Nije to...
To treba još odavno dobati.
To izgleda previše kompleksno, pošto moraš da... recimo da staviš da se random generišu recimo u svakom zoni, da možeš da ih uloviš recimo, da imaš životinje koje slobodno pasu u šumi, da imaju nekakav marker za glad i šta ti ja znam, razumeš. Moraš postaviti neke stvari. Trebali su odmah tako nešto, jest. Ali ajde.
Ne, skoro su, mislim, to već sve godinu bacuju.
Mamu li ti jebem. Aaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaa Smeće. Fuck. No need for that. Mogu da ti pokažem boss fight, pa ako hoćeš da probaš.
Onda sam te završeno ovdje ovo. Kad sam krenuo već da zađem koje znači.
Dobro, i šta smo zaključili? Ko je Crnogorac, a ko je Vojvodine?
Pa ne znam, nije to ni bitno. Bitno je kako se ko osjeća.
Pa, do duše, ja se sad malo osjećam na znoj, bio sam po ovom suncu do centra, moram se okupam.
To je bitno.
Šta ima, što činite?
Čekam Nenada.
Ti kašone?
Samo ne znam šta radi.
A bre, ne rade. Čuli si.
Nije mjesto.
Kako nešto?
Šta radiš, ne radiš? Evo krenuo Jedi Survivor da se igra Jedi.
Ne, što?
Ona. Očekivao sam da se igra.
Ne primam se ja na Jedi i te gluposti. Ne. Lightsaber ti je samo predmet moći, skroz je nebitan. Što ga tiče, po toj logici Jedi može da uzme običnu čačkalicu i da je potvori kao lightsaber. I nema masu. A kad gledaš filmove, baš sam gledao jednog lika koji je profesionalni mačevac, kaže nema logike lightsaber, kao lightsaber.
Why?
Pa nema masu. Ti bi trebalo da se uzmeš hemijsku olovku, uzmeš, kakva plazma. Uzmeš hemijsku olovku i mašeš njom. Toliku masu ima lightsaber. Nema masu mača. Razumeš? I možeš u bilo kom... Da, izvoli.
Plazma može presjeći bez...
Jeste, ali ovo nije plazma. Hoćeš da ti nađem lore od Star Wars?
A šam rođe,
Ne. To je samo... Ona je kao otalotvorenje sile.
Ali mora koristiš kristal da bi to...
Kristal fokusira tu moć.
Da nisi možda igrao neki Quantum Break.
Znam šta je, nije loše. To ti je... Pa to ti igra od onih... Malo je naučno fantastično, ali... Dobre grafike i dobri su efekti, To ti je od ovih što su pravili... Max Payne 1-2. Control su oni isto uradili. I onaj Alan Wake. Taj finski studio.
Control sam instalirao, krenuo da idem, ne znam,
Priča je zbunjujuća, znaš.
Došao sam do nekog lavirinta na tom prvom nivou.
Ne.
Crno-belo.
Jesi ti igrao igru ili si čitao igru?
Instalirao i krenuo.
Ne, znači nisi čitao. Igra se dešava u zgradi, a čitava zgrada je kao anomalija vremenska. Sobe nisu povezane, sobe i arhitekture nemoguće, razumeš? Jedna soba je užasno visoka ili hodnici idu levo, desno, gore, dole i na kraju se vraćaš u tu, ne znam, sobu koju si počeo, ali to nema logike. Čitava igra ti je kao, dešava se unutar te zgrade, a poenta je kao, ja sam malo spojlovao sebi igru pa sam pogledao, to se sve dešava unutar glave kao glavnog lika, te ženske. Čitava ta zavrzlama. U suštini je u pitanju psihološki thriller.
Ovo baš liči na Max Payne prvi deo.
Dobro, akcija liči, ali... Ne volim prostornu dezorijentisanost. Znači, bilo koja soba može te odvede bilo gde u tome kontrolu. Isto tako glavni lik, ta ženska, vratno se čitava sekvenca dešava unutar sna. Ima 100% kontrolu nad objektima u okolini, imaš, ne znam koji dugme imaš kao taj push, gdje kao ono samo gurne stvari, ne znam, pocepa se beton i stubovi počnu da lete, stolovi lete u vazduh, listovi papira, sve to izgleda jako impresivno, ali ono, nema veze sa koliko igra, ali opet nema nikakve veze sa nikakvom, ni realnošću, ni fizikom, ništa, samo je kao spektakl. A priča nije loša, a sve ostalo...
Delazim. Welcome to my channel.
Nešto nenormalno zahtevna je, evo se, ono... Onih 5 i 7 da nije jedva radila u 2K na 55 frame.
A više je ta igra benchmark nego što je igrala, ajde.
Taj Ghostwire.
Ghostwire, onaj, aha. Nekakvi lovci na paranormalno. Mislim da se dešava u Japanu, jesam dobro rekao?
Ovo je Tokio koliko vidim.
Aha. S tim što će ti dosta igre izgledati onako čudno, jer mi smo uglavnom Evropljani i nemamo veze sa njihovim tim budističkim čudima, ni sa duhovima vode, ni sa duhovima umrlih.
Na Dreamcastu sam igrao Shenmue ili Shenmue, onaj... Brate, mi da ono razumeti šta se tam dešava, znači na ulicu moja plana.
Da su Shenmue ne dešava u Hong Kongu.
Japan.
Znaš mi se Hong Kongu?
Bio ubeđen da ću naći onu kuću iz... The Grudge, kako se čita, onaj. Pošto ti mislim da voliš filmove, možda bi ti se svidjela ona Until Dawn igra. Aha. To ti je kao horror slasher. Imaš nekog ubicu koji skida te kao tinejdžere i dešava se kao tokom jedne noći i priča skače malo iz sadašnjosti u prošlost i ima elemenata i kao ono horror filma, imaš nekakve kao vukodlake, kao da li su vukodlaci ili nisu, postoji ubica koji progoni glavne karaktere, ima neka priča koja se dešava iza kulisa, imaš tu par karaktera za koje misliš da su kao ono ubice, ali nisu ubice i tako, nije loše. Nije da je pravljena za konzole, ali izašla je, čini mi se, mislim da ima PC. Ja sam preskočio prvi deo Evil Within, zato što sam jako me podsjetio na Resident Evil 4, ali kao na jako lošu kopiju. Možda su išli na taj neki vibe, ali bez veze. Drugi deo je onako malo više open world i više mi se sviđa. Dato ti je kao igraču više prostora da istražiš okolinu i taj kao fiktivni grad u kome se dešava taj Evil Within 2. Oj, Nenade. Tamo da vidim. Ima li ga na Steamu? Tako kad ti budem rekao da je na Epic Store.
Aha. Ne. Ne. Ne, ne. Ne, ne. Ne. Ne, ne. Kako se zove ona njihova igra sljedeća? To me čudi. Onaj kanjon, nije kanjon, nego... Kvori, ili tako nekako. Until Dawn. Supermassive Games. Bla bla bla. No, mi ništa ne znači. Kvori. Evo imaš na fići. Skoro identično se igra kao ovo. Drugačija je priča, ali ono, isti je sistem. To si možda gledao. Kažem, drugačije... Nem. Nikad ga nisu napravili za PC. Ili sam ubeđen da je, pošto znam da je Kvori, znači isti je developer, znači tačno isti stil igre, isto sve. Ok. Ne. Op. I nema ga.
There had to be a response to reprimand the organization. Firstly, the Assassins' temples were split and scattered across the galaxy, kept far from Holy Terror and unable to be compromised in unison. Secondly, the Order Sicarius was formed as an organization to monitor and police the members of the Assassin temples. The Assassins were also required to undergo more rigorous psycho-indoctrinations from the Inquisition to ensure that their loyalties could never be questioned again.
That which is unknown and unseen always commands the greatest fear.
During the third sphere expansion phase of the fledgling Tau Empire, the Imperium found itself in a brutal stalemate with a Tau armada over the planet of Agrellan, known as Mugulath Bay to the Tau. Whilst the Imperial forces ground against Tau firing lines on the planet's surface, the venerable ethereal supreme Onva was directly leading the defense, inspiring all around him as the spiritual and governing leader of the entire Tau
Tensu
Empire.
underscore 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 underscore.
To continue his leadership
Welcome to my
efforts.
channel.
This position was eventually uncovered by the all-seeing eyes of the Officio Assassinorum, who dispatched a chilling Culexus assassin to finally bring an end to this troublesome ethereal and perhaps bring the young empire to heel. This shadowy spectre of inhumanity infiltrated the bunker and quickly dispatched of the Chasui bodyguards with the immaterial waves of negative psychic energy beaming from his animus speculum. Finally, the Culexus assassin had Aunva in his grasps, and his death was neither swift nor merciful. The Tau leadership was so distraught at the death of their spiritual liege that they produced a holographic mimic of Aunva to keep up a charade that he was still alive and still fighting for the greater good. This is but a lie, however, and paints a gruesome truth behind the Imperial assassins, that when they are successful and have carried out their mission, most won't know that they have done anything at all, for our lives will continue peacefully and unbothered by that which has been dispatched of by the silent hand of the Emperor. And so our journey through some of the greatest toils of the Officio Assassinorum comes to an end. Whilst none can question their efficiency and skills in the art of ruthless, targeted destruction, it is well worth noting that an assassin is but a tool, and a tool in the wrong hands can bring even the mighty Imperium to its knees.
Today's video is brought to you by Audible. Audible provides an easily accessible way to access audiobooks for its members, just one of the reasons why I recommend it, along with enabling you to make huge savings on the newest full-length Warhammer audiobooks. As an Audible member, you get 1 credit every month to use on any title across their entire premium selection, but clearly credits best spent on those longer 9-hour plus premium audiobooks. Given the theme of the video, I decided to select a couple of audiobooks to suit. Krieg straddles both the death core of Krieg in the modern Imperium, as well as laying out the history and horror that turned their planet to a death world. The second is the classic first and only Book 1 in the Gaunt's Ghost series. Both of these offer lashings of guard action, and I'll share some thoughts on both at the end of the video today. You can start today using all...
Genester. Šta ti je sam restartao kompjuter ili?
Pojao mi... Kako se mogu... Ja imam neke... Da se mogu gledati medicinska zemlja.
Reinstall drivera. Za grafiku?
Ne.
Dobro.
Naše poziv.
Sad kad bi ti mene dodao na listu prijatelja tamo, mislim da jesi. Mislim da možda imaš i opciju sam da se joinuješ na mene. Ovi dungeoni su... Ovaj ti je gotov. Ono za što si mi ti trebao i za što imam ključ mogu ti pokazati onaj Temporal Sanctum, to ti je taj... Ne. Ne.
Take care. Yes.
Ne. 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 Ok, ajmo. Oduzim ključ. Imam još jedan ključ. Kad igraš ove monolite dobijaš random ključeve. Teleportujem me, falim te bože. Znaš da se teleportuješ na mene, znaš? Teleporti se vam.
Ja sam pokrenuo teleportaciju odmah, sam se.
Pa dobro, možda zato što se ja nisam stvorio tamo. Ovo ti je u Ruin Dairy i zaboravio sam kako dolaziš ovdje konkretno. Na ovaj Ruin Coast. Moguće da je pitanje druga vremenska epoha. Treba ti ključ. Stavit ću level 1 pošto mi za ovaj item ne treba.
Staviš slovo neki već.
Neću moći biti boss. Znam šta ti pričam. Nije pointa da dođem do bossa da ga ne ubijem. Pritisni Y. Jesi promenio eru? Ne znam šta ti je hotkey, u donjem levom ćošku, tamo pored health bara. Piše temporal shift, cooldown 4 sekunde.
Gdje?
Ovdje, brate, vidiš.
Vidim.
Menjaš epohu, ne znam šta ti je hotkey, meni nije. Pointa ti je da prođeš ove dve mape i dođeš na treću ti je boss. Ovdje nije. Ne, nije ni ovdje. A ovo je, ovdje možeš da prođeš, viš. E sad, ako hoćeš maksimalno da experience to, onda dođeš ovdje u sobu, recimo ovu. Počistiš sobu i promeniš eru da vidiš koga ima u drugoj eri. Pošto obično u svakoj sobi imaš grupe ovih elita. Ovih i ovih. Probaš drugu eru. I ovo. Edu piču, imate. Dobro. Ajmo dalje. Možemo i gore, nije problem. Fora ti je što ovo ti je kao hran toga jedne od tih kao zmija, šta li. Ona kao istražuje te kao vremenske, kao procep. I taj hram postoji u dve vremenske epohe, kao u godini 1000 i godini 1200 to je.
Ne mogu da ustanem sam.
Ne, ispao si. To što si umro. Šta tu bilo?
Neki ovdje sigurno.
Dobro, izaći ja.
Nemoj.
A ne, nema point. Igramo nešto drugo.
Teleportam da ti tebe.
Mislim da ne može.
Može.
Može?
Provio mi teleportam da tebi.
A zašto možeš? Možeš se vratiti u grad.
Sam i 5 dok se nisi jedan.
Pa gdje si ti sad tamo?
Jo, kako neće sebe.
Ne možeš ti. Ne možeš. Zabagovali smo igru. Ako te ubiju u tom Temporal Sanctumu, završio si.
Ubiju sebe.
Evo, zabagovali smo igru. Samo da znaš, koliko ja znam, ako umreš u Temporal Sanctumu, u tim kao specijalnim dungeonima, ono kao iššutnete napolje. To je to. Imao si jednu priliku, imao si taj item i ako umreš, umreš. Hoćeš da završimo kampanju?
Ajmo čušnuti kad budemo ono...
Ajde. Gde sam ja jebote. Ajde.
Koliko nijem snaga bre. Hoćeš još? Ne. Jebem to vreme i ove kiše.
Lutaj.
Evo.
Ne, lutaj.
Gledaj. Evo.
Evo. Znaš, stavi tu kotić da pokupim. Samo ti jedni.
Da.
Možda da daš nož jedan. Nož. Abi jete mi tu, a? Nije, evo. Nešto čini samo. E daš? Ili ja?
Video underscore game underscore talk. Welcome to my channel. Violets underscore TV. Welcome to my channel.
Ja sam Ivana iz grupe Hurricane. Ćao, ja sam Ksenija iz grupe Hurricane.
Ja sam Živko iz Slobodan, polu poljoprivrednik, polu čovek koji su me isterali iz elektronske industrije.
No, ja sam Sandra iz benda Hurricane. No, ja sam Sandra iz benda Hurricane.
My name is Lindsay Graham, and I am a cat. Meow, meow. I'm not a woman dressed as a cat. I am a cat. By show of hands, I'm curious, how many of you believe and confess that I'm a cat? No one. You are right. Why? Because you are not stupid, and these children are not stupid. One look at me, and you know this to be true. I am a woman posing as a cat. You may also think correctly that if I truly believe I'm a cat, I have a mental disorder. If I suffer from a mental disorder, and if I'm unable to discern reality, am I safe to be around children? Would you put me in charge of making critical decisions about the children and about the direction of their education? From fiction, no tape.
Something that I get asked all the time is, why do you waste so much material? Why don't you just pre-cut every piece of sheet glass to fit to the stone? And there are a couple reasons I don't do that. The first is that I work in a reductive manner or a subtractive manner, so I like to take away pieces to reveal the form inside. I was trained in classical figurative sculpture, so I work with clay a lot, which is an additive material, and I found that I always enjoyed carving away at a giant block of either stone or of clay to find my form. Another reason is that I respond really intuitively to the materials. I react to the different patterns and crystalline structures that are revealed by the cutting process. So when I start these sculptures, I have an idea of where they're probably going to go, but I have to really respond to what happens during the process. And I think it's my way of acknowledging and accepting the fact that I can't control every part of the process from start to finish. And in the moment, I have to respond to what's happening, and I think that creates a real liveliness in the work. As an artist, you really do have to pay attention to efficiency, but that's truly secondary to getting the work done and doing it right. Something that I get asked all the time is, why do you waste so much material? Why don't you just pre-cut every piece of sheet glass to fit to the stone? And there are a couple reasons I don't do that. The first is that I work in a reductive manner or a subtractive manner, so I like to take away pieces to reveal the form inside. I was trained in classical figurative sculpture, so I work with clay a lot, which is an additive material, and I found that I always enjoyed carving away at a giant block of either stone or of clay to find my form. Another reason is that I respond really intuitively to the materials. I react to the different patterns and crystalline structures that are revealed by the cutting process. So when I start these sculptures, I have an idea of where they're probably going to go, but I have to really respond to what happens during the process. And I think it's my way of acknowledging and accepting the fact that I can't control every part of the process from start to finish. And in the moment, I have to respond to what's happening, and I think that creates a real liveliness in the work. As an artist, you really do have to pay attention to efficiency, but that's truly secondary to getting the work done and doing it right. Something that I get asked all the time is, why do you waste so much material? Why don't you just pre-cut every piece of sheet glass to fit to the stone? And there are a couple reasons I don't do that. The first is that I work in a reductive manner or a subtractive manner, so I like to take away pieces to reveal the form inside. I was trained in classical figurative sculpture, so I worked with clay a lot, which is an additive material, and I found that I always enjoyed carving away at a giant block of either stone or of clay to find my point. Another reason is that I respond really intuitively to the materials. I react to the different patterns and crystalline structures that are revealed by the cutting process. So when I start these sculptures, I have an idea of where they're probably going to go, but I have to really respond to what happens during the process. And I think it's my way of acknowledging and accepting the fact that I can't control every part of the process from start to finish. And in the moment, I have to respond to what's happening, and I think that creates a real liveliness in the work. As an artist, you really do have to pay attention to efficiency, but that's truly secondary to getting the work done and doing it right. Something that I get asked all the time is, why do you waste water? Why don't you just pre-cut a piece of sheet plastic that fits in a stone? And there are a couple reasons I don't do that. The first is that I work in a reductive manner or subtractive manner, so I like to take away pieces to reveal the form inside. I was trained in classical figurative sculpture, so I work with clay a lot, which is an additive material, and I found that I always enjoyed carving away at a giant block of either stone or of clay to find my point. Another reason is that I respond really intuitively to the materials. I react to the different patterns and crystalline structures that are revealed by the cutting process. So when I start these sculptures, I have an idea.
Audible with a free 30-day Audible trial to get yourself full access to thousands of audiobooks, originals and podcasts. All you need to do is visit audible.com/Luton, and for those in the US, you can also text Luton to 500 500. Now, on my pending list of dedicated breakdowns to make, the Imperial Guard are still up there, along with those sisters and yes, the Astartes, and we'll inevitably get to speaking more about the Guard in a more general sense later. But as you may have sensed over time, my content delivery plan is, let's just say, chaotic. And don't overthink the use of that term. I already got sent a mystery box this week by the Imperium. It's surely the Inquisitors trying to trick me again. Those idiots. So today, much like our recent look at the Legion of the Damned, when it came to deciding on a piece, it seemed suddenly obvious to go all in on an upside down approach, generic Cadian Guard later, gas masked creep now. So let's jump.
Jesi joj God of War da igraš? Ne, izvoli. No problem. Promijenim opis. Da, evo ti gledaj, imaš God of War, vidiš? Ovdje. God of War imaš. I imaš God of War Ragnarok.
Šta?
Imaš dve igre, vidiš? Za PC, kako ja znam.
A ti mi tamo, ja gledam ono.
Levi ekran. Znaš.
Pa šta si...
Nisam, nemam ja toliko para. Jednu sam platio, bio 2000 rubalja, 3, tako nešto. 3-40 dinara.
Koliko je Ragnarok? 56 eura.
Sad ću ti reći.
Manje biti.
Ček. Koliko god da je. Ako ima da se skine, skinut ću ti na tvom PC-u, ali... Nema. Ragnarok. Ne znam li za PC ovo. Evo. Ragnarok ili nema za PC ili nema na PC platformi. Možda ima na onom Epic Store. Možda ima na Epic Store. Ko zna. Pazi na ovaj kabel. Ove slušalice, ne znam kako da zalemim ove kablove.
Da zalemiš? Ako se prekine kontakt. Ne možeš da kupiš sam papaj. Znaš, komplet da menjaš to.
Izvin, nisam ti zakočio miš. Shift F2.
Skvat neki čaj. Ti si ga pomjeri i pobjega ti je. Počeš se heri da praviš na drugih. A može, imam ono... Ja ono pijem od nane, ali imaš ti...
Može.
Better not be fighting with your brother again.
Guess he's got a little less annoying over the year. This doesn't mean I ain't got a customer base of my own.
Si tarno napravio?
Who's that?
Well, you came back here, didn't you?
Fair point.
Tek treba da radiš taj quest ili?
Ne, evo imam da napravim.
Aha, imaš Sindri, Oral, Varman Breastplate i Brock. Memorable Defense. Malo dok se ugre. Šta ti je Ultimate Sacrifice? A? Si morao kozu da ubiješ. Da samo breastplate ili možda praviš i druge? Šta ti pravi?
Ne, imam i drugi.
Defensive cooldown. Protected barrier. A šta je taj Brockov? Increase the rate which radiation is supposed. Kaže, rare metal favor luck and strength. 6 luck. Kakva laže. Možda ti taj bolji.
Bolje ime zato što ima runik.
Kažem, bar boostuje 2 statistike, ovaj daje... To je 3, ali daje 2. Hoćeš čitav da napraviš armor sete? Da, ovaj ti čitav daje na reč vidim.
That ought to keep them hacking bits off you. Proudly, you some bitch.
Imaš ti para da platiš, šta ja bi rekao?
Će vidimo.
Big pride.
Ne može, jedan.
Mist Echo, Smoldering Ember, to uopšte ne dobijam, to ću opet posle dobijam.
Kad pređeš sigurno si. Kad pređem igru da kako pređem.
Be too careful now.
Znaš, vidim se.
Guardian still treba.
A to na neka posebnost.
Pa ne znam, dobijaš tako od nekih bossova. Dobio sam, danas sam dobio kad sam bio Valkyrie.
Ti zapamtiš to kamenjem, ćeš dugo da kupaš. Dobro, fora što ne možeš to kamenje direktno da baciš. Treba čovjek satima. A ima si swap enchantment, ti si vidio? Šta je prebacio?
Samo nije u ekipu.
Imaš još jedno mjesto. A nisi ekipa opet, jel ne? Jesi, jesi. A Immolation ti je ono na Chaos Blade, ne? Kad se zapali ekran. Citirat ću Marka Kosovića, jer ne bude ono što dere nebo. Sjećaš kaj to? Jeste, to je neboderissimo. Dobar taj t-shirt. Ima li još takvih kamenčića okolo? Kako boostuješ Vitality, nisam generalno primetio da ima nešto puno itema koji boostuju Vitality. To moraš da uzmeš takav armor set, šta? Jel to?
Pa mi ima neđe, znaš.
Nešto nego malo. Na prste ruke možda izbrojiš.
Imam 25%. I na ovaj imam 15, dobro. Imam 25%.
Da. Ma radite šta taj perfect aspect of RAM, to za sprinting speed?
Pa jebimo mato, dobro ono kad točkaraš. Ne mi da nisam probao.
A probaj. Možda ima point. Piše slightly. Znaš, tako da mi ono... Slightly ne piše ni 5% ni 10%, znaš. Ono kao...
Eto, sad sam oklopljen, nisam više gologuzan. Jebem li ono, kao nešto. Trči brže. Maši.
Ali ne piše, znaš, volim to opisno izražavanje. Ne znam koji sam igru igrao. I tako piše few, very, lots. Šta? Koliko je to brojčano? Opisno izražavanje. Da ti pogađa. Viš, i za naj ti piše isto. Piće ti slightly.
Možda da staviš na 5-6.
Staviš 2-3 komada i onda pičiš kao konj. Možeš taj
na pustoše, to ti kažem. Pa što ti lag, što imaš veći lag, to se brže ti ability lakše aktivira, tako ide.
Nije loš.
I cooldown smanjuje, ja.
Health burst. To je, mislim, one zelene ispade, ili tako, jes?
Da.
Bye, I say that you remember, bye, never was a cloud. Što mi se otvorilo?
Šta ti treba cooldown?
Charge.
To je kao na boostovanje se sad, je li to?
Pa additional bonus imaš. Aktivirao sam.
No, nije loš. Short and charge time. To ti za najheavy, jel? No, meni se čini. I meni se čini brže. Onih za tapanje. Da ste ostali živi. A?
Dobro došao. Totalno nikakve putokaze nemamo, samo...
Random ideš, no?
Bolje mi je peške konca.
Bar ćeš provalit gdje te ideš. Ja sam da se otvorio neki tap.
Now we just need to figure out what door this key opens.
Moram da se
It has
nisi
to be
zapravo.
somewhere around the temple.
Jel tako bilo nešto? Otvorio si potraživač u neki gajci i gleda kako da dođeš njim.
A da,
Ono kraljestvo ni džinova da nije tamo. Šta je opet zmiju treba da probudiš, ne?
Zapeo sam bio neki brod, glupo sam.
I don't think we should disturb Jormungandr without some reason.
Crno-bijeli svijet.
Atreus, follow me.
Sorry. Oh, you're right. Now that we got the key, we can open that big door anytime we want. Let's explore.
Šta kaže? Now you can open door.
Ne znam, ali još malo se spuštenje.
Znaš da je bilo tamo negdje par soba koje nisi mogla da uđeš, gdje je bilo poplavljeno par ovih pećina. Gdje što čekati. Možda vredi jeti do kraja tamo, znaš, si bio? tubama. Znaš da je bila zagonetka ono ispred veštičke kuće, se sjećaš? Možda smo ti gledali guide, da ti treba Chaos Blade, si rešio to?
Mislim da sam sve riješio, pa bilo sam.
I see something down there.
Onoga ti više ne treba, onoga servera.
Čega?
Ma i bilo je tamo nešto uvodi.
A ima da ga hoćeš.
Ima ga na svakom malo. Svakom malo.
Spoljnes. Putokad jebeni, putokad nemaš ništa. Još je nekako razum.
Tada te sve kuva da gore.
Banska. Jeste da. Treba bi to da odradio.
Evo imaš tu lijevu odmah. Ne zove ništa.
Gdje oni monsteri fluišta na... u priči ono naš. Na glavni storyline, gdje ne mogu mi ništa.
Šta je stratom becasi?
Another name. Hilder.
Someone who loved the Valkyries enough to do this? I wonder.
Samo ti
Perhaps the
treba
Queen?
taj decipher da bi mogo da ih aktiviraš. To je to. Šta kad sve zapališ? Šta si? Nešto si.
Ne znam goals, treasure maps, ovo je neđe kod Feet of the Gods, kneel before Thor, kod neke statue. Thora, vjerojatno. Ovo je kod Valkira, to znam gdje, tamo mogu otići.
Što je rekao, something is down there ili somebody?
I see something down there.
Flatir channel. Welcome to my channel.
Na neku ostrovo, što ti piše? Ice of Death.
Šta?
Pogledaj na mapu. Tu desno. Viš, gore, pored tebe. Piše Ice of Death, viš? Si vidio to? Ne, to što piše Shores of Night, to je nebitno skroz, nego piše fino. Viš kad polaš na mapu.
Mystic Gateways. 8 od 10. Znači 2 lokacije imaju još.
A neđe se voda povukla možda.
Možda ovdje.
A što ti na šuma sije, gledam se na mapi. Vidiš levo?
A to je uvijek tako.
Na to ostaje sam se uzbio, ne? Šta? Ja rekao da...
Mislim da ovdje nema ništa.
A imaju ovi gluposti, naš ovaj Discord obećaš. Može još to da se povuče na ovo, znaš? Može. Ako su to brodi, vjerojatno si bio tamo. Tu si bio gore, pa si ja srećan.
That dragon, it's Baldur's, isn't it?
Yes.
And you brought it down to save me?
It was very
Gdje zmaja
heroic.
viš? Dobro je bila animacija, sekvencija. Baldur's, nešto ono... Nađeš kao runu za Jotunheim, penja se gore na summit, pa... A već se tu kaj snimano? Uključuješ se sa Baldurom, pa on otme maloga, pa se pobjegne sa zmajem, ovaj skoči za njim na zmaja, ono ludilo. Dobro je. Kaj si ga pobedio? Nisi još? A ne možeš ga ubiti, mislim. Možda ga iskombecaš. Njegova majka inače Freja. A, to sam znam.
The arcane runes. Perhaps we're meant to find something in Muspelheim and Niflheim.
Znam. A tata mu je odmah. Zahvaljujući njenoj magiji, on je skoro neuništiv. Skoro. Ne znam jesi skontao da kad si pitao Mimira, ne znam, pitao je, kratko si pitao Mimira. Da li kao... Kao, ne može da kaže zato što je kao... Zamazijen. Vjerojatno ga je Freja zamazijen. Mimir tvrdi za sebe da je kao nepametniji, kao ono... Feri, nije Feri nego... Fein, kao toga kraljstva. Neki kurac, on to ne zna. Aha, stao ti je neki fajter. Naš vođe i tu izražaš. Samo ne znam s koje strane. Kuku. Znači, gdje ću li se trt? Uopšte nije mi jasno gdje ispadaš kad upotrebiš taj teleport. Spadaš neće. Možda su neki pokvareni. Ili ne, moraš nekad odeš s zadnje strane, to sam gledao. Jedan ti je bio nekako gore, onda si mora da nađeš put okolo da bi ga kao spustio.
Another name.
Svaki taj brazijer kao predstavlja jedno kraljevstvo, ako sam dobro skontao. Tako? Prosti. Prosti boj. Sad ovdje pedalan, vjerojatno. Ćeš da proveriš da još 2 hrama i... Čekaj da vidim prvo. Tu si ide gore. Uš, je možda bila ona Valkirena. Ne znam se dobro sjećam. Jel ne? Tu na kraju. Još uvijek je voda previsoko. Zadnji put kad si bio tu bila voda iste visine. Kad si te gleda. Oh! Odrednje. Kakav ti najbuff kad iskoristiš na bossu? Znaš ono da boostuješ Frost kao tako. Ma dobro. trebalo, sad se sjećam što. Jeli?
Ovdje sam rešavao te zagonitke za ovaj dvarven.
Mail,
ali nije mi jasno, mislim da to nije ovdje, znači kako sam ja to propuštio ili kao nisam odradio, da nije to ovdje, pa bih rekao da to ovdje. Totalna je ona više, mislim. Pilana.
I didn't think we'd see you out here, since you and Brock got back together. Everything okay?
Oh, better than ever. You know, I really think we've both grown in our years apart.
How come you're back here?
Just catching some fresh air. Look, I love my brother. It smells like a fetid dung pile.
It's up ahead.
Špijuni su među nama.
Ma kak je ovo realno, drugo sam.
Ja zovem ideš mi mjesto. Okolo na okolo, drže daj.
Ovdje sam porazio isto neki Da.
Glava zvijetom.
Ne, to je na drugu stranu. Fafnir.
Sve, Fafnir, staro.
Tamo sam vidio da ostavio nešto.
Oh, loving gift from the giants. Since I used to do so much traveling between realms, I thought it would be more convenient for me than having a crystal I could use.
Did it hurt?
No, because I wisely fortified myself with 16 cups of Billow Maiden's ale. Got so inebriated, I tried convincing the giants to put them in my nipples instead. Almost talked them into it too. Can you imagine? Me made out of Bifrost cheats.
Možeš da počkaraš tim belefama I ne moraš. Da kažeš ti trčiš u kuću.
Okay, okay, I'll stop now.
Trčiš samo u kuću.
Mada.
To?
Nema đuru. Ti lebac.
Strajkov te kupio.
Hmm, 19 sekundi.
Šta radi? Frost damage.
sekundi. Cooldown.
Dobro, kako gleda?
Će vidimo, trenutno ne mogu da izvedu.
Ne može sad gdje, nema prosta.
Čekaj, može 2-3.
Šta može?
2-3 ova wave.
Jel? A? Desno neće.
Čekaj, Kingsguard.
Tako stalno košta se.
Nicely done.
A možda da ih zatučem. Određeni broj.
Mala ima neki put. Su pronašli neku skreten. Možda ima neki tajni put. Desno. A tako ozija staza. Ne znam kako. Možda.
Mislim da nije ni uđe.
Ovo je posebna oblast.
Znači ovo je Fafnir, dok Kingsguard, King's Hollow.
Next. I don't get it.
Ko nije u taj Forgotten Caverns, onda ne znam gdje. Kako je da se rešava onaj fighter?
Ne verujem da ovo.
Mali je bio pošizio.
Čovjek?
Nema pojma, ono nešto udario mu, kažem ti, sindrom Boga. Pa nešto bio kao nije bio baš pri sebi.
Što? Da nije razvio letenje?
Nije bio pri sebi, da se smirio. Šta je ovo? Izašao sam na drugo mjesto. Ali čamac moj verni me čeka uvek. Aha. Kaki Wales. Forgotten cards. Kod onog zgar nije, znači sad sam bio. Znači ovo je ili bug neki ili... Ja ne znam šta je. A nije ni ovo. Puno mi je nejasno. Ako nije neđe dolje... Ne piše ni gdje, koja oblast, ništa. Pak.
Tensu underscore 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 underscore. Welcome to my channel.
Underscore ti je donja crta, znaš. Pa ću isključim to, taj tekst se tiče.
Ma nema veze, sebe navedem, navikao sam.
Čak se pika mi metalik kao uvek. Ko još ima username, donja crta, donja crta, donja crta. Si naš? Ili treba još voda da se utuli?
Te, baš ne.
There it is again. I swear it looks like the Yerkheim Tower. But only for a second. Another name. Deirdre. That's all the ones I see. How are we supposed to light the braziers on a tower that's not there?
4, 5, 6.
Supa je gotova, ovo, Simo, ili ja?
A reci to, da kažem su ručak. Jeli smo supu, ko će ga znati. Si zapalio sve to? A?
Yes.
The waterfall. Still beautiful.
Peculiarism. Welcome to my channel.
Tough fight.
There's something up there.
Yes, come in. Okay, come back when you need something, I guess. Bye!
S.W.Frost? Nah. This is it, right? The rock store?
Aye, lad. The Council of Valkyries.
The Valkyries are of Valhalla, are they not?
Glad to see you're paying attention, brother. You are correct. Valhalla, the great hall of the Einherjar, is their home within Asgard. But while there, they are subject to the scrutiny of the All-Father himself. And relations between the Valkyries and Odin were tense during my tenure as his advisor.
Why?
Well, that's an even longer story, lad. For now, why don't we look around for some clues? Try placing one of the Valkyrie helms on a throne.
Whoa, you're back. Hello?
I don't think she can hear you, lad. The helms must only retain but a small portion of their owner. I'd wager the rest is in transit to Valhalla to try and fix the mess left by their absence. This is none other than Geirdrifo, the Master of Arms in Valhalla, responsible for arming and training Odin's Einherjar.
His what?
His army come Ragnarok. The entire reason...
Mimir, who is she?
Gunnar, Mistress of War. After any conflict, big or small, she would be first on the scene, sussing out the worthy spirits for a free trip to Valhalla. A gruesome task, but she took great pride in it.
Any conflict. Impossible.
It's true. She had help from her sisters, of course, but Gunnar was always first to arrive. Her judgment of the fallen was unparalleled, and an invaluable resource to Odin. She was one of his favorites. This, my friends, is Kara. Now, Valkyries are volatile by nature. But Kara, the lass is Wild Storm personified.
A wild storm.
Aye, calm and collected. Then the air would shift and the fury of her storm would unleash. It was beautiful in a way, assuming you could find proper shelter. Her tears would cleanse the blood-soaked battlefields.
And we are going to find another treasure map. This is one of 12 in the game. You get the treasure hunter trophy for finding all 12 area. That's it right next to it. As with all treasure map, it's going to give you some text with a clue to the location as a Thor statue in the southern end of the shores of Nine. So we're going to head over here. This is the Muspelheim Tower, I think is how you say it. Now, if you're starting from the top of the tower, as I am here, just go out the door and then to the left. And then we're going to jump across. And then we're going to find it on the left-hand side. Now, if you're coming from the lookout tower, you will actually take a zip line down from up high
and then you're gonna come through the little hole that you see in front of us there, the entranceway. You'll zip line down to there. There is a shrine location right there. But here is the dig spot. So we found the map, we found the dig spot. That is, again, one of...
Ručak ti je spreman ako hoćeš da bunariš. Sluš!
Dobro, dobro.
Alo! Jesi našao? Kolumbus. A?
Ma, ja, živaca.
Šta si?
Pogledao sam na YouTube.
I?
Ovdje.
Tu je.
Kao statua, to je. Šta je to?
A šta je to plav?
Sino,
Dobro.
Dobro. Čuj.
So we're gonna go up and climb up the face, and right up before the entrance where you actually enter the mountain, scale and climb. Old in his age, make it up to the top. Go to the left about 5 feet. You'll find the treasure. It's right here. Hopefully, you got some goodies in there. Speaking of goodies, I have a whole bunch of goodies in my.
Kako ti objasni?
Pa teleportuj se tamo. Ne može.
Misliš iz mjesta da se teleportaš?
Of, viće.
Treba ti. Se naspava.
Zaboravio sam na mehaniku njihovu.
Da.
Jump over here, and then right up before the entrance where you actually enter the mountain is where we're gonna find the face. From a distance, and it is actually right near the entrance to the mountain. So you can see from a distance there's a face in the mountain. So we're gonna go up and climb up the face, and right up before where you actually enter. So you can see, you can right near the
Kako su skrnavi ovi... Evo. Će sad idem bok jebit.
Look up there.
Atreus, to me.
Okay, I'm coming.
Mislim da ti je ovo kraj igre. Znaš? Bukvalno. Imaš još nešto malo da igraš, ali kad se popneš, mislim da sam gleda neki cinematik. Popneš se gore na vrh nekog brda i prospeš petove, nisam siguran da ima više priče. Možda to ne...
Pa da, ali nije to sad.
Mislim, kako ti objasnim, dovoljno znam u igri da znam da se završava na cliffhangeru, znaš, da kao nešto Thor i Odin dođu kod tebe kao.
Znaš, da palamud. I to je kao kraj igre, a tu ti počinje onaj Ragnarok, znaš. Malo ono, znaš, malo stvarno pedeški napravi. Tamo se čovjek zagrije za igru i ono kao, to je kraj, znaš.
Where to next?
već otvoreno.
A? Opet Valkira neka. To si krug.
Ma našao sam blago tu.
Jes?
Ovdje je bilo. Don't blink. Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker. Kratos bre, old school, idemo bre. Kakva zaštita opoma, pičke mate. Na sekiru se spušta. Održalo sekir.
Gdje si Koran? Je to taj Jotunheim? A? Nije.
Zato tajnu srca mog nam samo ću plakala.
Jel se promeni mapa kad si u drugom krajstvu ili? Jel se promeni mapa kad si u drugom krajstvu ili?
Da. Šta je ovo?
Možeš čar? Ja to možeš izdari. Možda da ima neki točkići nešto.
Nije znao, zato tajno srce dok sam već plakala, telo se sebe okrug.
Šta je to? Neki držan?
Ima spušteno se. Nema niđe teleporta, nema tako. Pedala.
Samo peške metode.
Stari alpinist.
Can you read it?
Yes, sir. Oh, yeah. I can translate this now. Niflheim, land of fog and fortune. Hey, nobody mentioned fortune. We should go there some. Time.
To je to nova runa.
Niflheim ili
kreneš taj hram.
Nije znao on za tu tajnu samo. Beautiful. I'm not sure. Sure thing, boss. Dimitri.
Larzu010. Welcome to my channel. Larzu010. Thanks for following. Shit.
Stigao smo.
You must like the heat, Rock.
Heat's damn useful in my line of work. Even makes space itself more pliable. Take those magic doors you love so much. Round here they all
I am the best Oleta in the world, Chechenica.
go up yonder and wake some up. You'll see. Getting around moose pools are cinch. As long as you don't end up cooked.
Wow. It's hot here. But
Viel verhaftost fuse gehaft.
snow?
Viel she ist für.
It only falls like that. for great
GHSF
fires.
The whole realm is a great fire,
GHSFGTHWGH.
the source of fire itself, and all the sun and stars, if legend is to be believed.
Should we believe? I mean,
Oh 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 oh.
Well, you know, I suppose it's cooled considerably since the dawn of creation, hasn't it? Niflheim isn't exactly ice these days either. It's in the nature of things. Extremes are tempered by time. Fires burn colder, men grow old and grey, heads are chopped off and attached to belts. Such is life.
Okay, Mimir.
Here, boy. Another one.
Iachgia Sijagiashtij ne eknoit 9 kind of Jays.
Aye, the first and original.
Makes the flaming sword.
A weapon of legend.
He fights Thor and Odin. Is that the past or the future?
That may be a matter of perspective.
Fussing son of a bitch.
Let's sort you out. another break anyways.
Listen, I hear a voice.
Another elf?
I don't think so. It's coming from up there.
Fucking son of a bitch, I want you fart that much that get a baby come out of your ass.
The voice! It's just around this corner. Oh. It's a great big sword. It wants to know if we're ready to train.
Fucking son of a bitch, I want you fart that much that get a baby come out of your ass. Your dick is by still hoye o I we of a cabon. /fads with beyond. At the jpood figdiu. Was Gaius. Stiffs by just bitches. SFGN JFGN HPGB JDFN GKBDGB. With me gun point JL. Kobat Nganon. Ngan Kegmoik. GHNMT Ompog, KGHN. FGHNMGKHMNI at MIPTH. HN Rock the Mayor, Prodipro in Marine Nova GHN. FG /Hawkroy LKGHN for HNRMHLKN, RLKHMNLRGHN. RNHHN. NHN. HNHNHNH. Fucking son of a bitch, I want you fart that much that get a baby come out of your ass.
Right flank, incoming!
The gate's closed.
Prepare yourself, boy.
Yes, sir.
Trials. Trials.
Wouldn't it be nice to find some incense just once? The smell of brimstone gets old quickly.
harder than before.
Be ready, boy.
I am.
Video.
Look at us.
Trials.
Another gate opened up. So, nobody lives here, do they?
Only a fire giant could be at home here, and according to prophecy, we won't see them again till Ragnarok.
There's another sword. This must be the next challenge.
Survive for 5 minutes.
Here they come.
I'm ready.
Limetum Pop. Welcome to my channel.
There's the way through. I keep breathing in ash.
Imagine breathing it in from your throat stump.
I really can't. Oh, wow. It's a lava waterfall. It's a lava fall.
Yes, this isn't at all terrifying, is it?
Another sword. I wonder how many of these there are. Oh, it's 6. The voice says 6.
Ready?
Ready.
Tensu underscore 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 underscore. Welcome to my channel.
Mnogo
I wonder how many of these there are. Oh.
letenja okolo, to su oni Dark Elfove, znači, naporni su, a ne možeš da ga ubiješ dok ne ubiješ njegovog padanog, posilnog.
Želite?
Oni samo spone u majku ili šta? Samo je pardon. Napornih smradova.
Follow my lead.
Say the word.
Inside the cold drinks. Wow.
Get over here.
I can't yet.
my lead.
Say the word. There are a lot of stronger around here. hands are so sweaty I can barely grip the ball.
Well, my nose itches.
Found the next sword.
Sto enemies. Wow, mas. Dobre, to mi kaže.
Oh, you meant the boy, of course.
Look, Dragon!
here?
Lime and Pop. Welcome to my channel.
Klanac.
Another wave on the right!
sad. Ma.
Trka brek,
Jo, a ovo je glupo što predugo traje challenge. Znači, tačno sam znao da će pred zadnjih 15
Ajmo, se drugi put ćeš.
Ja idem u 10, pa ti...
Slobodno, ono sljedeće pišeš. Mislim u 10.
Oh yeah.
Co-op is gonna be fixed in in terms of not only the progress of the host is gonna be counted, but also the companion, partner, whatever. Oh yeah, that's the thing. Anyway, beauties. My voice again is wearing down a lot, like literally a lot. So, yeah, the demo we tried, the Invincible is pretty good. I'm definitely gonna play that when it comes out. Redfall, I'm gonna play it, Bonzo, yes. I'm curious. I'm gonna be curious. Jedi Survivor is awesome. I played it again a little bit later. You gotta wait to keep going because yesterday I found there's an area, specific area where the game goes to a little bit. Doesn't work really well, even with my system.
Goodbye for now.
Jump into the bizarre, nuclear annihilated world of Krieg and its soul-destroying warriors who have become among the most fabled warriors of the galaxy, the Imperium and 40k. Let us discuss now the Death Corps of Krieg. The Death Corps of Krieg are considered by many to be the most 40k of 40k things. They're unrelenting, merciless, emotionless. They're the most inhuman of humanity's soldiers. For the Guardsmen of Krieg, all their humanity has been stripped away long before they see active service beyond their homeworld. Thus the general impression other Imperial Guard regiments have of those who hail from Krieg is that of fearless, unrelenting, uncaring machines of war for whom not merely victory but fulfilling their objectives comes at any cost. And that cost, of course, being generally their lives. The same could be said, of course, for any Guard regiment, yet unlike other Guard regiments who, unless the objective is truly critical, may at some point consider a tactical retreat or consolidation of their positions. For the Guardsmen of Krieg, no cost is too high. No ground shall be given, no retreat, no surrender, no thought to the cost paid in human lives. This mentality is embedded within the soldiers of Krieg, often to a point where their sacrifice becomes seemingly and often literally counterproductive in the eyes of others. Whereas guardsmen from Cadia and Mordian might hold a line, take shelter, wait for a tactical opportunity or the cover of darkness to make an assault, those from Krieg would jump out from their defences, running silently into a wall of oncoming fire. The soldiers of Krieg are the very definition of grinding down an enemy through attrition. Where others hesitate, the Death Corps of Krieg wields one weapon like no other Imperial Guard regiment, that being sheer blinkered willpower. The human soldiers of the Imperium are spread across hundreds of thousands of hive and bastion worlds of the apparent million Imperial planets of the galaxy, which constitutes the domain of humanity in M41. They look to their own defense and to that of the Imperium itself. They carry out the hellfire of war in the name of the Emperor and engage in those actions as decreed by the Administratum and the other officials of the Imperium, the Lord Commander, other ranking Imperials. And although the Imperium wields massive military force which spans the entire galaxy, each world which exists under the banner of the Imperium is required to raise its own standing armies. They must also equip and maintain said forces for defense and deployment as requested by the Imperium. The soldiers who maintain defense of hive worlds and other civilized planets are mere militia. Sometimes these are referred to as planetary defense forces. The difference though between a planetary militia, which can be quite variable in both their training, equipment, discipline and just general standards, comparative to the Imperium's Astra Militarum, is considerable. For those required for service in the Guard, as decreed by the Imperium, demanded via the Imperial Tithe or campaign requisition, those of a planetary militia or draft will be called into service. For many, this means their lives will be changed forever and often considerably shortened. They leave behind their past selves as infinitely dispensable ignorant workers, generally speaking a class of hive peasantry, or of course crazed rabid gang members who proliferate all areas, but that of the more civilized levels of hive worlds, and of course the anonymous but slightly more capable grinding industrial workers who trudge back and forth from their lives of heavy fabrication and servitude, whose sole life goals are likely a few more credits per month, a warmer hab cell, perhaps even a slightly larger hab cell. But careful now, such fanciful dreams are surely the path to damnation. Better we keep our minds on our work. Too many thoughts, dreams and questions surely invites the curiosity of supervisors, enforcers and ecclesiarchy observers. Many within a hive city will of course have seen some small sense of combat in their lives. Hive cities are brutally unforgiving places even for the more calm
Goodbye
areas.
for now.
And for those
Welcome.
who cannot stand up for themselves, they will surely be devoured by its darkest corners. Even then, a decent sense of survival and the ability to take a few punches is not nearly enough to serve within the Imperium's Astra Militarum. Although of course in saying that, for a lot of people they're not going to have a lot of choice one way or the other, because
Goodbye for
when
now.
drafted, those anonymous dregs of human detritus will
Limed
be
and
taken
Pop.
and reforged
Welcome
as
to my
soldiers
channel.
of the Imperium, equipped with all they'll need to serve, standing in tight rows as new and highly disciplined members of the largest of all Imperial armies which exist in M41, who march to the endless wars against the traitors, the heretics and the Xenos under the galactic banner of the Imperium of Mankind, the Astra Militarum, the Imperial Guard. All Imperial soldiers are, as noted, equipped as will befit a member of the Imperial Guard. At a base level, this merely means being issued with the required standard gear, but the Imperium is large enough that it can of course accommodate localized specific weapons and apparel. For the lucky...
Zaovalš, vidim da su dole svi isključeni, pa sam rešio da izađem. Depresivno je.
Večeras idem na koncert.
Na koncert?
A,
Ideš ti sam ili?
Vuča i Nevuča.
Kako ne da?
Da.
Kako ne? Zapravo.
lucky few, those in systems near to infantry specialised forge worlds, they may have access to more refined personal weapons, for example, and be trained in their use. Consequently, some worlds may field highly specialised units wielding some of the best infantry weapons the Imperium can offer, carrying say plasma guns, melter weapons, other support weaponry. Upon other worlds, while they may be given the default weaponry of what some would consider the baseline soldiery for the Imperial Guard, the environment of their worlds may dictate other standard issue items. Obviously, on a frozen world, being just issued a standard Cadian gear isn't going to be enough to weather the sub-zero conditions. Similarly, on a jungle death planet, squads having access to additional scanning tools may mean the difference between a patrol returning or not. For the soldiers of Krieg, their respirators are not merely one for intimidation, that is part of it, but they're essential for those who have learned to fight upon one of the most inhospitable worlds within the Imperium. Their trench shovels are an integral part of their fighting doctrine as well. When brought into close combat, these are surely as lethal as any Kadashan machete or Mordian bayonet. Of course, in theory, should any forces found to be lacking or wanting in any regard, regional commanders or planetary governors should likely be stripped of their positions, their families disgraced, and in the most egregious of examples, additional censure or other punishment, sometimes in public, designated by the powers that be, the Inquisition, Administratum, or the Lord Commander himself, although pretty unlikely. But all of this is just in theory. In actuality, I'd consider it a safe bet that within many campaigns, regiments go to battle with second-hand equipment and just whatever is to hand. For the veil of propaganda is both blinding and suffocating within the Imperium. Whatever we may presume is the standard operational fare for the many thousands of humans pressed into service, the chances are it's far from the truth. Sometimes better, but far more often worse. The Imperium wields some of the most devastatingly powerful forces in the galaxy, which it will not hesitate to throw down against its numerous enemies. Powerful forces such as the Astartes, the Titan legions of the Mechanicus, Night Houses, and countless other surgical strike tools such as the members of the Officio Assassinorum. Yet for all the terrifying Xenos threats that exist, or the pervasive ever-present nightmares of the Warp, when it comes down to it, the Imperium spends considerably more time quelling rebellions and civil wars within its own borders. These smaller scale rebellions are the bread and butter of war in the galaxy of M41. This is why the more human of human forces such as the Militarum, the Sororitas, exist in the first place. They are of course pitted against the most horrifying enemies of mankind, but across countless human worlds that attempt to throw off the shackles of the Imperium, these absurd upstart rebellions must be continually put down to maintain the ever-dominating empire of the Emperor of Man's Imperium, and were it not for the crushing hammer of the Militarum, the Imperium as it stands would simply not survive. These are not the halcyon days of M30, when the legions of Astartes crushed or welcomed worlds back to humanity. By M41, the Astartes spend most of their time suppressing and holding the line against far more dangerous and horrifying enemies than a traitorous planetary governor with ideas above his station. So it's not unreasonable to say that without the Imperial Guard, the Imperium would truly struggle to maintain its grip on the galactic dominion of humanity. And I should also note, within the summarised further exploration of Krieg today, there are of course some spoilers to anyone who wishes to listen to the audiobook first. But with that, let's learn more about the Death Corps of Krieg. The Imperial Guardsmen of Krieg are well known for their ability to weather campaigns which become heavily entrenched stalemates, with subsequent engagements becoming wars of material firepower. One might question how this could even arise given the nature of warfare in M41 and the ability for orbital firepower. The answer of course is relatively straightforward. On planets of the Imperium which rebel or whose leadership is overthrown, they often have considerable material resources, as well as holding valuable production and infrastructure systems that if able to be captured without orbital obliteration, all the better. And this is why you will see ground campaigns of hundreds of thousands, even millions of Imperial soldiers who are very much the most disposable resource. And when it comes to the soldiers of Krieg, this mentality is carried forward to its most extreme form. Of course, even for well-disciplined and trained guardsmen, such long, hazardous engagements can become mentally difficult to maintain. The conditions and steady losses can lead to the slow crushing of the human spirit. Yes, they are the Imperial Guard, they serve the Emperor, but they're still human at the end of the day, and while there will always be those individuals who are zealous in their service or strong in their willpower, for the considerable majority of ordinary guardsmen, there's only so many months of soul-crushing horror that even the most loyal servants of the Imperium can endure. For those who would seek to flee, of course, they will either be killed outright or pressed into service within the penal legions. But where the conditions are so devastating that it becomes difficult to maintain morale, this is where you would see the Death Corps of Krieg enter the fray. For as we noted, they are truly the masters of attrition. Their ability to weather and endure suffering is near unrivaled, to a point it becomes concerningly morbid. Adjacent serving Imperials who have found themselves being relieved by or having fought alongside the Death Corps have noted it to be extremely disturbing how casually they will expend their lives. So depressing is the loss of life for ordinary guardsmen, their presence can even be counterproductive for morale with supporting forces. It has been said that on occasion, commissars have deemed it necessary to in fact order the forces of Krieg from throwing themselves so casually at an enemy or engaging in acts of self-sacrifice that amounted to a truly depressing waste of human life, in the service of often only achieving minimally important objectives. And even in the face of crushing wars of attrition, they maintain an almost passive emotional level. So the important question is, when did the Death Corps of Krieg begin to display these characteristics? And why do they care so little for their comrades in battle and their own selves? How are they seemingly so fearless? How are they willing to throw away their lives without so much as a second thought? How did they become so adept at battles of material attrition in the worst environmental conditions possible? Why do they wear such terrifying uniforms that are both bleak and intimidating? But most importantly of all, what is underneath those respirator masks? As is very often the case with the history and rumours concerning notable planets, the story of the world known as Krieg is shrouded in half-truths and dark myths. It seems reasonable to assume that given the definition of the world of Krieg may never have understood the translation of its own title. This is not uncommon in M41, where words of ancient human history have completely altered or their original definition just lost. Yet it seems of course wildly ironic for a planet which has seen the complete and total annihilation of its own ecosystem, its entire surface scoured and its entire population turned into the production of war alone. It's a poignant and fitting name for such a bleak world of bitter endurance. Krieg in M41 is an extremely irradiated planet. Its entire surface is a nuclear wasteland. Its hive cities are now little more than rubble and ash. Its atmosphere unbreathable, or at least to say highly toxic. It remains so inhospitable that even inquisitors who visited for a brief time ended up suffering from its environment and became gravely ill as a result. The Death Corps, though, maintained that despite the extreme conditions, what occurred was absolutely necessary, that their saviour Colonel Yurton did what had to be done, that he saved the people of Krieg by committing great sin himself. He did his duty. He brought people back to the light of the Emperor via the tools gifted by the Master of Mankind. Those tools were of course the horrifyingly powerful atomic weapons of the Dark Age of technology. It's relevant that earlier we noted that within the Imperium, much of the unending war of the far future is in fact fought among humanity itself, and so the fall of Krieg came about not entirely dissimilarly to the world of Rofanon that we've also previously explored. Krieg was at one time a thriving hive and industrial world, not unlike so many other hive worlds. In fact, it was probably not especially noteworthy. Its population, like most hive worlds, numbered in the tens of billions. Its primary known hive cities were Oros, Ferrograd, and Argentus. And also not unlike many hive worlds, the rulers had become swollen with their industrial achievements and contracts. The upper echelons of many imperial worlds for this reason are very often riven by petty rivalries and family squabbles over power. The autocratic nature of the Imperium trickles down into hive worlds, and as such inevitably the rulers of hive worlds fear any threats that could unseat them and rob them of their comfort, wealth and power. Perhaps though somewhat unusually, this led in this instance the leaders of the various hive cities to steadily invest more and more into their own militias, creating very huge, powerful private armies that stood ready to defend the leadership of the planet against any outside threats, and of course to also limit any threats from others upon the world itself who might seek to expand their own power. The time at which this begins to become noted in the wider Imperium is when we're introduced to one Colonel Yerton, who after running highly successful campaigns against Chaos cultists off-world of Krieg in mid-M40, he's interrogated by an Inquisitor, and it's explained that the Administratum and Munitorum are growing concerned about the situation on Krieg, especially the inability to draw reinforcements from the home world. Yerton supports their assertions that he's having difficulties in gaining reinforcements himself. So Yerton and the Inquisition share similar concerns to just what is occurring on Krieg. So Colonel Yerton is ordered to return and investigate, replenish his regiment, report back. Things do not go to plan. Back on Krieg, the leaders there are becoming disillusioned with their required contributions to the Imperium and of the Imperial Administratum. Again, not entirely dissimilarly to Rofanon, who took issue with the demands made by the wider Imperium upon their world, both taking issue with their populace having to leave and fight on worlds they've never even heard of, and the appalling flippancy that is given in regard to the loss of human life. This steadily embittered outlook would create a schism in the ruling council of Krieg, as the Imperium demanded ever more resources. Resources the leadership began to argue were its to do with as they saw necessary. Translation, to defend themselves and maintain their positions of power. On returning to Krieg, Yerton sees that this cannot likely end well or with any diplomatic resolution. Predictably, shortly after his arrival, the traitors proclaim publicly their secession from the Imperium, and the so-called chairman orders any non-Krieg to leave the planet in 3 days. Yerton is already... In short order, things fall apart. Yerton is contained within Hive Ferrograd, while the chairman and his military leadership are within Hive Oros. As the civil war begins, traitors within Hive Ferrograd are being publicly executed. The civilians barely notice anything has changed. They heard one day something about not being in the Imperium anymore, but now they are again under Colonel Yerton. They shrug it off and barely give it much further thought. Meanwhile, within Hive...
Ne, to ja to... Jogurt nećeš? A, ti ću onda sve dok ne popali, to ne jem. Evo mi ovo. Dobro, ovo ću da ti stavim ovo. Stavite. Hoćeš još nešto da ti donesem? Imaš tako u termosu? I ovo, cipollaki. Kamo pila nema, be, ko tebe me pustio da pišeš te gluposti?
Što čitaš to ako te nervira?
I ovaj ne radi u poljoprivrednoj stručnoj službi. A on treba da se ubi.
Odmaram koliko mogu. Hvala na pitanju.
Ja bio danas da završim neki procesor, neki posao.
Na čemu si rekao procesor?
Pa, o procesoru sam pisao nešto i...
Radni lindu, 250 dika.
Koliko da plati jedan računaric 2008. godine, kažem, nemoj da ga platiš ništa, to je...
Ne da sad kad podigne pare će ti plati kupoviš.
Džubre je.
Dobro, to sam ja...
Kompjuter je džubre.
Samo više. Ne, o džumi.
Čuo sam šta si rekao?
Uču mi se rekao da je neki kompjuter đubre.
Jes.
Pare pa drži, pa će se pojavi neka rupa koju moraš da popuniš, pa eto. Jel tako?
Tu 100% nešto ima, nešto nema i...
Nekoga našao i onda ga loži da procesor i7 205.
Već si me izgubio, nemam pojma o čemu pričaš. Slobodno reci do kraja, ali... Znaš koliko se razumem u Intel? Kao Marica u Create Penis.
Recimo da je to procesor prve generacije, a izašao je sada na...
Nisam hejter, jednostavno je to tehnologija koja je precenjeno skupa i nikad nisam zamarao mozak sa performansama. Jedini Intel koji sam imao dodirnih tačaka koji vredi para je bio Intel onaj Core 2 Duo. I sastavio sam dve takve mašine za kolegu, za njegove sinove i mogu ti reći zašto je njima trebalo da ne znam, otvore YouTube ili da igraju neke igre. Zato je valja. A to ti nije ni i3 ni i5, to je Core 2 Duo. I to je to ti je neka budžet varijanta i za te pare koliko sam ja platio polovne te mašine je dobra trgovina. To je sve. i3, i5, to sve deluje kao da Intel te razumeš, stavljate u koš. Ok, nemaš para, onda ćemo ti prodati i3. A znaš ako dodaš još 100 evra, 200, možda uzmeš i sad. Aha. A što odmah mi ne prodaš dobar procesor, nego mi prodaješ procesor kome si isključio 3 jezgra i skinom u svu cache memoriju. Baš. Prekinuo sam ti, izvoli.
Ne, pa nisam ja, znači samo...
Pričao si o kolegi.
Ako da plataš ništa, to je đubre.
To možeš jedino ako ti neko da džabe.
A i da ti da neko džabe, ne znam šta bi radio s njim.
Sa prvog generacija?
Da.
Ne znam. Nisam baš siguran.
Unix uvijek može da pod Linuxom da pušta jako dobro YouTube i tako to, ali to je...
Ako će to da radi.
For us, things are also not going smoothly. For the traitors of the chairman's newly minted Krieg People's Army, reports are already coming in of attempted sabotage. Small cells of resistance are also making their own preparations. In true autocratic fashion, the governor of Krieg ordered any who would stand with him to enforce a planetary martial law. but small arms fire and civil unrest are now becoming daily occurrences around Hive Oros. I should note, this was not a situation where any worship or corruption of chaos seems to have been involved as a trigger. There's no evidence which points to this. It's likely this was merely a case of a hugely egotistical, power-mad leader, and undoubtedly surrounded by figures who protected them from the oncoming nightmare of reality. So a surprising amount of the planet stayed with the governor's rebelling forces, and consequently the world fell quite quickly under the general banner of the traitors. Again, noting them being classed as traitors in the specifically non-chaos sense in this instance. Soon after the start of the war, it appears that Colonel Yurton's daughter, Captain Sabella Yurton, appears before the autocratic leadership of the traitors, speaking specifically to the figure known as the chairman. For whatever reason, she appears to be acting against the interests of her father, who she seemingly barely knows, with him having spent so much time off-world. She wants to lead a strike team into High Ferrograd. The chairman continues to remain baffled that not all the citizenry are on his side. He blames this dismissively upon the indoctrination of the Imperium and the churches and cathedrals that they, in hindsight, stupidly allowed to be built upon their world as part of the Imperium. He also decides, like all dictators, to ignore the advice of his generals and orders the very bad decision to settle the unrest in their own hive city of Oros first, before they worry about how to deal with Colonel Yurton and Ferrograd. They consider that nothing is very likely to happen in the interim. Interestingly, and perhaps against what we might wish to presume, for as traitorous as this chairman, the leader of the rebellion against the Imperium is, he seems far less willing to throw away the lives of the citizenry unless absolutely pushed to do so, comparative to, say, leaders of the Imperium. Which I suppose makes sense when that's one of their core reasons for wanting to secede from the Imperium in the first place. Regardless of that one laudable trait though, he remains a petulant, egotistical leader, unable to tolerate even the smallest criticism of his decisions, and the fact that things are going far from smoothly and that the world did not immediately fall under his control with a ringing chorus of approval is already causing tantrums. To add to the stress of things, the chairman is then nearly killed by a bomb in his armoured limousine within Hive Oros, which they had felt to be their rock-solid home territory. This understandably shakes the chairman at his near assassination so early into his effort to break free from the Imperium. Clearly many citizens upon the world of Krieg, even within Oros, are not so accepting of this attempt to grab supreme executive power over the world. Colonel Yurton's daughter does lead her mission into High Ferrograd on the pretext of attempting to assassinate Yurton, but then surprisingly she pivots on this, declaring her intention to defect and to join them, allowing herself to be captured. Is this part of some master plan though? The chairman, under immense pressure, feels pushed into attacking Ferrograd and Yurton. It's clear that Colonel Yurton's unbreakably zealous belief in the Imperium offers no compromise or alternatives. The chairman had seemed unwilling to commit to a civil war without exhausting all other opportunities, but any that were speculated had now been proven all dead ends. Yurton was given a last chance for communications, after which war upon Krieg would properly commence. The rebels' singular objective: to raze Hive City Ferrograd to the ground. It is true that the loyalists were unfortunately grossly outnumbered, yet they refused to relinquish the world to the traitors who turned against the Emperor. Only their Hive City, Ferrograd, remained to stand against the power-mad governor and those others who lacked the will to resist.
Limedom Pop.
Within
Welcome to
Ferrograd,
my channel.
The 83rd Imperial Guard Regiment under Colonel Yurton became a point to which any and all remaining loyalists began to flock to. Their situation was far from being enviable. In fact, their situation was bleak and some would say hopeless. The number of traitor rebels they were facing was unknowable. Some speculated hundreds of thousands of soldiers, some suggested even millions. The total number is not known. Yurton had already received communication that no Imperial fleet was anywhere near a distance to which it could soon help them to secure the world. They were outnumbered, cut off, and their impending destruction seemed inevitable. His orders, though, were clear. Resist. Resist by any means necessary, no matter the cost. Engage the enemy, stand, fight, and punish the traitors. Make them suffer, make them regret their outrageous error, and show them how the Imperium responds to such audacious treachery. Bold words, but undoubtedly the communications sent by whichever Imperial authority had connected with Jotun were unable to completely appreciate the impossible situation they were in. The nature of long-distance communication within the Imperium and its astropaths is far from crystal clear. Nonetheless, they had communicated with clarity what he must do in this situation. Still, Hive Ferrograd was a heavily reinforced Hive city of production. This helped the Loyalists put the traitors at a distinct disadvantage, unable to easily then resupply themselves. Thereby, they were forced into assaulting the Loyalists at Ferrograd first. Despite their much higher numbers, time was not on their side, and the 83rd Regiment of Jotun were all experienced in this kind of embedded defensive mission. So all they could realistically do for now was hold the line and wait for some opportunity to present itself. Many hoped that when Hive Oros would begin to run low on resources, they may be able to force some kind of compromise, at least until Imperial reinforcements could arrive. But 18 months in, both sides are fighting ever more bitterly. Trench networks have appeared, continual air assaults and artillery are pounding back and forth. Krieg's war would be lost by the first side to exhaust their resources. Every soldier, every citizen of Ferrograd has to pull their weight. Jotun's forces had two major factors on their side. The first was their unwavering commitment to the Emperor of Mankind, while the Chairman's forces, they thought, fought for nothing. Not exactly sure that's true though, because arguably the Chairman's forces were fighting for their own freedom, which is a pretty motivating factor. However, Jotun held one significant ace up his sleeve, and that ace was named Archmagos Griel. Griel was a long-serving companion of Jotun's, and often knew his decisions before he made them himself. He was an extremely adept member of the Mechanicus, but Jotun despised his modifications and inhuman approach to matters. They were very much chalk and cheese, but depended on each other greatly. Griel had so far drawn up plans to modify the Loyalists' las weapons. It was a more powerful iteration of the standard lasgun, but consumed more energy per shot. Jotun deemed this an acceptable trade-off. Its users would simply have to pick their shots and be accurate. But if they could make them count, it would give them an edge in combat. The war would continue in a miserable back and forth, steadily grinding each other down. It's claimed by Imperial history that the Chairman then died somewhere around this time, a sickly, broken shell of a man with many sundry aches and pains. His weakened self made a permanent retreat to his bedchamber, where he would remain to wallow in his woes, not to mention in his silk sheets, fine food and potent drink. He remained extremely comfortable, as long as he could blot out everything beyond his four walls. This was impossible to do, of course, and so his heart ached with resentful self-pity. According to the Imperial side of things, he gave in to lethargy, eventually struggling even to rise from his bed. In his mind he'd failed, his world fractured forever, and all he could do was cling to his self-appointed title, unwilling to accept any responsibility for his own shortcomings and the blood on his hands. He sought of course to blame it all upon one man, whose name he frequently cursed. Yet even then he couldn't fully accept the reality of this, because were he to do so, he would have to attempt to reconcile the fact that it was he who authorized Jotun's ship to enter orbit and dock within Hive Ferrograd. This must have posed a difficult paradox for the Chairman, a situation all of his own making, but unable to face the harsh reality of his utter personal failure. It is said that one day, in his isolation, his servants failed to appear. In his indignant rage, he rang for them harder and harder, but then he could hear footsteps and raised voices. Then came the gunshots, followed by cries. His fattened, struggling heart was on the brink of bursting. Sweat poured down him, and he attempted to flail his clammy, cold body out of his grand silk bedchamber. One of his servants burst in, hurriedly trying to block the door as they attempted to flee. Suddenly the door blasted into splinters, yellow gas poured in from the corridor outside. The Chairman was sent crashing to the floor, the mist burning his skin and lungs. The room suddenly filled with dark towering figures, wheezing through their skull masks. A plea tumbled off his tongue. "I'll give you anything you want." But it's said that out of lifelong habit, he also uttered a prayer to the Emperor, which went unanswered. His eyes finally attuned to the monsters in the yellow fog with their leering skulls instead of faces, black eyes and distended snouts. Those who still recall this time claim that here the Chairman broke down in tears of bitter regret and repented of his heresies, though no one can know this for sure. The last thing he would see were that of the masked face of a loyalist breathing heavily through their respirator, looking down without pity or malice. Some claim they killed him there and then with a powerful lasbolt to the head, others that the poison gas would surely have melted his skin and began to liquefy his brain. An agonizing death and surely more appropriate than wasting ammunition. None can know the truth for sure. This though is where things become more complicated. It had been presumed that the death of the chairman may enable some kind of compromise or de-escalation of the situation, but it soon became clear this was certainly not the case. Colonel Yerton and the traitor General Kraus would converse at length about the situation, but it becomes apparent that the enemy remain as embittered and blinkered as ever. The death of the chairman has changed nothing at all. To make matters worse, it appears that Yerton's daughter perished in their planned assassination assault against the chairman. Colonel Yerton was too iron-willed an individual to be shaken by such a revelation. They knew this was a risk on any mission, yet it certainly did nothing to pacify the entrenched positions of loyalist and traitor. The traitors merely reiterated their objections of remaining under the subjugation of the Emperor, that they did not accept the reality of being forced to endure and sacrifice their lives for the anonymous Imperium beset against horrors of the galaxy. Again, this is a common complaint by any who choose to rise up against the Imperium. The situation for the Loyalists is looking increasingly bleak, and under even heavier bombardment from the air, they have begun digging deep under their hive city, widening tunnels and storage facilities, creating a city below the city. The Archmagos reveals to Yerton that there exists a stock of technology below the surface from the Dark Age. It's unknown precisely what is contained there, leaving Yerton uncertain about what they could be potentially unleashing upon the planet in the near future. But he and the remaining loyalists had of course committed to following their orders to
What kažeš?
Sad ću da igram kampanju heroja.
Kampanju heroja? La campana.
the letter. They must find some way by which to deny the planet to the traitors, as was dictated to them at any cost, by any means necessary. Interestingly, despite how history often considers his actions, it's revealed to us that Colonel Yerton was originally strongly against the use of atomic weapons. The Archmagos explained that as they originated from the Dark Age, the Mechanicus only had fragments of their schematics, and so were unwilling to dismantle them for fear of accidentally detonating them. So instead, vaults like this one must remain locked away. It was said though, that even one of the weapons could be enough to contaminate and strongly poison the land for many generations, and just one would be enough to effectively destroy an entire hive city. The difficulty though was in their delivery. Such slow and obvious missiles would generally easily be intercepted by fighters or air defences of a hive city, making a direct attack problematic. As the war continues to grind on, Yerton is seeing a distinct lack of progression, and so then begins to consider that maybe the cost of lives in the use of a nuclear weapon is warranted to end the overall conflict. This harsh rationalization proves to be extremely disturbing to his close aides, so much so that they choose to even anonymously contact the traitor General Kraus in a vague attempt to dissuade him from pushing the war further, out of fear that Yerton may then actually use the deadly Dark Age weapons. Unfortunately, without an explicitly detailed explanation, General Kraus is unable and unwilling to really comprehend the threat that is being posed, nor does he even believe it's a serious threat. Perhaps it's just mind games to put them at some disadvantage. But Kraus also felt a troubling gut feeling, a gnawing sting of unease, something he remembers about the chairman speaking of long ago, stories of weapons from the Dark Age, before the Age of Strife. He tried hard to recall, but couldn't specifically draw the information. He was probably just being paranoid, overthinking things. One of Yerton's trusted officers is panicking about the use of these weapons, and in doing so attempts to visit the vault where they're being kept, only to find to his horror they have all been removed. Of course they've been removed by Yerton and Griel, and things are now reaching a critical point. Yerton had clearly spent many weeks and months calculating all possibilities in coordination with Archmagos Griel. He was a straight-talking Imperial officer, and his belief in the Emperor so strong that he felt no shame in his conclusions. There was nothing to hide here, nothing that couldn't be discussed. In his mind, they had limited options, because realistically the alternatives were surrender, failure, and certain death. The enemy would not entertain any compromise, plus Colonel Yerton had been ordered not to accept any himself. So he would clearly lay out to his officers the situation and the strategy, even to those that he clearly knew had considerable fears or doubts. He explained to them calmly and clearly exactly what these weapons were, why, and how he planned to use them. Yerton did not ask for any opinions on his strategy, he made statements, as always. He would declare exactly what was going to happen and how it must be carried out. To him, there was no alternative other than to launch a preemptive strike against the enemy hive city. They felt confident that by sending one missile first, the surprise of using a weapon that the enemy had no ability to expect nor understand would demonstrate the power they hold and the futility of continuing the war. Shockingly, after this meeting, the officers attempt to relieve Yerton from duty. Suspiciously, he calmly agrees, only to have loyal elites launch a surprise attack and kill them all, with Yerton then delivering a final execution to his closest rebelling aide. No mercy, no compromise. The stubborn defiance, actions, confidence and attitude of Colonel Yerton clearly display the template for the Death Corps of Krieg. The man was absolutely unshakable, and he never even intended to create the Death Corps in the first place. They simply came into existence out of necessity. With the execution of his rebelling officers, there is nothing to stop Colonel Yerton from unleashing nuclear apocalypse upon the world of Krieg. In these last moments though, Yerton makes an additional devastating further calculation. He rationalizes that one missile is not enough, because whilst one missile, even if it were to successfully hit its target, inevitably risks retaliation by the powerful air force of the traitors. If they were to mark the missile silo as a target in retaliation, they'd be finished. He also considered philosophically that at this point, no matter the actions that were taken, the world he once knew was already dead. It couldn't be saved in the true sense at this point. The war, the bitterness, the factions were far too embedded. Thus Yerton concludes his only option is the annihilation of the world using all the atomic weapons, a conclusion that Archmagos Griel had already long realised but chose not to even voice. As all the missiles were fired, few of the enemy could really comprehend what they were seeing. Such weaponry was far beyond the experience of anyone in this time, so few worlds had experienced the forbidden weapons of the Dark Age of humanity despite the advanced time for the humans in the Imperium. So even the traitors in their city were unable to comprehend what Yerton had hoped to achieve with such a small burst of missiles. A tiny volley would do nothing to their hardened, reinforced outer walls of Hive City Oros. The general was alerted but remained entirely unconcerned. Strangely though, these missiles appeared to be flying straight up. They were not seeking any specific target. The reasoning of course was that directly targeting enemy positions or the Hive was calculated to be now too risky. The missiles would probably be intercepted, and this is why Yerton and the Archmagos had decided to explode them in a manner that would ensure maximum destruction, albeit of a different kind of destruction, one of a slow, poisoning death purge rather than instant annihilation. So the scores of missiles would roar their way out from High Ferrograd as the traitor rebels watched on, confused and exposed across the open planet's surface. The hive cities of the traitors took no immediate action. Vents were not closed, protective shields not raised. None were able to understand their impending slow extermination. It should be noted that nuclear weapons are still very much used by the Imperium in the 41st millennium, but they're likely far more powerful than when they were originally conceived in the unknowable ancient history of humanity. The Mechanicus understand their power, not to mention generally being fearful of anything which originates from the Dark Age or beyond, because although it might appear clear what it is supposed to be, who knows once you start messing around with the mysterious languages from the Dark Age. So weapons such as these are usually kept, as we said, locked down heavily by the Mechanicus, only to be used in the most severe combat engagements. The fact that Imperial cyclonic torpedoes or other weapons used in the process of Exterminatus are objectively more powerful should not understate the fear of causing long-term irradiated damage to our planet. This is why only during the Crusade and the subsequent Heresy did you see Space Marine destroyer squads using rad weapons. After the Heresy, these were effectively outlawed, and you very rarely see standard Imperial units using radiation-based weapons now because of the long-term damage that can be caused. So most of the weapons fired from High Ferrograd were deliberately detonated high, unleashing tons of lethal material and turning the very atmosphere of the world into a nuclear fire. The consequences of this would be a total collapse of the planet's ecosystem and climate. Bizarre storms raged across the world, and the planet's sun was heavily obscured by the nuclear winter, which now consumed the entire planet. Of course, Yerton's forces had been apparently prepared in advance for this event, even if they didn't know the specifics. Some were left at their stations outside, presumably to maintain appearances, and the Archmagos presumably had the equipment necessary to help protect the Loyalists from the very worst conditions that were to come. As well as closing down all ventilation into their hive and water systems, the civilian population was secured deep underground. The traitor, General Kraus, would live long enough to see the devastation that Yerton had unleashed. His extreme bitterness and outrage must have been entirely visible. Both sides of the civil war on Krieg were so dug in, literally, that when Yerton had last communicated to Kraus, he did not even attempt to discuss any possibility of surrender or compromise. It was clear that no discussion could be had, no chance of saving the world. Yet for Kraus, this new reality was something he could not have anticipated, made only worse by his now impending defeat. If not today, then surely very soon. Until this moment, the idea that he might lose the conflict, or that there were any chance of any other outcome than their glorious victory, had not even entered their minds. But now, as he looked across the feeds and reports of a burning world, a planetary ecosystem collapse, an atmosphere that was burning, his soldiers scrambled for any cover they could across the wasteland between hive cities, now pinned down by acid rain that burned through their armor and skin. For the leaders, this was intolerable to see. Kraus retreated to his quarters and shut himself into isolation. Meanwhile, panic was spreading among the traitors. They were leaderless, and their world was spiraling into a hellish nightmare in real time. Fields were burning, casualty reports were everywhere, water supplies contaminated. Internal hive city atmospheres toxicity readings were off the scale. For the general,
CG. Pitao bi te da igram Factory, ali mislim da će uskoro na posao, pa...
Sutra ćemo.
Ja ne igram te gay servere na koje se vi joinujete. Bez uvrede. Bez buba. Bez
Ne,
buba.
ono je čisto onako, nisam ni znao.
Bez drva sve na, bez buba sve na ugalj. To je ludilo mozga.
Ima jedan gdje uđeš, vozite kao voz i pravite bazu u vozu. A ovi bubovi napadaju ko lude.
Šta je to, scenarij neki?
I recimo server jedan onaj Void. Kako sam crkao u tom Voidu je benga usta. Da man krene na begem i napadne me bube i... I mapa krene da se gasi taj deo.
Kako se gasi?
A tako lepo briše se i mora da begaš napred.
A mapa se sužava kao?
Da.
A šta ako se zatekneš tamo, delitujete server? Koliko daje jedna turbina struje? Moram da proverim.
Da ide upaljen, a mora uđe na drugi ovaj.
Šta je ti upaljeno?
Nobel Prize. Nature Science.
15 kW. To je nešto...
Znači ideš u treću smenu, a?
Pa od 10 sati.
Uveče. To je četvrta, evo. To je među smene neka.
Pa od 10 do 6, ne radim 15 sati. Radim večeras. I onda radim...
Ne radiš vjerojatno nedelju, ponedeljak i utorak.
Nedelju, ponedeljak? Ne. Ponedeljak i utorak da radim.
Mi radimo ponedjeljak do 12 sati. Jer firma će propasti ako se ne radi.
Da, kladim će doći.
Vlada tu, ovo mutira se.
45 kW, ne znam je li to dovoljno. Ne znam koliko jedna mašina troši struje.
Što radiš?
Stavljam ove vetarnjače. To su ti malane startne vetarnjače. To ti ako nećeš da te bube baš odmah napadnu.
Znam. Ja sam stavio telefon. Jao. Sad ću doći.
Or some part of him undoubtedly even now was unwilling to accept defeat. There was too much pride, too much ego to face reality. Yet he felt undoubtedly panicked, for he could do nothing to stop this oncoming apocalypse. It is widely presumed that rather than face the impossible situation head-on, the traitor General Kraus took his own life. The traitor propaganda of course spun other stories to cover for the fact that they were the ones who had been led down this path to their own destruction. Kraus, like the chairman before him and so many random anonymous dictators across the galaxy, were left with a choice between remaining completely disconnected from reality and facing the fact that he had severely underestimated the enemy. He'd been consumed by his own hubris, lust for power, arrogance, and that it was all of this together which had now brought complete annihilation to their world. Interestingly, although the most likely outcome, even Imperial loyalists were not satisfied with this explanation, because it would mean that Kraus had escaped the ever-present wrath and inevitable justice of the Imperium. Colonel Yerton would be the first to see this new world. He wanted to see it with his own eyes, despite this being unnecessary. They had vid feeds that could show them the situation on the surface, but Yerton felt it important that he bear witness to the horror he had unleashed upon his world. He wore a face respirator to protect from the highly toxic air that would burn him internally. He wore a heavy coat to protect against the intense cold and some of the radiation blowing across the world. Those at the surface level may never see the sun again. Unknowingly, Yerton would be the first to wear the uniform that would soon become synonymous with the planet of Krieg. For any of the traitor rebels who were left outside and within also the other hive worlds, they would suffer considerably more. The severe radiation that fell upon the planet, far more than even the most ancient weapons of humanity, would lead to the steady deaths of billions, not to mention the physical harm immediately caused. The survivors remained wounded, dishevelled, disorientated, generally in a state of shock. And this is where Yerton's Death Riders began to scour enemy lines of survivors. A small adjacent note, one of the very notable units of Krieg before and after the apocalypse were their Death Riders. As the hugely destructive war had raged across Krieg, it had become increasingly difficult for both loyalists and traitors to use tanks and other vehicles, primarily because of the ongoing war of attrition, and this meant that logistical supplies quickly became scarce, coupled with the knowledge and the manpower needed to pilot the vehicles and keep them operational. This was impeded severely as the casualty list increased exponentially every day. On top of this, the devastating use of artillery and trenches meant that the land itself became extremely difficult to traverse, so the Archmagos had the surprising non-mechanicus idea to use mounted cavalry to give them an edge over the enemy. Breeding and heavily genetically modifying the variety of equine on the world was not a challenging task, gifting it a physique far stronger than a Terran horse. Its new adaptation enabled the mount to power through thick mud or over rubble, with its splayed feet also better to adapting and moving in difficult or nearly impassable terrain. They could be bred quite quickly with the technology available, and so war horses were raised to be ridden as specially trained cavalry companies for the loyalists. Psychologically, these creatures are far more aggressive than their domestic Terran ancestors, with drug injectors being used to make the creature fearless in the face of an enemy. In battle, the creature will charge directly into the foe's lines and will not be startled by weapons fire or explosions. Due to the Krieg steed's unstable body chemistry, it has to be constantly monitored by its rider and stabilized with additional chemicals. This means the creature can sustain also injuries that would kill lesser creatures, but leaves many
welcome
of these
to my channel.
scars from previous wounds. The results even prior to the apocalypse were impressive and often caught the enemy completely by surprise. The speed of their attacks in the horrifying conditions, combined with them being very easily replaceable, made them valuable for a variety of roles. In the aftermath, the steeds of Krieg were even more critical, enabling fast raids on heavily weakened enemy positions, allowing the riders to attack or recon enemy trench lines and return to the safety of the hive while minimizing their time out in the open air. The Krieg steed would be equipped with armor to protect its head, and a respirator system was adapted to protect them, as it would their riders, from poison gases and toxic atmospheres. In the modern period, these Death Rider mounts would now be grown in vitagenic cloning vats deep below the surface, with their gestation carefully monitored by the Mechanicus biologists. They're all branded at the genetic level for any necessary identification purposes. So, the extreme conditions that now existed on the planet's surface also meant that realistically any major assaults between the hive cities was becoming quickly impossible, at least in the short term, thus enabling Jurten and the Loyalists more time to dig in, consolidate their positions, and resist against the rebels, who were reeling from the massive change to the planet, and their own hive cities and populations were heavily contaminated. Their leaders' arrogant overconfidence meant that the attack had caught them at their weakest and least prepared. They suffered heavily during the initial fallout, while the planet was being lashed by nuclear fire, and the extremely strong radioactive fallout crippled a massive amount of the enemy forces, who were now either extremely sickened, walking wounded, blinded, or any other number of ailments. Many were just suffering from extreme mental depression and disillusionment at the state of their world at this point. Suffice to say, the will to fight and the morale of the enemy was at rock bottom. Many would surrender, take their own lives, or just engage in pointless assaults. The nuclear annihilation unleashed by Colonel Jurten had turned the prosperous industrial and agricultural world into a barren, dead, irradiated wasteland. Krieg was no longer a hive world, it had become quite literally the most feared classification of Imperial planet, a death world. For those, mainly Loyalists, who lived to see the aftermath, this event would become known as the Purging. Surprisingly though, the devastation only really evened the odds for the Loyalists, which sounds surprising, but still even odds was far better than certain destruction. But it did come at a horrifying cost for the planet. Colonel Jurten of course had very few cards to play, and so we might consider that it was perhaps a little unfair that after hearing of the destruction of Krieg, the Imperium no longer saw Krieg as a viable planet, meaning it was no longer worth investing resources to recover or save. The Loyalists of Krieg were effectively abandoned, and the Imperium communicated it had no further plans to send nor deploy any reinforcements to aid the Loyalists. No Imperial Guard, certainly no Astartes. Colonel Jurten and his remaining Loyalists were left to fight this war themselves, the outcome of which would determine their ultimate fate: acceptance of some form back into the Imperium, or an unknown fate, potentially permanent isolation upon a dead world, or even some final act of complete annihilation to scour any remaining traitors from the planet, likely exterminatus. For the people of Krieg, after this act of extreme destruction, the war did not end. Their world was now changed forever, and what remained was a truly miserable, bleak reality that awaited all who had survived. They now entered into a protracted and extremely difficult period of continuing the fighting amid the now extreme and apocalyptic environment of their planet's surface. The atmospheric conditions allowed for little if any air cover, and so the war further devolved into a horrific planetary trench warfare. Week by week, each side would extend their lines and fortifications until every space that could be filled contained dugout trench defences, razor wire and bunkers. There is very little information about this grueling war of attrition between the Loyalists and traitors, likely due to the fact that one week became another and another and another. Lives were lost, ground gained, lost, enemy killed, ground gained, and lost. Various factors complicated the war, not least the environment above the surface, but also of course the distances between the hive cities, which were now very difficult to navigate and littered with vast labyrinthine trench networks. Artillery bombarded the enemy.
A naravno da sam čitao, brate, da ovo, kako se kaže, majku mu...
Šta?
Čitao sam da...
da naša horror serija ova, kako se zove ovi krugovi?
U žitu.
Ne, nego balkanski, znaš.
Balkanski krugovi.
Dobro, da.
Šta je sad to?
Da serija nije loša. Balkanski krugovi naši.
Kafanski krugovi.
Aha.
Kafanski. Baš tako zove, kafanski.
Kalkanski bre.
Kavčanski ili kavkanski.
Balkanski.
Nikad čuo. Da se to daje na televiziji, šta?
Pa daje se, ali ja sam čitao na ovome, kako se zove.
Forum.
Ne, nego na crnoj berzi.
Mhm. Okej. Verujem ti.
Day and night. In rare extreme events, it's said that there were even still additional atomics used, but just how or where or which side were using these is unknown. So when Yerton and his forces finally assaulted Hive Argentus, the remnants of humanity they encountered were ragged, uncoordinated, carrying barely functioning weaponry. They lacked strength, willpower, were truly pitiful creatures. But as Yerton exclaimed, they were the ones who brought this horror to their world, which is obviously very arguable, but they were to be shown no mercy, only death. They were slaughtered more like putting them out of their misery, despite Yerton's proclamations. Many months later, the new fighters of the Loyalists were being referred to as corpsmen. Those who were sent out into the wastes were ever more ferocious in their loyalist zeal, and they were laser focused on their singular task to bring death to the enemy. It was said that not long after, Yerton learned how the population of High Ferrograd had begun referring to these as the Death Corps of Krieg. The name stuck. Colonel Yerton would die of a weakened body state not too long after this period. Yet Yerton was an officer who believed there should be no observable difference between officers of the Imperium and the soldiers they would command. He always would stay within quarters comparable to his own men. For Yerton, he would often state that the only difference between an officer and lower-ranked soldiers was the level of responsibility. He was a humble man, and so in death, where upon other worlds the passing of such a critical officer would rise ostentatious marble statues worked upon by master artisans, plaques to adorn public spaces, and stories told to the new generations. Upon Krieg, the death of Yerton was merely a footnote in one or other of the data files. But still, all knew his name, all knew his importance. The people of Krieg would never allow him to be forgotten, yet his death and legacy generally would pass without audacious commentary. What endured from the man who followed his orders absolutely, stood strong against traitors, and would destroy an entire world as the Emperor's representative, rather than kowtow to the mad ravings of a power-mad despot, was his unbreakable sense of willpower. Colonel Yerton was in perhaps more ways than just the aspirational, the template to which all Krieg guardsmen who came between then and now would follow. If an order is given, it must be followed at any cost. If an objective cannot be saved, then better it be destroyed. If a world cannot be defended, it should burn. Better that than it fall to the traitors and heretics. Most importantly, of course, no sacrifice should be too great in service to the Imperium and the Emperor of Mankind. Yet what occurred within his final hours, and in the time since his passing, would shape the reputation and future for the people of Krieg forevermore.
Kako bi on na predstavi?
One of the greatest questions all have wondered is what lies behind the masks of the Death Corps of Krieg. Even the Inquisition have forced the issue when first encountering the Death Corps upon the world's reunification with the Imperium. As always, I want to be clear that the answer remains.
Ovako, onako, onako i na kraju je zapalio taj novac da ga ne izbaci žena iz kuće.
On ko moj djeda. Mafija, mafija, mafija.
Pa ti deda bio pravo? Nije, a?
Mnogo se boji te mafije. Još živi u 90-im.
Slušaj, mafija je gore nego sad.
Ja mu kažem, ne probaj i pobim sebe.
Remains unclear. It has not been stated specifically what lies behind the masks of the Death Corps. However, we can reasonably strongly speculate based on the information available. For one, we know that the Inquisition have forcibly ordered Krieg officers and soldiers to remove their masks, and although what they saw was unrevealed to us, the fact that the Death Corps continue to remain in service points to them not being abhorrent mutants, traitors, heretics or otherwise. There have been many obvious speculations over the years, and the one which is often repeated, the one with the most weight behind it, does seem to be the case, that the Death Corps of Krieg are something akin to a clone army. Now just how close that practice is upon Krieg is not entirely clear, but it does point to their usage of the Vitae womb and the fact that this is frowned upon by the Mechanicus Biologus. In the final hours of Colonel Yerton's life, Archmagos Griel presses him to make a decision about the soldiers of Krieg. Griel remonstrates with Yerton that only his strength of leadership, only his willpower, his character can be certain to endure the future horrors that are necessary to carry the Loyalists through to the distant time when they will finally reunite with the Imperium. Colonel Yerton is one of those figures who really likes to be in control. He wants to do everything himself. He feels frustrated when he leaves it to others, and Griel attempts to essentially leverage this feeling, saying, do you trust leaving Krieg in the hands of these other officers? But Yerton, when pushed, will not submit to Griel's pressuring. Sometime later, when called upon by the new commander of the Loyalists, the Archmagos lies to the new senior officers in charge of Hive Ferrograd. After the passing of Colonel Yerton, he insists that Yerton wanted to mandate the use of the so-called Vitae wombs to be used by Krieg, to the shock of the officers in the room. The birth rate, though, was declining, mutations increasing, and it appears that the Archmagos tricked the Krieg population into the use of the Vitae wombs, because they were now in the belief that this was Colonel Yerton's dying wish, something they could not, of course, oppose. The reality was that he went to his death choking strongly on his protestation of any such action. Anyone who truly knew Colonel Yerton would have known that he would not have been more strongly opposed to anything that artificially interferes in human development, as he had been his entire life seemingly. Now, as I've talked about before, we do not know precisely how Vitae wombs work or even what they are, but it is suggestive that they require some kind of initial implantation from the way in which Archmagos Griel speaks to them. It sounds as if a
Pa, kloniranje, ako sam dobro shvatio.
fertilized embryo is required to be placed within this womb.
Posljednje generacije koja je bila na Kriegu.
Krieg Gutsmani.
Da čak postoji neki ubrzan proces koji može
Starenje kao.
da budu među nekih 20-25 godina.
Da. U fazonu kad im fali vojske da ih kao uzgaje brzo. Relativno brzo.
Je to stvarno ili?
Kao igrice,
Ali toliko ima napisano o tome da može snimiti film. Ili romanu nastavci. To ti je svet u kome imperator ljudske rase je mrtav već koliko, 10-20 hiljada godina. Da. Već podugo je mrtav, ali zato što je njegov um im je potreban da bi mogli da koriste kao energiju koju je on mogao dok je živ. On je mogao da kontroliše tu energiju toga vorpa, a to je kao sile haosa. Možeš ga nazvati energijom pakla, kako hoćeš. Imperator ljudskog kraljevstva je mogao to da, ljudskog carstva, jel? Carstva ljudi, mogao je da kontroliše kao po potrebi to. Međutim, Horus, da tako je bio?
To mu je bio sin.
Genetski sin. On je ostali. On je pobunio se. Zbog svojih nekih ličnih razloga. Mislim da ga je smrtno ranio. Nije ga ni ubio, nego je ranio, ali tako? Postao je biljka. I da bi ljudi mogli da putuju između drugih sistema i planeta, da? Ne uz pomoć raketa i gluposti, već uz pomoć te energije kao vorpa, ili ti kao, kaže, to ti je energija haosa. A tu energiju koriste i demoni, i sledbenici haosa. Koliko? 5 ili 10 hiljada? Zaboravim se, nešto mnogo. Duša treba svaki dan da se žrtvuje u ime imperatora.
1000 duša.
Svaki dan, da. Da bi kao imperator, ti više ni imperator, on je kao, nije ni u životu, nego kao biljka. Da bi mogli njegov duh da zadrže na tom mjestu. Da bi mogli da ga koriste u suštini, a u njegovo ime se čine najveći zločini i genocid. A taj kao imperijum, kao ljudskog carstva u godini 40.000, nije ništa drugo nego ogromna fašistička imperija. A neki su manje, neki više korumpirani, ali kakvi su ostali, ljudi su još i dobri. Samo ću to reći. Biće serija, Vlad. Biće serija, ako se ja ne varam. I glumit će u seriji onaj što je glumio onoga Witchera ili Vešca, onaj, kako se zove, Henry Cavill, a glumio je i u 2-3 filma, čini mi se, glumio Supermana. A on će biti u toj seriji. Uspeli su da ga, zato što je fan čovjek toga. Mogu da sklonim da sam se mutirao. N2.
Nisi.
Nego slušate moje izlaganje. Kao neko ko je like za Warhammer i koji nije pročitao ni jednu knjigu, mislim da sam dosta dobar.
Prvo znaš.
Pa ne znam koliko bi mogao da znam, ali znam dovoljno. Kažem, audio knjige ili tako. Ljudi koji su to pročitali i znaš, koji su malo dublje razumiju materiju. Imaš knjige, ali stvarno, odakle početi uopšte.
bušno, da nemam reći.
Bušno?
Bušno.
A. Kog? A to nemoj da se sekiraš. Ako... postoji rupa kuda neprijatelj može da uđi će. Džaba krpiš.
Pa znamo koliko je bušno, brate, da nemam.
Pa i nemoj. Napravi zamku, napravi obruč, napravi očiglednu rupu. Napravi namernu rupu u svoj odbrani da neprijatelj uđe i onda ga sa leđa udari.
I stavi tu da braniš.
Kao Napoleon, ili tako Napoleon imao taktiku beš? Ili Aleksandar Makedonski, ko njih dvojica to radio?
Aleksandar Makedonski.
Pustiš neprijatelja da prodre denetanje i on se napali, znaš, skoncentrišu svu snagu kao jedan klin. I navale i kao probiju se, kao probili smo se i onda on uzme i zatvorite.
Potkovica.
Da. I sad ako imaš dovoljno ljudi da održiš taj obruč...
Welcome to my channel.
Opet, zavisi od kompozicije neprijatelja, razumeš, ali... Ajde recimo da može se nešto izvesti. Ja samo pijem i ženu bijem. Ne ide tako.
Što da me, ako zaslužila?
Ne, niko nije vredan da robijam zbog njega. Čujem muziku. Čujem. O Bože, jače od mene.
Dobro.
O čemu se čuje muziku?
But then it is also genetically modified so that it grows into what is near enough a clone of Colonel Yurton. It feels like something along those lines, but again, it's really my own just logical assumptions on the information we have. It's just heavily implied by the conversations between the Archmagos and Yurton and the others, hence the fact that he was so angrily resistant to the use of vitae wombs, plus the fact that the Mechanicus biologists frown so heavily upon their use. The Mechanicus in general and the Imperium appear to generally hate anything that appears to be clone-based. It seems to go strongly against the strange ethical rules for the Imperium. Look at the Astartes, they're not clones, they're individuals who are just adapted to become Space Marines. But it's very weird that the Imperium has these kind of sort of ethical qualms, because they don't seem to apply these ever for anything else, and when they do it's usually not for the reasons you'd want or expect. Archmagos Grill believed that the only way for the Krieg armies to be powerful enough to survive a war of attrition was for their number to be filled with the strongest warriors possible, those who could decisively win in battles, who were unbreakable servants to the Emperor, and who were uncompromising in every respect. Essentially, he was suggesting that they would create an army of Colonel Yurtons. He didn't say that, but it seems to be what he's suggesting. There's also this implied sense that Archmagos Grill always knows what has to be done and what would be eventually the conclusion before Yurton knew it himself. So in that sense, in Colonel Yurton's deathbed, Grill understands that his protestations were merely the delay point between the clarity he would eventually gain in realizing this was an action that had to be taken, and so Grill basically joins the dots. This is generally pretty normal actually for Mechanicus as well, because they're often far ahead in thought processes compared to ordinary humans. Grill seemed to be just a very patient member of the Mechanicus and was allowing Colonel Yurton to work it out for himself so as to not draw his irritation. Plus, there's always that thing of if you try and force someone to have an opinion, it never really works, but if you let them get there themselves by just giving them the information and enabling them to figure it out, even if it takes some time, they're going to be much more on board. Plus, it probably helps in the long run. So there are many subtle references to this. It's just kind of reading between the lines. For one, Yerton speaks about wishing that he could be the one to meet face to face with the Imperium and show them just what he had achieved. Grill also knew this. He knows that it had been Colonel Yerton's dream to raise this vast army upon the world that would stun and shock the Imperium when they eventually returned, which of course it did. Lastly, there is the most glaring detail, that the officer of the Kriegsman who first revealed his name to the Imperium announces himself as one Colonel Yerton, which he obviously isn't. This is combined with the fact that the Krieg Guardsmen also just generally appear confused when they meet the Imperium after such a long time. They're asked what their names are. They seem very confused by this because they have no personal identity, they don't need names. Now, of course, I have to add, we could speculate that this was just a symbolic act, that the Krieg merely continue the honour of Colonel Yerton by carrying his name forward. But I think the reality with what we know of what took place in the aftermath, the sheer pressing necessity of the Vitae wombs, this constant air of unease about their use, everybody seems to understand that they're pretty dodgy, but just without actually explaining why. The fact that the Kriegsmen never remove their face masks, it's all heavily suggestive of, if not a clone army, at least something very close to it. The apocalyptic surface of Krieg was now a ghostly dystopian wasteland, the very soil of which could contaminate and heavily sicken you. Vast craters pockmarked the planet from the repeated artillery strikes, many so deep that any who fell in were as good as dead themselves, pits of death which were filled with shattered remnants of humans from generations previous. All manner of horrifying anti-infantry weapons littered the surface from impossibly dense thickets.
Separatisti, da. I na kraju je pobedila ova frakcija što je bila verna imperatoru, ja mislim.
Da. A ovi po cijeni da više nisu mogli da žive na površini zemlje.
Jeste, i zato sad svi nose te gas maske i nemaju mehanička vozila, nego imaju genetski modifikovane konje.
Imaju tenkove, ali konji su im...
primarni.
Ali više vole koji se konji. Jebeš, treba samo da napravim neku seriju o tome.
Pa ima serija. Evo ti sa ovim, kako se zove, kuce Henry Cavill, Warhammer 40k. Če ti ja nađem.
Ovi to će tek da izaći.
Pa to će tek da izaći, a šta se sad, ako to...
A ovi od početka treba da naprave se.
Od čega početka? Od početka Imperium of Men, jel to?
Da.
Ako budu išli po redu, gotovi smo. Nećemo nikad dirati kraj.
Super Phoenix.
10 puta 150. A 150 proizvodi. Ne, 10 puta 15, nemoguće, nije 15, mislim da je više kilovat. 10 komada pravi 150 kilovat. Ne vidim. A oni katačan komandosi, ili kako se već zovu.
Ne znam, njih ne znam.
Čekaj. Katačan komando. Katačani, tako se zovu. Katačan komando squad.
Greetings, Wargamers. Superior 9 here.
Let's talk about the guard regiment that hails from a planet so murderous that even the most suicidal military engagements are nothing but a walk in the park compared with a day.
Nisam ih vidio ni u jednoj igri, ali oni su deo tog univerzuma. Katačan komandosi. To su kao... Space Rambos. To ti ne bi opis njih. Nose minimalno oklopa, velike noževe i agresivno oružje. Komandosi. Kao, da, Imperial Guardsmeni, ali kao komandosi. Tako zovu, katačan komando. Imaš ih u Dark Tideu, imaš katačan Blade, tako se zove. Onaj kao Rambo nož veliki. Ali kažem, nisam ih vidio ni u jednom drugom mediju osim kao te figurice, znaš. Spominju se u pisanoj formi, ali nisam ih vidio ni u jednoj igri. Pretpostavljam zato što su, kažem ti, inspirisani s tim, kao Rambo komando filmovima. Niko nije teo da dođe u sukob s Hollywoodom. Prp.
U sukob sa Židovima. Detine je gledaš. Žid. Juren.
Neka. Pusti čovjeka na miru. Nije on kriv.
Krivi su majka priroda i otac karikaturista.
I Židovi.
Of rusted wire to devious shredding mines which jumped out without warning to cut you off at the legs, waist, or just shred your body entirely. Any attempts to advance and secure trenches were extremely dangerous. The enemy would always lay traps and tools to sabotage advances. Over time, the battling forces upon Krieg had begun to develop a look that was indeed necessary for their survival across the inhospitable trench wastelands. Inspired by Colonel Yerton as he had ventured into the wastes on that first day, they wore standardized heavy greatcoats to protect them from the frozen environment and distinctive respirators to protect against the toxic atmosphere, which unfortunately for the soldiers of Krieg now had to be worn basically at all times. Over time, many would stylize their face masks with a skull-like decal, but this was not really for intimidating the enemy, although it often could be, because their battles were often really fought at distance with artillery, and when they actually did fight close enough in a battle to see one another, both were wearing respirator masks. So no, the skull design for most of the Death Corps was to indicate their total acceptance of their own death. It was a symbolic thing. Most squads had very high rates of casualties, even now fighting against the weakened enemy. In addition to the more obvious pieces of kit, leg greaves could be worn for extra protection, or otherwise tightly wrapped compression cloths on the legs to help with the long periods spent standing in cold, filthy trenches. Depending on their role, equipment could vary slightly in terms of specific carapace armor. Helmets and other shoulder, knee and shin guards were generally made of plasteel, reinforced with a ceramite layer. These were said to be heat resistant and were lesser in weight to other options. Nonetheless, all of this outer wear worn atop their standard issue uniform made it quite cumbersome and difficult to move in. Not so much of a problem when you're standing around in trenches, and this meant that the gear was only generally worn during static engagements or defensive operations. Whilst any of course welcomed the protection of the heavy carapace plates, it would be sometimes necessary to discard these for fast-moving extended operations, such as attempting to breach enemy positions. For the coming generations, all they would know was war and underground life. They were brought into a world with no sky above them, only darkness, toxic pollution, the inevitability and visible presence of death, and the inhuman machinery and execution of industrial-scale warfare in M41. And so, the grinding battle for Krieg continued on. Its soldiers developed this apathetic indifference to human life, but for the loyalists their goal remained to crush the traitors, who, through their sheer arrogance and doubt as to the willpower of those who serve the Imperium, had unwittingly enabled both the destruction of their world and the arrival of some of the most unbreakable human soldiers that existed within the Imperial Guard. The loyalist soldiers who ventured into the irradiated wastelands of Krieg were no longer the 83rd who had served under Colonel Yerton. The soldiers who now walked unwaveringly into their inevitable deaths, all but anonymously, for those who would fight in dark, freezing trenches, who charged enemy lines and battled through broken, destroyed ruins of former hive cities. These unbreakable warriors became known among the survivors of the Loyalists, the Death Corps of Krieg. Their existence remained to serve and die upon the hellish environment of Krieg, to crush the enemies of the Imperium in the Emperor's name, and through half a millennia of grinding attrition and brutal industrial war, this is exactly what they did. The citizens of Krieg by now had developed new cities in the only area they could now survive, below the surface. Meanwhile, the Death Corps continued to fight with unrelenting determination, regularly in hand-to-hand combat with bayonet and shovel over mere meters of trenches. They would fight in the darkness of subterranean tunnels, while the freezing, blasted wastelands bludgeoning their enemies into submission amid the blood, mud, and shattered human remains. Krieg would eventually be returned to the Imperium, but not until the late period of M40. The Imperium had, of course, been monitoring the situation on Krieg. It had just remained unwilling to contribute any resources to what had presumed to be a lost cause. General opinion as to what had occurred upon Krieg remained unsurprisingly not a positive one. So despite the enduring efforts of the loyalist people of Krieg, despite their near incalculable sacrifice and centuries of suffering by those serving in the Death Corps, there was no celebration or relief for Krieg when it returned to the Imperium. In fact, quite the contrary. The people of Krieg were simply met with a terse, emotionless statement that the world of Krieg had been assessed as now being behind on paying the Imperial tithe. The delays caused by this unnecessary civil war meant that Krieg now was heavily in debt to the wider Imperium. As with the majority of Imperial Hive worlds, the Imperial Tithe was to be paid by contribution of soldiers for the Munitorum.
Što ti pošaljemo?
A to što meriš?
Izvoli. Imam 2 monitora, imam slušalice, mogu da pustim na jednom i da gledam ponekad za meni neku sliku, da ste vjerojatno većinom kao artwork iz tog sveta. A više kao audio knjige.
Limetum Pop. Welcome to my channel.
However, the adepts of the Munitorum, who had perhaps expected protestation from the newly liberated world of Krieg, were shocked when the representatives who joined them aboard the Imperial ship in orbit of the world offered up 20 whole regiments, and additionally requested them to be deployed to the most severe of war zone environments. Now I'll interject here with a small adjacent reference, because this is not an uncommon action of self-penance. It's similar to the planet of Vostroya, which you may have also heard of. During the heresy, Vostroya refused to provide soldiers and materials to either side of the conflict. Extremely bizarrely, they had somehow determined their best bet was to remain neutral, undamaged and productive. Oddly, the ruling authority of the world had presumed that by remaining impartial, this would then limit damage to the world, and of course by not siding with anyone, come off all the better for it on the other side. Obviously, this is not how things turned out. In the aftermath of the heresy, this decision by Vostroya was not viewed positively. In fact, the opposite. Realizing their catastrophic error and the impending heavy punishment headed their way, Vostroyan leadership would make a declaration to the Imperium in an attempt to prevent it being punished even more severely, that every firstborn child of the world would be sworn to the Imperium's service forevermore. 10,000 years have passed since then, but for the people of Vostroya in M41, not all are aware about the specific details, but the scar upon their world cut so deep that even now, millennia later, all know that when the Emperor needed them, they turned away. This deep, deep shame has meant that ever since that time, they continue to commit their firstborn to forever fight in the name of the Imperium in an attempt to scrub clean their indelible stain of shame which remains upon their world and in the light of the Imperium always will. So the point is that, like Vostroya, the leadership of Krieg at the end of M40 understood that although they had avoided total annihilation in one sense, they now needed to show the Imperium that it was still a planet worth saving. Not to mention, of course, fulfilling Colonel Yerton's long-standing wish and order, they should deliver a mighty army to demonstrate how successful he had carried out his campaign upon Krieg and how the world could still remain important for the Imperium. Although the collapse of the planet into civil war was not the fault of the Loyalists, the fact remained that the sheer scale of waste that had occurred upon a previously stable and productive Imperial planet was undeniable. The deployment of the new Death Corps Imperial Guard units was a resounding success, to the considerable surprise and shock of those within the Munitorum. The Death Corps quickly proved themselves far superior, entering into engagements that had ground to a halt with other regiments, most obviously in war zones that mirrored Krieg itself, toxic environments, polluted ashen worlds, and where other Guard forces had struggled considerably, the Krieg soldiers carried on as if it were very literally a world without any such inhospitable conditions to contend with, to the astonishment of their superiors. Senior officers were in awe as the Death Corps broke bitter stalemates with ease and achieved strategic advances that would have otherwise required the slaughter of thousands of penal legion troops to achieve the same results. In some instances, Imperial officers had been waiting for Astartes' assistance to resolve hard-to-crack situations, but the Death Corps of Krieg stepped in and immediately smashed the problem. So now Krieg exists as purely a world of war, both in its production but also the fighting continues across its heavily scarred terrain. But why? Well, very simple, training for the Death Corps. Because it of course became apparent that the Death Corps was so effective because they had been tempered in the brutally unforgiving warfare that had raged across their planet for centuries. And the Imperium continues to demand this standard level of skill and service from the Death Corps that remains above other guardsmen. The Death Corps face such a high rate of attrition and destruction wherever they're sent to that consequently they must be steeled to face such nightmarish conditions. Where an ordinary hive planet may raise one new guard regiment per year, Krieg continues to contribute as many as 10. The Imperium remains insatiable in M41. It needs more and more of the Death Corps to fight in its ever more extreme wars, such as Octarius and the ongoing war fought in, around and through the Cicatrix Maledictum. While the Death Corps are undoubtedly highly skilled, disciplined and unbreakable, they also lean heavily on their nature of being disposable to achieve victory. And this can often be used to an advantage, especially when they have already been fighting more standard Imperial Guard. It can catch an enemy by surprise as suddenly they throw themselves against scenarios that would be considered entirely pointless engagements. And while this brings the Death Corps victory, it often will come at an extortionately high cost in human life and material equipment. Sometimes this is warranted, but other times it can in fact be somewhat counterproductive, which remains this strange duality for the Death Corps of Krieg. Effective, a sledgehammer to an enemy, but bleak and demoralizing for any adjacent forces who have to cooperate and support them. For the distant eyes of the Imperial Administratum and the Munitorum, however, they do not see the human cost. They do not see the morale of allies. They simply see numbers on a data slate. They see terms such as defeat or success. In their eyes, nothing else matters other than the final result. Briefly circling back around, where other planets would produce ore or munitions or agri-products, Krieg produces the Death Corps, and nothing else. It produces soldiers, endless new regiments for the Imperium to send to the most hellish environments and war zones imaginable. For the Imperium though, the considerably suspicious part about this was the fact that although Krieg had seemed enthusiastic to contribute on its return to the Imperium, with the obvious assumption that its contribution of soldiers was in part to serve its penance for past problems, but then more surprisingly, this rate of contribution continued. How were they able to suddenly churn out masses upon masses of endless new soldiers, especially considering how damaged the planet had been as a result of its 500-year war? So an inspection by the Mechanicus biologist team points to something that those upon Krieg had been keeping fairly quiet about, namely because it was very much considered abhorrent in many ways by the Mechanicus. So obviously, as we noted earlier, they found that upon Krieg in past centuries, the Loyalists had begun the use of these vitae wombs. Now again, as we said before, details sparse, but seemingly the power of the Death Corps of Krieg and how successful they are in all combat deployments led the Imperium and Mechanicus to effectively turn a blind eye to just how they produce, which seems both comical and a stinging jab at the legacy of Conan Yurton. This is only confirmed by the fact that when they came back under the rule of the Imperium, this process was knowingly supported by the High Lords of Terror, because the extreme effectiveness of the Death Corps trumped really any other concerns. Their ability to just hammer out vast numbers of Krieg soldiers led them to being slapped with this maximum tide level, whereby Krieg would contribute the highest levels of physical manpower to the Imperium. They existed now purely to produce the Death Corps of Krieg and nothing else. So Krieg as a world and society already walks on the wrong side of the line when it comes to ethics, and so it's speculated they inevitably also dabble in things like abhorrent eugenic policies, all out of sight and out of mind, deep in their farm out humans as factories turn out new rifles. More troubling though is the fact that the actual nature of what a vitae womb is feels like the most concerning aspect here. Not least because it remains deliberately vague. Within the world of 40k, things that are not described clearly are very probably the things that you really want to be worrying about. So, a vitae womb could be anything from a part organic cybernetic birth chamber to some far more horrifying scenario where they use actual wombs harvested and then somehow incorporated into a mechanical device to enable ongoing battery farm birthing, and yes, of course, the many other more edgy scenarios as well. And one of those more edgy scenarios that someone could speculate upon would be that perhaps Vitae wombs are female servitors, lobotomized human-machine hybrids used as birthing machines for newborn Death Corps soldiers. The Mechanicus, we know, look upon humans as they look upon machines. There are descriptions in some of the Warhammer Crime series of servitor production, how they're actually made. Pretty horrific. It's definitely up there. So the Mechanicus are undoubtedly very uncaring, certainly with no real sense of human morality. It would not be out of the realm of possibility for one as ruthless as Archmagos Griel, and then, as with all servitors, just used until they're no longer functional and then sent on for organic recycling. Very harrowing, disturbing, but unfortunately all too reasonable possibilities for the nightmarish world of 40k. My own personal view, and please take note this is all entirely again my own speculation because so little is given to us about the Vitae wombs. To me, the process is more oviparous. It doesn't require human hosts or anything like this that are traumatically forced into some endless birthing thing. Because for one, that's really only a step away from Dimonculaba, and two, it seems a little much, even for the horror of the Imperium, but still, you never know. Now, I would speculate that the Krieg citizenry are mandatorily assessed as to the stability of their own genetics within the unstable, irradiated conditions of living on Krieg. If they are stable, then they're considered a valid donor for source material, which is then harvested. Maybe they get some extra credits per month or something like that. And then Mechanicus techs will artificially make embryos, which are then further manipulated or screened before being implanted into the Vitae wombs, which are then further altered by whatever process makes them into these near enough clones. The actual growth and birth process I envisage as, again, it must happen quite rapidly and more akin to the way the shark family reproduces, whereby individuals are grown by these exterior egg sacs, and it's this that would be constructed from dream-like organic material, like a big shark egg sac but for a human. Hundreds of individuals strung up like a meat processing factory, injected and monitored for abnormality. Any flaws or weaknesses lead to them being, of course, instantly flushed and reprocessed for their organic matter. Once they reach a state of full growth, they're unceremoniously dumped out onto a cold metallic floor with drainage to allow the amniotic fluid to drain away. Servitors would drag these shivering newborn humanoids of likely, say, a late teenage age. Maybe they arrive already kick-started with some learning and information, false memories, some framework like this built into them to allow them to still engage and behave like humans to a degree, probably akin to replicants from Blade Runner, or maybe they go through a further process of condensed, intensive learning. They would only be partially conscious in these sort of first 24 hours. Later they awake in vast hive dormitories, not really understanding how they arrived there, only knowing their purpose, the general order of things. Their indoctrination already teaches them that to question such things is irrelevant and punishable. All of this before the general Krieg ideology and distinct lack of concern for physical losses begins to be pounded into their minds on a daily basis. Still, whatever the reality, the critical aspect is that this happens on an industrial scale, and no matter the process and means of achieving the material, Vitae wombs suddenly sit at the lower to sump level of the ethical and moral scale. Such things are not something many are greatly troubled by in the 41st millennium. Either way, Vitae wombs are not apparently a commonplace reality for the Imperium. In fact, they're seemingly the exception, not the standard. Thankfully. The modern Death Corps of Krieg in M41 have maintained much of their outlook and doctrine from the centuries previous when they fought through their bitter civil war. Its combat doctrine and cult of individual sacrifice are taught as being integral to the effectiveness and superior power of their regiments. In the days of the brutal civil war, the Death Corps simply could not afford to support those weaker individuals who fell behind, and so the nature of the Death Corps is unforgiving. It places emphasis on cooperation, but not support among the individual. Their primary approach continues to be, unsurprisingly, to deluge an enemy with overwhelming, unrelenting force, no matter the casualties. Their doctrine dictates that any battle where they have the capacity to fight and their willingness to die exceeds that of their enemy is a battle which is effectively a win by default. Any actions in between are just a means to an end, time and material attrition. Not dissimilarly to the
Yeah,
Astartes,
it's
the
only
Imperial
a
Guard
war.
will use specific training practices for regiments, and the Death Corps are of course no exception. Unsurprisingly, they are somewhat more extreme than others in how this is implemented. From as soon as they're able to, those young members of the Death Corps are tested extensively, and even at this point failure and even fatalities are high. What happens to the failures? Unknown. Penal legions, industrial servitude, servitors, or even perhaps again biological recycling back into the production of new Death Corps soldiers. It's all possible. As with so very much training within the Imperium, it's your standard fare of mental and physical endurance, breaking them down in every way possible, seeing who can survive. Survival upon Krieg itself, even below the surface, is no small thing, but for those who advance to the final stage of their training, this is where those remain will either become Death Corps or die. The recruits are sent out upon their most harrowing test of all, survival on the surface of Krieg, under the supervision of senior Krieg officers. The surface of Krieg continues to remain this nightmarish landscape of apocalypse even centuries past the end of the Civil War upon the world. There was never any need to reclaim or repair it, so there it now stands, the annihilated scars of the world whose very name is war. And into this hellscape walk the new recruits for the Death Corps. They will spend many months out here, marching around the trenches and across the wastelands in freezing conditions. They'll walk through heavily irradiated zones and endure fallout storms. They're made to navigate the massive wreckage of ancient war machines, dig out old trenches in the freezing conditions, clear extremely dangerous minefields, and even fight out mock but live fire battles against other Krieg recruits where casualties, even fatal, will be taken. Only those who survive will be assigned to serve the greater good far across the galaxy in the most hellish battles imaginable, to serve the Emperor and all planets of the Imperium as members of the legendary Death Corps of Krieg. Now, if you're thinking, this is the end, of course, no. We have plenty left to discuss when it comes to the Death Corps of Krieg. For those of you who will inevitably ask in the comments yet not watched to the end of this video, I will, of course, plan on discussing that little detail of the world of Vrax. But not yet. A new year approaches, and a lot more content yet to come. The Death Corps of Krieg believe in a level of human sacrifice that few, if any, other regiments of the Imperial Guard can stomach. Despite the fact that the Imperial way of war is to literally drown the enemy in a tsunami of human soldiers, for the more mainstream Imperial Guard though, they still believe in traits such as infantry morale, tactical retreats, waiting for charging assaults when, the odds are in your favour. By contrast, the Death Corps of Krieg and their terrifying apathy for human life is indoctrinated into them at a cultural, perhaps even genetic level. Other Imperial regiments will watch on in horror as the soldiers of Krieg willingly run into enemy fire that will literally tear them to pieces. Yet they still run headlong into the fight, for if one of them should secure their objective, all others who fell before were merely a necessary means to an end. The Death Corps are in many ways perhaps the cleanest distillation and the purest doctrine of the Imperium, for they fully accept and demonstrate that their lives are forfeit. They exist only to fight and die for the Emperor and the Imperium, and for nothing more. They would send thousands to certain death and ask for more. They see their lives and that of the others as currency for the Imperium, of human flesh and bone. They are the tide that breaks upon the rocks of Xenos bastions. Feared as much as they are respected by fellow guardsmen, inspiring as much as they are depressing. The soldiers of Krieg have long seen the truth of the Imperium, that to preserve what exists, humanity must pour its most powerful weapon down upon the enemies of humanity, without pause and without doubt. The equation for the Death Corps is simple: action or annihilation. The collective debt of their world exists in their minds as being insurmountable. Their fates are determined by the God Emperor. They are bred and trained to fight, to die, and to hammer the enemies of the Imperium. For their past sins, they try to redress balance. Condemned now, to repay it forever. Bitter defiance no matter the odds. Victory at any cost. No mercy, no surrender. The Krieg way is uncompromisingly simple and best described.
Zato sam ti ja rekao kad smo igrali onaj...
We shall bleed the enemy to death before they can bleed us.
Volcen, no metar dioc. Kako mu to dođe bez obzira na cenu.
Da, da.
Limetum Pop. Welcome to my channel.
Bože, spas. Zombi pobegao od mene, počeo je bije drvo.
So let's talk about my next selection for order. The reason I wanted to suggest two selections today is because both Krieg and the Gaunt series are something clearly different. Krieg focuses in on, very obviously, the death core of Krieg, and it probes several perspectives about the Imperium. It allows us a look at those who might seek to throw off the shackles of the Imperium's rule, and the stark contrasts between those who would defend and those who would wage on a grandiose scale of attrition trench warfare. The Gaunt series paints us a picture of far more rich individual characters, which are by now the stuff of legends within the lore of 40k. Krieg gives us a pretty detailed exploration of the Death Corps, as much as is possible in both their history and from the eyes of other members of the Imperial Guard. It's a thoroughly good listen, and it addresses the dark history of the planet of Krieg, Colonel Yurton, and it addresses for us the Civil War, the decisions which led to the creation of the Death Corps. It also brings to us the Krieg Death Corps as they are today, fighting within the Octarius war zone. It blends together much that is modern about the Imperial Guard and brings to us the bleak horror of the Death Corps of Krieg. It hammers home a solid picture of just what it means to fight and die for the Emperor in the galaxy of the far future. Gaunt goes first and only, well, there's little I can say without spoiling such a legendary opening to an amazing series. So I think best you just find out for yourself. It focuses on the region known as the Sabbat world, which is a fascinating and particular favourite for me, especially Saint Sabbat herself. Obviously, Gaunt is a very character-driven series, so if you're a fan of memorable characters that you follow through a narrative journey, you can't go wrong here. Krieg, although it has its characters, is more of an overview, somewhat historically, of how they came to be. Both, though, well worth a listen, especially at the Christmas time where we have a bit of downtime, want to relax, have a nice listen, paint some models, that kind of thing. So Krieg and First and Only, my two recommends for this month. As a final reminder, if you're new to all of this, you can start listening today, and new members always get that free.
Goodbye for now.
This episode is brought to you by our very own Elden Ding Dong plushies. More at the end of the video. last week, guys, for the plushies. Get them before they're gone, because they're gone for good. This is the last week. Click the link in the description below before it's too late. Oh no, there they go! Back!
Let's watch the Riker Diablo 4 video. It's a long video. It's a big video. We're gonna do it. We're gonna go all the way through it. Riker apparently played the Diablo 4 endgame. Let's get it!
Hey folks, this is Riker, and I got to co-host the latest Diablo 4 developer live stream update. Blizzard invited me to come play the game for a few days.
Well, by the way, this guy fucking farmed. I don't know what happened, but this dude, he was speedrunning the entire live stream. They said it was going to be 90 minutes. This dude made it like 75.
Talk to devs, and then co-host the stream and ask some questions, shed some insight into my experiences. Adam Fletcher would typically host these updates, so I was there to be the relief. I was there to be the Riker to Adam's Picard. So in this video, I'm going to talk about that, my experiences with playing the game. So as I dive now into that, what's it like to play Diablo 4 Endgame? I'm just going to say that this video will be more conversational, more live stream like, a little less edited than my regular videos, less edited, less produced.
I actually prefer those because I find them more interesting.
Scripted than my regular videos. So first off, I was given a suite of endgame characters to play. I got to play every class. The characters they had set up for me ranged in level from 45 to 75. And jumping in, the first thing that I wanted to do was take that level 45 rogue and go do the capstone dungeon. So to clarify, you finish the campaign. After that point, you can unlock the full suite of endgame content via completing your first capstone dungeon. That's
so I guess like completing your capstone dungeon is kind of like in theory it's killing Katava and Aztec. Right? I mean, obviously Katava is probably a lot easier, but that's generally how it works.
You unlock
the unlock maps.
Third world tier night, but this dungeon is level 50. The monsters will not scale down to your level.
I fucking love that, by the way. I love the idea that there are these objective breakpoints, and if you can't beat it...
A, gde se vodiš ti?
Evo ništa.
A, to je kum. A. Moja greška, lapsus sam napravio. To ste neći kume, rekao sam Vlad. Iskrena greška. Da. Dosta je dobro izgleda ta strategija. Zapravo mislim da sam ti čovjek bio staje dve strategije, povlaš. Ma... Gde to?
Aj se pobio.
Koga boli kurac. Koga boli kurac.
To mi on stavio neko okanje, a?
Eno, ona kretenčina od narkomana.
Smrt Francuskoj.
Pa je. Da nemoj banovać, čovječe.
Ko će ne banuje?
Nemam pojma, cajka.
Bot. Rekao sam ti već.
Last of Us will not recast Bella Ramsey for season 2, pa naravno da neće to što liči na...
Ne, nego zbog one gej propagande.
Kod je, rekao sam, čekao da sad ću očekati fliploke. Kako se možete džabe priča
Mislim, dete su krenuli da
A
vrši...
nije ona det, nije ona det, ima ona...
Koliko ima?
A ima 17 godina.
Gdje ima 20 godina?
Pogledaj, kucaj Bella Ramsey, pogledaj koliko ima godina. To što ona izgleda kao dete, to je već druga stvar, ali... Aj, izgleda kao klinka. Izgleda kao klinka. Pigmej.
Ja sam mislio da ona je...
Nije, samo je niska. Niska i sitna. Mislim, nisu ni mogli dete da uzmu za onakve scene, ona se zabavila.
19 godina.
Možda nije po američkom zakonu punoljetna, ali po evropskom mislim da bi trebalo.
Jako je ružno onda, jako je ružno.
A ekstra, man, Nenad, ekstra.
Pa tako izgledala i kad je glumila u Game of Thrones, isto kao pile neko.
A koju ulogu je igrao u Game of Thrones?
Naslednik Medveđih ostrava.
Naslednik Medveđih ostrava?
Jeste, tako se zove, Bear Island.
Bila je sidekick.
Nije bila ničiji sidekick, ona je bila jedini naslednik. Ne, džaba, ne moraš da pričaš, ne pričaš istinu. Ne pričaš istinu. Ne pričaš istinu.
Jesi ti razumije kuma šta ti je?
Ja sam naslednik Medveđih ostrava.
Znači nisi znao, okej, nije čovjek.
Njena...
Ja kažem, ne, stani.
Njeno, tišina.
Vlado, ona je pomoćnik od ovoga kretena glavnog lika.
Kakav pomoćnik?
Ona ide uz njega.
Ne, nije pomoćnik. Ona je jedini naslednik. Njen otac, njena majka, sestra, svi koji su mogli da vladaju od te vlastele su pobijeni na crnom venčanju i jedini koji je ostao je to dete, eto.
Pričaš Vlado,
Reci, Vlado.
nekim govnima.
Da?
Je lakše da znam.
Da, Vlado, ti nisi gledao nijednu epizodu White Kenja, tu nešto vlasteli neka govna.
Gledao sam bre.
A nisi gledao, Vlado, no?
Ali ne mogu da
Drago mi
znam
što nisi.
one stavite svi.
Izvoli, Vlado. Tako izgledalo Game of Thrones.
Ovi ljudi nisu normalni.
Evo ti.
Sve kako već.
Ne moram da slušam urede, nisam ovdje, ne postojim ovdje da budem vreća za vređanje.
Jesi.
Da jesam. Javi mi se kad završiš vređanje.
A što liči na mene? Jesam, ali zašto bi liči na mene? Ja, što ne liči na tebe? Što ne liči na tebe?
Good enough, and you need to fucking get good. That's it.
I'm assuming they gave me a 45 character because maybe that's the level I could expect to be when I finish the campaign, and if I want to go dive straight into that capstone dungeon. I should say that the gear that I was given was... The character was pretty well geared. Again, I was playing
Nije stvar je ona loše ili nije, nego mogli su da izaberu i simpatičnije dete su biti gasni.
Together, and as soon as I go into that capstone dungeon, I'm like, whoa, alright. This is significantly more challenging than I expected. It's taking long to kill monsters, and as I progress my
Ako im je bio cilj da kastuju nekog koji je antipatičan, uspeli su, ali dobro.
And like I said on the stream, I'm one of those
See, I'm really curious to see how hard this is actually gonna be. Because I'm thinking like, bro, I'm just gonna go in there and one-shot this, it's gonna be a joke. But maybe not. I am very curious about this, and I hope that they continue to have harder and harder versions of these capstones. But I hope that it doesn't go infinitely. I am not a fan of infinite content. I like it to where you can beat everything and you're better than everything. And then you just maximize being better than better.
Well, I was saying, veteran is too easy. Can we increase the challenge of veteran? My understanding is the capstone dungeon is intended to be reflective of nightmare difficulty. Now, what I should have done at that point, or what I should have done instantly, was realize, okay, I should go power up before tackling this. The game is telling me you're not good enough, but I treated it like it was Dark Souls. I really, really, really wanted to unlock nightmare difficulty, so
I think that's the way a lot of people would look at it. Now, I wanted to see too, somebody says not an attack, why do you have this opinion of Diablo 4 direction when you think it's better for WoW in-game to be more accessible? Well, the reason why is because World of Warcraft is an MMO, Diablo is more of an ARPG, it's more of a single-player game, so you can have more individual challenges that are still meaningful and compelling without having to dumb them down because you have dumb people in the group. I think that's number one. Number two is that I think that I've always been a fan of like really, really hard content. Things like remember what I was saying, how they have like legendary keys in Mythic Plus? I absolutely think you should have that kind of stuff. Also, I don't really think this capstone dungeon is going to be anywhere near as hard as he's making that out to be. Because if you can't beat it immediately, you're going to be able to just get better gear and then beat it easily after you get the better gear. Like, I don't think that if you farm out gear and you are prepared for this dungeon, I do not think it will be challenging. I think it will be hard for people that are trying to speedrun the game in the first couple of days, maybe the first week or so. But for average players, it will not be an issue. The same as Kitaba.
Odnos fizičko.
Okay, you know, 45, I should be able to do this if I muscle through. I rode the struggle bus for far too long. I died far too many times, but I made it past those elites.
And apparently there's a death cap, so you can't die too many times, or like you fail it.
On to... I don't want to give spoilers here. I'll just say there was a boss fight after that, and I had to learn the mechanics.
I'm so sorry.
Altogether, I had to go back. I had to do some upgrades. I changed my build a lot. I re-specialized a lot into single target damage. This was even before, just to handle the elites. I actually went back to town and I crafted, fully upgraded all of my gear. I didn't change the gear that I had, but I used the crafting system to upgrade the gear to its max to be able to put out enough damage to actually take down the boss fight. So overall, I would say that it's a gear check and a skill check. Now, I'm not a pro player.
I wonder how hard it really is. I want to see this combat. Like, what are we really talking about here?
I am... I'd say maybe I'm above average. If you look at the grand scale of all players that play, sure, I'm above average, but I am nowhere near a super skilled player. In the beta, I hardly died. I pretty much only died against Ashava. Just to give you some ballpark of, you know, I'm not total garbage, but I'm sure that there will be pro-level players that will be able to handle...
I mean, to be fair, also, pro-level players, this is players, but yeah, people that are very good.
That encounter with either fewer deaths or no deaths, but again, if you're hardcore, I would not just waltz in casually, and I think that level difference as well really makes a difference, because my next capstone dungeon experience, the second one to unlock the highest difficulty tier, I believe that's at 75, I was the same level as the dungeon, and that one went so much better. Despite it being the higher tier capstone dungeon, I was of the correct level.
See, that's exactly what I was saying. Like, I don't think these are gonna be like, this is not gonna be doing at Zeri on day one of a PoE league. This is not going to be trying to do a Nax 40 with Molten Core gear. It's going to be fun.
The initial part, I'll say I breezed through, but then the boss fight, that was a big challenge again. I overcame it, but I died multiple times. Again, I needed to learn the boss mechanics to understand, okay, when am I getting one shot here? I had to change up my build a bit to be able to survive one shots. And by the way, the respecking, while I didn't do full respecs, I respec quite a bit. You generate gold rather rapidly. Can you do full respecs constantly throughout the day? No, but you could afford to respec quite a bit. Even at level 75, I was respecing.
Okay, so respecs are not going to be this oppressive bullshit. Thank God. That's very much a relief.
Because I was earning back the gold. It wasn't a big deal, but again, I wasn't doing full respecs. I was redoing some Paragon nodes. I think I respected a whole Paragon board. I changed up some skills, but I didn't completely alter my build. But yeah, I had to spec more into survivability to just sustain the fight. I had to learn to better play my build. That's another thing as well, right? I'm jumping in there with a build that I've not played before, so I'm learning how it works. I'm learning how the mechanics of the build work. I'm learning how the mechanics of the fight work. And again, I would almost advise a hardcore player, maybe just try softcore first, just to know what you're up against.
Well, I think most people that are hardcore players are going to be behind the curve because they can't take as many risks as softcore players. So, like, it's the same thing as whenever people killed Maven and
Nema potrebe. Odmah ćeš biti banovan ako to uradiš. To ti obećam. Tamo li dođeš na stream.
I'm gonna be super impressed with all you hardcore players who are gonna, on your first go, survive all these fights. In general, things are well telegraphed, but it's a skill check. You're gonna have split seconds to react to what you're seeing. And if you're not spec for survivability, there will be one-shots. At that point, I was playing a sorcerer, and I basically changed my build around to generate shields every time I used a cooldown, and I was timing my skills in cadence with the boss's attacks to ensure that I always had a shield up whenever one of his attacks were coming, because I had a lot of difficulty dodging some of the boss attacks. And again, if you're off by that fraction of a second, bam, it was enough damage to one-shot me if I didn't have my shield up. So again,
I do worry about that. There are some mechanics. It's like, you know that one boss in the stronghold that would shoot bats at you at melee range and like one-shot you if you weren't paying attention? I do feel like there are some mechanics. Like Blizzard is one of the developers that values immersion more than gameplay, and I find that to be a bad thing. I think that there's nothing less immersive than a shitty mechanic or something that you can't really see very well. So hopefully that these mechanics that Riker is talking about will be very well telegraphed and easy to understand and see. I think Lost Ark is a great example.
Ma nema potrebe. Imao sam u rukama sve jednu knjigu do zadnje koju još nije ni izdao onaj J.R. Martin. I svaku sam pročitao. I ne sviđa mi se zadnja sezona, mislim da je ono malo bullshit, ali
Čekaj, že on je umeo.
Ko? Jon Snow?
Ne, Martin.
Martin? J.R. Martin je umro.
Da, mislim da umeo.
Kad?
Bio bi na moment.
A onda...
Neka fake news.
Onda se ostvarila kletva. Ne, bilo je priča ovako. Budući, pita ga neko od novinara, kao budući da ste vi kao čovjek u godinama i da ono, malo ste ono, znaš, rizičnog, jeli, malo je puniji, ono, znaš, ima ga. Kao, da li je kao, a neki zli jezici kažu da možda nećete doživjeti kao da napišete, kao, zadnju knjigu, da završite kao svoj. To mu je kao magnum opus, nije to jedino što je napisao, ali ja mislim da je jedina stvar koja je baš tako opširna. I on je rekao kao, mogu, pozorno kao mogu da mu popuše svi ti, znaš, dušebrižnici. Na Busiti mi je nekako odgovorio, ne mogu tačno da nađem citat. Mogu da nađem ovaj klip.
Ali ovaj što je napisao Witcher se opometio sad. Kad je prijavio dogovor sa Netflixom. Uzeo ozbiljne para sad. Prošli put bio ono, šta ga jebim. Kod da te vredi nešto. Evo je, papi se zajedno, sam to radi. I podoštavam.
A_OK. Welcome to my channel.
A, treba da izađe nova serija. Snow, tako se zove.
Snežni.
Pa onome... Jonu Snow Targaryenu. Kao spin-off, ako sam dobro shvatio. Bolje nova serija nego staro sranje.
Ovaj će tu sad da mu uzu.
Ne mogu dugo. Ne,
Znači novi film Gospoda prstenova.
posle one serije nebulozne nisam siguran šta hoće.
A ne...
Ne moram ni da gledam, ne moram ni da gledam.
Pokušavaju da, znaš...
Sva ta halabuka koja se digla oko te serije me već ogledila seriju u startu. Znači uopšte ne moram da gledam.
Najgore što pokušavaju to da pregledaju licence
I gay lobby.
Da. Ja da hoću propagandu, ja bi išao na mitinge SNS.
Da, kao što kažeš ti, kad hoću da gledam seriju ili film, hoću se opustim, da ne mislim o glupostima. A ne da mi nabijaš u uši Black Lives Matter i pravda za LGBT, boli me kurac.
Znaši, uzeo jedan crnac i rekao kao ono, lives matter, ko svi životi su ono, ne. Htjeli su da ga pocepaju. I što najgore ovi beli, ovi liberali i to, komunisti.
Pa dobro, to nije ništa opasno po meni. Ako je rekao all lives matter.
Ali beli životi ne vrede, znaš.
Pa i ne vrede. Nismo potrošna roba. Kavkajski tipovi. White Caucasians. Svi ostali su bitni. Nas koji je.
Example of a game that can have and very challenging mechanics,
Lime Pop.
simultaneously make them easy
Welcome
to
to
see
my
and easy to
channel.
understand. Final Fantasy is another example. So we don't need to have, you know, black on black on black on black, right? Or gray on dark gray on light gray on black on white. You know, like let's make it easy to see so people know what to do.
I wiped against that boss multiple times, but it felt so good to overcome the challenge and then unlock that highest tier difficulty. I would say that the capstone is on average more difficult than the average content of that world tier. That is, if you're just out, you know, in the open world, it's not like everything there is going to be as challenging as the capstone.
Yeah, of course.
That was another reason that I was trying to really muscle through to unlock it, because better loot drops in the next world tier.
Oh,
and
yeah, exactly. I mean, this is just, that makes sense, right? You want to go as high as you can. That way, like, you know, as soon as you beat this challenge, then you can get all the other rewards that are a little bit easier. Sure.
Loot is then going to start powering you up more. Now, to clarify, you don't need to even do your first capstone dungeon to start doing endgame content. You just only get access to Nightmare Dungeons and Helltide once you are in the World Tier 3 Nightmare. Before that, though, you could be doing the Whispers of the Dead. That's typically how you would get your first Nightmare Sigils. So Nightmare Sigils are used to open Nightmare Dungeons. You get your first of those via the bounties, the Tree of Whispers. In my case, I was given characters that had a full inventory of Nightmare Sigils, so that I didn't have to farm that stuff up. So Nightmare Dungeons will be a core part of the endgame loop. You're going to start again by getting your first Nightmare Sigils. They're going to be like the tier 1 ones. They have different tiers.
I hope they don't make them hard to get. Every single league and PoE where it was hard to get maps, was a shit league. Like, I hate it whenever it's hard to get maps. Like, right now, it's not like that at all, and it's great. I hate having to
Escalating
find
difficulty. You get your first via the Tree of Whispers. Then after that, once you are inside a Nightmare Dungeon, you can get other sigils to drop. That'll be for higher tiers. So I'm running a tier 1. Then inside, maybe I'll get a tier 2 or whatever, some higher tier, and it goes on and on.
Great.
That's generally how you're going to continue to farm your Nightmare sigils. If at some point you're unhappy with the sigils that you have, you can break them down into crafting materials and craft your own Nightmare sigils at the Occultist. This could be either because you want high.
Okay, so Nightmare Sigil is used to transform a dungeon into a Nightmare Dungeon, creates a sigil. Afflictions 3, so that's affixes, requires World Tier 3. Okay, alright, sure, that makes sense.
Higher tier ones, so you're gobbling down your lower tier ones to get higher tier ones, or you...
Riker does good video, basically never says bad things about what Blizzard, so I can't really trust what he says. Well, I'm not trusting what he says, I'm trusting what I'm hearing. Like, actually, that's probably a bad way to say it. Yeah, never mind. Let's undo that one. I'm not believing everything that he's saying. I'm just simply listening to it and making my own decision. Everybody, please let's try to get away from this world where you think that there are actually people that are unbiased or not. You have to listen to people, understand what they're saying, and make your own decision. I'm not listening to Riker because I want Riker to tell me what to think. I'm listening to Riker for the information that he's trying to explain with the Diablo 4 endgame, and then I make that decision myself.
I don't know, you hate the map, you hate the dungeon, or you don't like the affixes that roll, because there's randomization of the affixes that roll on those Nightmare sigils.
Right.
Now, the sigils come in, I'm going to say tiers again.
I mean, they call them tiers, bro. I mean, it is what it is.
Nightmare sigils, and then there are Torment Nightmare sigils.
Okay.
That's the main distinction.
Torment, like
in the
corrupted?
Nightmare tier 1s, you can die up to 12 times before you fail, and then in the highest tier 1, again, I'll call them the Torment tier, I don't know what the proper term is. If there is one, you can only die 4 times. And yes, all the hardcore players.
You can only die 4 times. You can only die 4 times inside of a dungeon. I think that's pretty much fine. Like, if you're dying more than 4 times inside of one of these dungeons, it's probably because you don't know what the fuck you're doing.
Are, insulting us right now. I get it. So you're farming Nightmare dungeons in order to get more sigils to run more and higher level Nightmare dungeons to get more higher level loot. And also the main thing at the end.
And also, like, they have to have a death counter. This is the problem, right? Is that they have to have a death counter, because if they don't, what people are going to do is they're just going to keep throwing themselves at mobs and bosses until they clear the dungeon and get the better loot. And it will be like a very bad gameplay experience that, like, you're supposed to suicide onto these monsters over and over and over, and it takes you like 20 deaths to kill one monster, but it drops really good gear, so you still want to do it. It's like a very weird fucking way of playing the game. So they kind of have to do this. As much as I don't like death penalties, it's pretty much mandatory unless you want to have some hard item level cutoff, kind of like what New World has with mutations, where it's like if you don't have the item level, you simply can't do damage to certain NPC levels on mutation high levels, which is also, I think that's worse than having a death count.
End of a Nightmare dungeon is you're going to level up your glyphs. Glyphs are things that you insert into your Paragon tree.
Yeah, I think the glyphs are great. I'm very happy. I mean, they're gems or jewels and PoE. Very happy to see this. This is nice.
They're some of the most powerful things, in fact, once leveled up sufficiently, that you'll have in your Paragon tree. So a core part of increasing your character's power will come from leveling up your glyphs. Finding glyphs, first off. Finding glyphs, finding the right glyphs for your build, and leveling them up. You can argue that it's similar to legendary gems in Diablo 3, but there's more complexity to it because you got...
That's true. Leveling them up. You don't really level anything up in PoE. You just buy a new one, other than maybe exalting or putting like an implicit on a jewel. But yeah, definitely.
Gotta be inserting the glyphs into the Paragon board and in a slot that is meaningful. We'll talk more about glyphs in a bit here when we talk about the Paragon boards. Again, my main focus in playing the game was to understand what am I going to be doing every day in Diablo 4? What is the experience going to be? Why am I doing the different activities that are available to me? Now, on average, the difficulty in Nightmare Dungeons, not nearly the same as in the Capstone dungeons. Capstone is definitely far more challenging.
I kind of like how there is like a benchmark, and if you can't play at this level, you can't get the rewards. But I kind of like how you don't always have to play at that level. It's not like this constant fucking meat grinder of like Inferno Diablo or like original Inferno Diablo, where you're just like, you have to be like fucking laser focused, dialed in, locked in, super fucking ready. Make one mistake, it's fucking over. Yeah, absolutely not. I'm glad that there's a little bit more chill content. That's probably a good thing. Except for like probably at the highest tier of content. Let's see here. Yeah, Elden Ring being able to go to a different boss. Yeah, exactly. It's like once you hit that break point, you can move on.
But Nightmare Dungeons as well, I mean, you effectively get to make them as challenging as you want, given that you could unlock higher and higher Nightmare Sigils. So at baseline, that the baseline
sigil... I'm very glad, I want to say again, that the Nightmare Sigil dungeons stop at 20. Like, I don't want to go infinite fucking, there's like 700 affixes, they have, you know, 7,000%. I just want to be able to beat the game.
Sigils are easy enough to run. And if you want to be farming more rapidly and more efficiently, then you can run lower tier sigils. But again, you're rewarded because you only have a finite number of resources of these sigils. You are rewarded for not just doing the easiest content over and over, but rather for, I guess, tackling the content that you can efficiently handle.
Well, you're always making a decision, right? Do you want to do harder content slower or easier content faster? And there's different builds that are good at each thing.
Efficiently, I suppose, an asterisk as we figure out what efficiently means in this game. In Diablo 3, efficiently means 2.5 to 5 minutes. But all this to say that Nightmare Dungeons are certainly things where you don't have to be slamming your head against difficulty-wise. The most challenging things that I experienced were those Capstone dungeons. Now, one concern I have about the Nightmare Dungeons is that in the seasons, we'll probably want to do all the Nightmare Dungeons, or all the regular dungeons rather, once, but only 30 will become Nightmare Dungeons every season, and that will rotate, so there'll be different Nightmare Dungeons.
Yeah, they're doing it like they do with WoW Dungeons, like Mythic Plus, which is, I think, probably a good thing.
Every season. My concern, I can already foresee people complaining, like, hey, how come we could only do these 30 dungeons out of the, 115? Why can't you just let us do all 115, or however many dungeons there are in the game as Nightmare Dungeons? Again, this is something that we'll only really realize after we experience the season. We'll find out whether the
Yeah, well, I feel like for Mythic Plus, for example, I think that I think they were successful. It was successful because I didn't feel bad that I wasn't able to do all of the, like, the Dragonflight dungeons. I thought it was fine.
Is enough or not, and I'm sure if it's not enough, they'll be open to increasing that number.
You had it in you.
So that pretty much covers the Nightmare Dungeons. Then there's Helltide, and Helltide is where you can target farm specific item drops.
I would kiss you, but
I'll explain why in a bit, as well as it's pretty much the only place.
That's the one with the boxes, and you can open up different boxes of like gloves or different boxes of fucking weapons, etc. I know Diablo 3 had something like this, where you're able to buy from like this like girl, and she would sell you. Oh yeah, well they had it in the Diablo 4 beta. Yeah.
You can get certain important crafting materials. So the Helltide and the Nightmare Dungeons are part of your core gameplay loop at the end. You have reason for wanting to do both of them, and there are things in each that you cannot get in the other. That said, it sounds like XP farming will not be relegated to one or the other. I asked about this, and they said monster density should kind of be the same, so...
That's good, yeah. You don't want to make it to where one thing is just way easier to do. Somebody made a comment about this, I wanted to respond to it. Capstone dungeons are the most difficult content in the game is really bad. What incentive do I have to grind tier 4 whenever I've beaten the capstone dungeon to unlock it, which is the hardest thing in the game? Let me explain how I think it's going to work. This is how I believe that it's going to work. This is, I guess, like challenge. Yeah. A-L-L-E-N-G-E. This is challenge, and this is difficulty.
Ja.
So I think that it's.
Ja sam otišao da odspavam jedno pola sata, sat.
Goodbye for now.
I čujemo se. Pa, čujemo se sutra. Pozdrav.